每次总决赛肯定都是有不同的困难、不同的问题嘛。
赛季刚开始的话 ，EDG 肯定是变弱了嘛。
분기 的话可能比较克制我。
예, 그거 확실히 한국에서 뛰어났던 정글러들도 중국 와서 뭐 그렇게 좋은 인상을 못 남기고 거의 떠난 경우가 많은데 저도 뭐
Hello everyone and welcome to the LPL. It is day 2 in 2017 and we are ready to get some very cool matches onto the Rift for you. But once again, my name is Dom Romer. I am fortunate enough to be able to host the desk with my very talented compatriots, Barento Raz Mohammed and of course Indiana Frostgear Black.
Nice to be here again. Yesterday we had some pretty exciting games and today looked to be just as good.
Maybe even better.
Yeah. Well,
Maybe.
before we actually get into those games, let's actually talk a little bit about what happened yesterday in those matches. First up, IMA played RNG very decisively, and of course, IG played OMG as well.
Decisively is one word to put it. It was a shellacking. They just got torn apart. We predicted that IMA would actually be bottom of the table, and we kind of put RNG not top of the table, but kind of mid-tier team, and they just got dominated from start to finish. These were 30-minute, very quick, very decisive, very clean games from IMA, particularly around their vision.
Yeah, and when I looked at it initially, both of us, you already said it, that it felt like both teams were not going to do so well in their groups. That was the prediction. And then RNG was going to edge it out. But my God, they just felt like you said vision. It was also them just roaming. They didn't really care about the laning phase. Even though RNG, they were winning out their lanes, almost every single one, maybe except for Xiaohu. Xiaohu was kind of going even in that one. They were winning it out, but it doesn't matter. Amazing Jay was roaming through top lane looking for plays constantly. It felt like bottom lane Road decided he was not going to be there anymore. Jin Zhao was just a lone warrior, and so Road just went out across the map, and they just found victories there.
Yeah, he certainly did. Of course, in game number 2, we also saw victories out of Invictus Gaming looking absolutely titanic. First of all, Rookie was huge, but as a mid laner, he's the kind of guy that I want to watch, but I know you guys want to talk about somebody else.
Forget Rookie. I mean, this is one of the few times we actually get to say that because Rookie is always an all-star, but this was all about Duke, and I am all aboard the Duke hype train. He solo killed a Nautilus as a Maokai at level 4 and pretty much tore that game wide open for IG.
And to temper that too, it was against Xiang, but regardless of that, it felt like it felt like he came in and remember the interview that we had, or at least was had with Jackie Love, talking Duke up, saying, Duke feels like he's a part of the team. Not only was he doing incredibly well in his lane as a tank, like as a Maokai going into a Nautilus, he also just he engaged at the right times. He was with his team at every moment.
And the other player that I want to highlight, kind of going tandem with Duke and rookie success, is Kid. Kid, same guy,
yep.
Roll swap from the AD carry into the jungle position. He is no longer a liability. If you are new to the LPL, if you haven't watched it in a while, it was kind of question marks around Kid. Looks solid now.
Yeah, here we have the current standings for the league. Of course, our first 2 games were played in Group A. Today, we're going to have 2 games out of Group B, but IMA taking the decisive 1-0 and IG following up. RNG and OMG dropping their matches.
And so one team we didn't really mention was OMG. I mean, we kind of did. The fact that they got demolished by IG. It was really poor pick ban coming out of OMG for the most part. And on top of that, it just felt like, our biggest point when it came to OMG was this is the same roster on the same team, and it felt like they were doing better coming off the last split. This time around, it just feels like it's not working out for them.
They've got a lot of talent. They have a lot of really nice rookies like Icon, and I feel like his missed Cassiopeia ultimate is pretty much the microcosm for OMG. Like, he either whiffs the 5-man Cassio or he nails it. He's either the god or he's the failure, and yesterday he was the failure.
To be fair, he had those moments where he got rookie off him.
Yeah,
off
like
his
he
game.
finds the solo kills, but it's just like not consistent enough. Great at pressing his buttons, not pressing them at the right time.
Yeah, well, they will be playing later this week, so we'll have to keep an eye on whether or not they find success again. But another team that you did want to mention was RNG. They really hit a stumbling block in their games yesterday.
Just kind of capping off RNG and their failures yesterday, we kind of picked on Xiaohu a bit, and I'm going to go back to kind of his individual decision-making was really quite lacking. There was just, he went for so many, no, that's wrong. He didn't go for any plays. That was the problem, is that there were so many opportunities where he could find roams. He was on the rise. He's on a mobile champion. And he's just not making it happen.
Looking at it, I was fine with their initial ideas, right? For instance, if Xiaohu, all he's doing at that moment in time, I think specifically for game 1, is that he was just mirroring his lane. He was saying, I'm going to be in the river, you're going bot lane, I'm going to be moving topside if that happens. And it just felt like they were content with winning their lanes and playing a slower game. Meanwhile, IMA were just taking more risks with their roams. And so that was fine. It just felt like as the game went on, especially in the second game when they had leads, they just didn't move. Not only did they not move, but at the same time, MLXG went in for a random red buff invade and then just got caught out. And you're like, well, you know what?
There goes the Baron.
Wrong decision. You lose a lot.
He had a couple of those questionable missed calls, but if I recall, the big point that we mentioned that was a strong point was the vision control for IMA over the course of the match.
And the thing about that is that it was really spearheaded by Road, in particular their support, and on that Tahm Kench pick. And that's kind of the next big thing that I really wanted to highlight is the Tahm Kench priority yesterday in the LPL. And the thing about Tahm Kench, like we've seen a lot of the Malzahar supports kind of running around globally, a lot of the caster supports, Zyra and Karma still really big.
Even Ash.
Yeah.
But the LPL is all about Kench, and the thing about Kench is that the AD carries cannot kill him in lane. It kind of goes back to this AD carry in 2017 meme. Well, Tahm Kench is unkillable with his gray health.
Yeah, we're also seeing the Maokais and Poppies in the top lane that make it even more difficult. As you can see, NewBee on your screen. Some very, very cool players getting ready to take to the Rift. This is World Elite versus NewBee. The audience is ready, but let's continue talking a little bit about the actual matchup that we're expecting between WE and NewBee itself.
All right, so WE, we're hyping them up. They have Coach Home along with Coach Hoon in there, so it just feels like they're a consistent team. They've had their players. The big difference between them and OMG is that they win games, and that's legitimately it.
Yeah, and then on the other side, we do have NewBee who are starting they've got 2 different iterations of 2 different rosters. Today they're going to be starting V, Swift, Cool, LWX, and Penis.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we have a long-standing history on the English broadcast, the LPL, that we like to give nicknames to our kind of slightly harder to pronounce names. Fans will be familiar with Jetzo from Snake, who recently retired. We'd like to nickname him Jay-Z. And so in honor of that, Penis, you're now P. Diddy.
Yeah. You are now a rap god.
Thank goodness we have got so many rappers that we can pull from
even just hitting on this bottom lane, because NewBee coming in, we're expecting Coco. They're putting in Cool, right?
Yeah.
We're expecting Coco. We expect Happy and more, but they're putting in P. Diddy himself, the man, the legend. And it looks like we're talking about WE first.
Yeah, we're going to run through the WE roster. 957, Condi, Xie, and of course, Mystic and Zero on AD carry. You can see V, Swift, Cool, as you said, along with LWX and P. Diddy.
The big thing here, just to talk about LWX and P. Diddy, I'm just going to say it, LQS, because for me, LWX and LQS coming from the LSPL league here, and they're interesting because they were on Tenchisat Gaming. No one will know about them because they were in the LSPL. Now they're not. They got relegated from them.
I was going to say, the word you're looking for, Raz, is relegated. But what he's trying to do is hype up this bottom lane for NewBee. So, yes, the team that they were on got relegated, but this unit of LWX and P. Diddy were actually the highest scoring for kills and assists in the LSPL, so within the entire league that they were competing. So they are competent.
Yeah, and so it comes down to it. Their shining light, even though it wasn't very bright, was in that bottom lane. And so I really do want to see how it looks for them, because they played around that bottom lane. They always picked priority for bottom lane, and so when they had the opportunity, that was going to be their winning lane.
And that's a very different identity from the former bottom lane that NewBee had, which was in Pekko, now known as Happy, and more formerly known as TNT. They go through so many name swaps, but they were a very low econ utility style bottom lane, and LWX and P. Diddy have this identity of being a very carry heavy lane dominant bottom lane.
And how do we expect this to match up against WE's bottom lane on the other side in Mystic and Zero?
I mean, they even have themselves some sub as well in Ben and for their AD carry Raisin, but they're not going to use them. They're stuck with Zero and Mystic, and you know what? I'd be happy if I was stuck with them.
Yeah.
They're a great bottom lane. They're fantastic. And honestly, with WE, Azriel, he's the only team. This team is the only team I'd be happy with putting them on Azriel, because Mystic, fantastic Azriel player.
Godly Azriel player, but the guy that you just saw on your screen was actually Xie as well. And if we're talking about kind of godly Azriel players, we also have to look at Xie and how influential he's been for Team W with such a wide and diverse champion pool. You know, WE, they took a gamble on a Twisted Fate one-trick pony from solo queue, and they refined him into this unstoppable kind of new age Chinese royalty in Xie.
And that's surprising with WE. Not only did they do that with him, but Condi as well. They took these players who were either, Condi with his incredible pressure that he had, or the Twisted Fate player in Xie, and they pulled them into an identity that was very drawn out, get to that 30-minute, and play out those mega team fights. And this is what I love to see, because you know what? They have a great team fight meta happening here.
And this really speaks to the organization of WE. From when last I cast WE, they were really scraping the bottom of the barrel. Now we've got them securely, I guess in the preliminary power rankings, in first place for their group.
This is pretty much the thing, is that they were poised to represent the LPL at Worlds in 2016, but it was just kind of that last second, Hail Mary miracle run from IMA that canceled them out. Again, if folks haven't watched that game, that was Team WE's game to lose. They were ahead in gold, they were ahead in damage, they were dominating the entire time. It was just this last second play where they kind of threw it away, and it's just gut-wrenching from there. But they say the players are not the problem. They retain their roster. They do add 2 new pickups in solo queue. Doubt that we'll actually see them on the roster just because Mystic and Zero are so competent at bottom lane. And more importantly, they pick up Coach Home. So formerly Samsung White turned Vici Gaming, now joins Team WE. We're in a 10-ban draft system. He's got so many tools to play with, and they should be a devastating team. We have hyped up Team WE are the team to beat in the LPL as far as we're predicting.
Exactly, and tools is the #1 word for me, because I look at their subs, and even though we're probably never going to see them, though, so this feels like a mute point already. I love Ben. Ben as a support, I've seen some of his solo queue games.
This is like a classic.
Really well.
That guy that we're never going to see. I love that guy.
I love him.
I got to admit, though,
about this man.
I really do love that argument, because it seems like, we're probably never going to see them on this roster.
Yeah,
but then they're going to split off into a different roster and start competing in a few months.
I see you've been in the LPL.
Yes.
But for the LMS fans out there, we have Raisin as well from HKE, Hong Kong Esports. So that's actually really good for them. They have options, might not even need to use them, but if that opportunity arises, all I know is WE is looking hot tonight.
So then let's go ahead and bring it back to those tools that you were mentioning for the strengths that WE have coming into this. Not only are they very high-tier players, but they've got the organizational strength.
Yeah, and it's about their 5v5. So where do Team WE actually win win when they're on the Rift versus off the Rift, because we've talked a lot about kind of their supporting staff, how they've leveled up there, and it's in their 5v5. They were probably the best team fighting team in the LPL last split, particularly on the back of 957 and 0, kind of how they manage team fights and then just allow Mystic and Xie to go crazy. Condi, known as the son of Baron, really well known for his Baron steals.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, you have NewBee, who they have a completely different changed identity simply because we don't know what this roster is going to look at. But NewBee historically were known as the kings of team fighting, fell out of it, had the Dade, so theoretically they should have still been good at it and just kind of lost everything.
Yeah.
We are what you are not. That's WWE's just looking at them, and NewBee, it feels like they're looking at a younger them, a younger self. Not going to happen. We'll see if NewBee can do something, but it looks like they're still in that experimental mode.
Yeah, the grizzled old veterans of QG. It seems like we've got a lot of veterans in the LPL now as we get into Champion Select for game number 1. We're going to go ahead and say goodbye to Frost Guerin. Thank you so much for your insight on this Analyst Desk segment. We're going to go ahead and Raz and I, are going to run through this set of games, and of course we'll be bringing Frost back a little bit later. Taking a look at these bans, we have Elise banned away along with Camille, and now Rise to follow it up.
What I'm really interested in right now is going to be in the mid lane. Already we've seen from 4 games specifically that LeBlanc has been left up, Rise has been left up, and so you get those trio of mid laners like Cassiopeia that you go for. And so now we're already immediately seeing those get banned out. So, you know, no experimenting there. Get those champions out of my face.
And then there's the Tahm Kench.
Yeah.
We talked about the Tahm Kench priority, LeBlanc priority, even Rengar priority, and LPL learns quick.
My biggest focus here is probably going to be in towards Ashe, because once that Tahm Kench is gone, you do want that ability to, you know, impact the rest of the map. So I want to see what they go for. You even get that pushing potential. But you know what? Varus is still open, so there's a lot of opportunities to counterpick against it. So we'll see what these teams prioritize. Yeah,
looks like first pick is that Zyra. NewBee, now looking to follow up. Ashe.
Maybe even
pick up
the old
that Karma.
That's what I would go for. If I'm NewBee right here, you pick up a good, strong bottom lane in Ashe and Karma. That would be fantastic.
Ooh, giving Varus the old look at. Again, this is WE, Coach Home in the background. You saw him a little bit earlier. Can he show that WE is still the team to beat? And the Varus is locked in.
What I love to see about Coach Home is how active he is on Pick Pan. He's actively pointing at the screen. We're probably not seeing it now, but that's something that he loves to do quite a bit. I like to see the Zyra picked up from WE because it does give you a lot of disengage opportunities. Now, if you're NewBee, you don't want to have too many melee champions. You don't want to have the triple melee, even a tank support specifically, because there's just no way to get into that team fight. So WE already, have the team fight in mind.
Looking for it with that Zyra. In answer, though, a little bit of pick, a little bit of crowd control, and a little bit of poke with Lee Sin and Varus. So now WE get to show a little bit more of their hand. Rek'Sai giving the old hover.
What I'm interested right now is actually going to be, Rek'Sai's getting hovered. That's interesting. I like the pick right now. Kha'Zix is still on the map, so even Elise. No, Elise is gone, but it's specifically Kha'Zix, so he's going to lock it in, but we might see NewBee go for that. Actually, no, that's gone as well. But Maokai's open. He's going to pick that up for himself.
That is Rek'Sai locked in, and the Maokai going to be taken in the top lane for 957. What better way to start a team fight than a point-and-click snare?
That's interesting. I think what I'm going to really look towards for Mystic, and NewBee's going to have to tune into this one because that's a really strong front line coming from Rek'Sai and Maokai. Zyra is going to be great for disengaging as well. So if we see an Ezreal coming out of Mystic, really any hard carry champion coming out of the bottom lane, I would be really worried, especially with mid lane being left up as well. So NewBee has a lot of champions they want to look to ban out here in the second phase.
Yeah, still no pick out of Xie just yet, as Cool has taken that Elise, and now that is 2 bans against Xie and 1 of his own as that Rise is banned away.
Yeah, NewBee right now, they're looking for a top laner. They need a top laner, and they need a support. Meanwhile, WE will need 2 of their carries, literally an 80 carry and a mage in the mid lane, or just really, I'm not expecting an assassin, so I'm just going to stick to that mage in the mid lane.
But the assassins are so much fun to play.
Courage is Velocity 6.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen.
The old quote-unquote tank meta. But of course, I'm sure we'll get to see some more unique picks as NewBee are looking for their next ban.
What I like is they did ban the Trundle, so they just really are worried about the Maokai counter picks here. We're already seeing a few of them. Trundle is one, but we also see Kled. Maybe they want to lock it away with the Trundle and Kled. Maybe force NewBee into a Rumble pickup here, but then they would be a little bit too heavy in terms of AP because they have that Cassiopeia. They probably won't be too worried about that.
It is going to be Nautilus banned away from that top lane as well, and WE saving probably two of their more important members, Xie and Mystic, mid and AD carry, for last pick on their team.
They did end up banning the Caitlyn. That's actually really interesting because it is, as I mentioned, not only is it strong in lane, but it is a big hyper carry going forward. I mean, Mystic has a lot of champions he would look to go towards, the Edgeville specifically. We'll have to see if he looks to pick that one up.
Yeah, very strong pick from Mystic, but instead, it is the old Misfortune locked in.
I mean, that's for NewBee, so they're going to be happy with the support Misfortune here. So they have like a really good shoving bottom lane here in Varus and Misfortune. So WE have to worry about that here.
Yeah, but that is the Ashe, as you've mentioned, now picked up for WE, and Orianna locked in as well. WE, I'm pretty sure that's as timeless a team fight comp as you can get. That's like Season 3.
That's a very good team fight composition. I'm still a little bit worried because NewBee has some great lanes going into them. Varus and Misfortune will 100% shove into it. It is a very, very punishing lane. And it's great that, you know, P. Diddy and Mr. LWX, I suppose, is coming into this because they are known for having that bot lane priority. They want the stronger lanes. They want to win out through that. So they're being given a chance here tonight.
They certainly are. Poppy is going to be the final pick for V in that top lane against 957. We'll have to see if anyone can mimic Duke's performance yesterday and get the level 4 solo kill first blood.
I just think that NewBee, or at least WE, were fairly successful with the bans coming through. Banning out Trundle and banning out Nautilus, they didn't want to have lanes pushing into them. So they didn't want to have those lanes having their way with Maokai.
Yeah.
So Poppy here was going to get shoved in quite early. She is going to scale, obviously. It doesn't matter how many times she does die. She's going to end up scaling fantastically. So I guess Ashe has to watch out. Zyra has to watch out. That's a lot of melee, and you have a Zyra ulti and plant, so that's a lot of good disengage coming out of them.
You can see coaches now shaking hands as they depart to opposite sides of the rift to spectate their teams as WE get ready for the chance to take on NewBee, their first game of 2017, missing out on Worlds by 1 game. They've got something to prove.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, day one, or at least day two, or day one for them because this is their first game, but they are going to start off strong, or at least they're going to have to hope for it.
Yeah, they certainly are. You can see them shaking in their chairs as they are getting ready to load onto the Rift. Can they do it again? Can they demonstrate the strength that they found in the summer split? Their opponents, NewBee, on the other hand, coming in with the half of a secondary roster.
And that's the thing for me. WE coming in with essentially their full lineup.
Yeah.
And a coach home. For them, it's the same thing, amazing consistency with a level up. Meanwhile, NewBee, they're just still in that mode of just experimenting and seeing what's happening. So perhaps this new bottom lane coming out of this Tanchisa bottom lane in LWX and P. Diddy, maybe that's going to be a level up. But for them, they don't know. They're bringing in somebody who really, they haven't had that experience.
Yeah, and just from my perspective as someone who cast the NA LCS, this seems like a sort of situation with TSM, where every game you want to take completely 100% seriously, as TSM did last split, going undefeated but for one single best of 3.
A good example coming out of here would be EDG, where they were undefeated in the split.
Exactly.
So for me, it just feels like you have to start strong. We've seen teams that haven't taken it seriously, like LGD. They slack until that 7th week, and they're like, hey, we're strong now, but it doesn't matter.
It's already too late at that point. The point distribution is so low. But we've loaded onto the Rift. You can see the very scenic zoom across all of the map. A little bit of bullet time. That's some rain over in Tribush. Could you imagine if we had weather effects?
I would be, you know what I'd be interested in? Bullet rain here in Sydney. That's what I'm interested in.
Actually, preferably not bullet rain here in Sydney. So, according to like Mythbusters, bullets falling from the sky at terminal velocity can't kill, but they can really hurt.
Oh, you know what? I don't want to test it. I really don't. But thank God for Mythbusters.
I'm pretty sure they did it with like coins, and they were like, "Oh, bullets are about the same weight. Let's do it." Oh yeah. Turns out. I forget the name of the mannequin that they always use.
Oh, it's the same one.
Yeah. But anyways, we're here onto the Rift. No mannequins here, as WE are taking on NewBee. And so far, standard defensive lines all across, both the duos on that bottom side.
So what I like from WE is they have a stronger top side of the map here. Orianna is a great matchup into Cassiopeia. She's going to actually have that range to really push her in as well. Top side should shove into Maokai versus Poppy. No one's interested in it, but you have to be if you're a coach or if you're a part of that team, because you do want a lane to have shoved in properly so you can work around. So Condi might actually have to work towards top side or maybe even bottom side if he's worried about Varus and Misfortune kind of shoving in this lane here.
You can see the bullet rain getting some damage there. P. Diddy forced to back away from Zero as a lot of the harass from that Ashe and Zyra has gotten them the temporary wave advantage to half a minion.
And that's the thing. You know what? We saw that Q arrow from Varus come through. It didn't do a lot of damage, but he's going to be maxing it first.
Yeah.
We've seen a few people max E first, so the hailing arrows, but Q does a lot of damage. And especially since these Varuses here in the bottom lane are not going to be going tier, it's going to continue to do more damage.
Oh, yeah. And as you said, NewBee, they picked to win lane if they've got that very mobile, swift Lee Sin, who's already now in the river clearing out Scuttle Crab. He's been spotted out and is forced to back away. Rek'Sai tunnels over the wall. That's Condi there. Ooh, steals it away with the knock-up and reduced armor.
That was very good for Condi, especially since NewBee's bottom lane, or at least bottom side of the map, should be very powerful. If they have vision, or at least that speed boost coming in the river, that's going to mean a lot. You're going to have to be worried about it.
Yeah, and taking a look at the fan vote, this is almost as tilted as the fan vote yesterday. 85% in favor of WE, whereas yesterday it was 87% in favor of RNG, but they got 2-0'd. Following the pattern.
I mean, you should have faith in WE. They're looking very strong. If you're looking into this league, it's going to be WE all the time. And if you're looking at NewBee, you're like, I've been far too frustrated with you.
Actually, can you extrapolate causality from 2 points of data? Because there was, I don't think you can. I think you need 3 points as a comparison.
You know what? I'll leave that one to you.
Okay.
I'll believe you on that one. I'll give that one to you.
Condi continuing to clear out, just barely spotted out by the fading of a ward placed by Cool. But he's playing safe in lane.
That's the thing we should talk about is the fact that, I mean, Cool is going to have to show something here.
Ooh, Condi's in range for the flash knockup. She is right there. And Cool ghosts. He knows. He can see it coming.
I guess he has the movement speed on that. He did definitely have the ghost. Of course, he still keeps the flash, and that's the thing about mid laners these days. Ghost, flash, you have so much mobility. Doesn't matter if you're an immobile champion of Cassiopeia. You have a lot of options.
Ooh, Wushin is caught by the snare and flashes, but the plant forces the heal out. That's P. Diddy running for his life under turret, and the arrow, panic arrow, just further encourages Mystic and Zero to farm.
Welcome to the LPL here, buddy. It looks like you're already having a rough time. So this is a really tough lesson, and you have to learn it going up against Mystic and Zero. That, you know, it doesn't matter if you have the proper matchup. You're still going up against proper players.
Oh, yeah. That is a lot of damage if you get caught by the snare. So far with that early recall, that's a cull first out of LWX. And Swift even shows up in the mid lane to help clear this wave out for Cool, who's at very low mana.
And let's focus in on that cull, because right now, I mean, P. Diddy not having a good time there. But the fact that he has to come back into this lane with a cull, sure, you know what, yeah, it's efficient. Oh, you know, you come back with 100 minions and suddenly you have 300-something gold. And that's the problem with me is that, you know, Mystic is probably going to be coming back with a BF sword, much stronger items, and he's just going to keep snowballing. He should stay in this lane. I know he's playing with us with his back in there, but if he stays in this lane to accrue more gold, he will be in a much better position.
Yeah, he was thinking about it right there, just in case there was a ward in that bush, but decides to stay instead. Meanwhile, in the other side of the map, 957 is going to teleport right on back along with V, as they both are dead even in CS. I think Rusty said it best, that matchup is potatoes.
I mean, it may be potatoes, but it's a stronger potato versus a weaker potato. So the stronger potato here is 957. As you just saw, he's shoving him in, and that's all you really need if you're a Rek'Sai, because if you're a Rek'Sai here, you're thinking, I need a place to, you know, create some pressure on this map. And the top side should be that is a major pressure point for you, especially if you have Xie and 957 bringing it home.
We'll have to see if they can do that later on. As things are nice and slow early on, 6 minutes in, standard recalls. Looks like we're getting another recall out of LWX, and Mystic decided not to go for the BF sword. Instead, went for the fully completed Berserker Greaves, and LWX is going to answer with boots and a dagger of his own.
That's fair. It works with your Q as well, because once you get the autos going off, you can activate that Q. It can really work well for you. It works well for trades, so I'm a fan of it. He probably came back to base with a pretty awkward gold amount too, so not going to get that BF sword. I'm fine with it, man. I understand.
Yeah, LWX not missing out on too many CS just yet. Xie continues to farm in the mid lane. Lost Chapter versus Tyr.
Oh.
Cool continuing to play it back nice and safe.
This is that's not nice to save at all.
No?
Because Cool is in a really poor position. He needs his jungler to actually help him out here because he can't walk forward and have that pushed in, or CA is going to punish him. And so with that being said, that means that Condi actually has an opening here in which he can gank mid. So it's not that bad for him now, but he has to watch out how he shoves in that lane. It's even now, but he can't put himself in that position.
Yeah, sitting on top of that ward, Xie trying to pull that Cassiopeia out to the side, but does not. As blue buff gets handed over to Xie, Cool is going to have his own spawning in just a few as Swift heads over there. Because the top side starts, it's staggered by about 20-30 seconds based on those junglers. Swift, you can see, securing his red buff.
All it really means is that Condi here and Swift, they're both manaless junglers. They don't need blue buff.
Yeah.
They can hand it off to their friend, especially with Xie getting it first. That's going to be a little more difficult for Cool. I mean, what's going to make it difficult is the fact that this bottom lane is already rotating up to mid.
Mystic has got the arrow ready. Swift face checks in. He's snared. He's arrowed. Exhaust gets him away. Flash autos the blast cone before warding over the wall and escapes.
If you're WE looking at that play, you're going to be looking at the preseason patch and saying, why was this here? Why is there a blast cone? That wasn't 100% kill. But, you know, Swift's going to be pretty damn happy about that. Saved his life off of the fact that they had no vision in that river.
Oh. Okay, he gets it. It was close. It had, I think, 1 tick left on the patience before it would have reset.
But I like this from WE. They're making moves, and they recognize that Xie got that blue buff a little bit earlier. He was able to push in. He had that bottom lane coming in as well. It looks like if you're NewBee here, sure, you came out of that well. Lee Sin didn't die. But you have to be a lot more worried and tuned in with this bottom lane because even if they're in a poor matchup, the moment they get a proper shove, they will look for something.
And you can sort of see that in how the players of NewBee are playing right now. Cool, trying to play back under his turret, knows that he's putting himself in compromising situations from time to time as Condi invades.
Ooh.
He sees Swift now. He's got his. He doesn't actually have his smite. It's full on cooldown. Swift is going to have his first, so just decides to tunnel away. Can't go for the steal.
You know, he was thinking about it. He was prowling. He was a cat in there. He was just figuring out if he wanted to actually take that fight. And he recognized that bottom lane's not going to be there to do that. So that was a smart decision for him.
Just another snake in the grass. Meanwhile, everything else is, to continue on that point though, LWX and P. Diddy are playing very safe as well with that call, shoving the wave out, recalling and sitting back as it finds itself in neutral.
I mean, Ashe right now, Ashe and Zyra, they're kind of holding that wave a little bit. And this is what I love to see is that WE, they're in a great position. It doesn't look like it from the gold stats. I mean, technically it does. That's turning into a 0.5, a 500 gold lead. But overall, they're winning in the top side as they should.
Ooh.
He felt the win there.
Yeah.
Mid lane's winning as he should. And then the bottom lane, even though they shouldn't be winning in that lane, they are because they're good. So WE right now starting on the right track.
So far, minor CS lead as Cool is going to give it the old jungle tax. Ocean Drake is up. Xie looks to clear this out. There is Scuttle Crab control for NewBee, so no sneaky dragon plays.
It's going to last for about maybe 30 seconds. So the fact that this they're keeping the pink control here strong is very good. That's longevity for you because that real link into the bottom lane. I guess they don't even need that because Condi's looking for this play right now.
Yeah, finds his way bottom. Snare misses LWX, but he tries to engage onto Mystic, forcing the kill, but cannot ignite on Mystic. Xie in the mid lane, dies to the poison. So close, but Cool gets it.
He needed someone to check that coffee for him before he drank it. It was poisonous. Didn't work out for him. So I guess it's a 1-for-1 trade overall, but WE's looking for this tower here.
They are trying to get that first turret gold. They are not able to burn through the minions wholly and completely as it's held out. Here's that play in the mid lane.
Oh, I guess he was just looking for the damage. Unfortunately, it seems like Swift can land his Q. That was all he really needed.
Yeah. Not even getting the Dragon Rage out of Swift to help that out, but the poison tick will secure it in the end.
That's pretty unlucky because WE actually had a great cross-map play that was working out. If Xie had relaxed a little bit more, especially with that bottom lane play happening, then they would have gotten that free, clean play. And on top of that, not only would Xie been on the map, so with WE recognizing that, they probably even could have gotten tower for that. So overall, sure, that was it didn't work out well. It was a trade overall, but that was still a great play from WE.
We'll have to see if they can make more plays like that happen as they have got opportunities to. Teleport now available for both top laners, and 957 with his recall He's sitting on Fountain right now. Let's see if he decides to teleport or walk back.
All right, P. Diddy, you better watch yourself. You may be a fantastic artist, but if you're walking in there on your own, checking wards, checking bushes, I know he used his trinket, but there could have simply been someone there. You didn't have your jungler. So that's just a lesson for you people out there. You know, solo warding doesn't help you out. It's a risky play.
I have been completely wrong in solo play.
Ooh.
Swift over the wall, eat some damage. Mystic is going to hold on to the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as WE now pressure back. One single ward on the backside of red buff for NewBee, so most of WE are in darkness right now.
Yeah, and this is just because WE has been controlling this side of the map so damn well. Oh, yo, whoa!
Again, the arrow is let loose.
I mean, my heart there. My heart kind of stopped, just a little bit. Lee Sin has been feeling that wind a little bit, but maybe he's going to go on to this?
Kandi is found by the Sonic Wave as the rest of NewBee start to collapse on this.
And these are really good plays that WE is looking for because they're keeping consistent wards here. Maokai's looking for something, and he awkwardly walks away.
A little optimistic. He was hoping for the point and click.
He thought he had a team there. He's probably just typing a question mark there.
Question mark ping? I'm sure there are plenty of question mark pings going on in chat right now. As NewBee now find themselves to roam just a little bit quicker, reclaim vision over this river.
Yeah, they really need to because LWX and PDD right now, they're having a tough time. They're not that far behind. It's literally only 3 CS, but it's just a really awkward position, especially since Ash is... Oh, that was close.
Yeah, but blue buff is going to be gifted over to Xie. Right over the wall is Swift. He's not moving right now.
They don't think he's there.
Yeah, cool. Shoved the minion wave into the turret.
He needs to watch out.
It's going to be a long Sonic Wave. Here he comes around. Hops in. That's the insect into the wall. Stun is going to find it. Xie goes down. Swift is knocked up, though, and dies to Kandi in return. Another 1-for-1.
That was a really smart play from Swift. He was hugging that wall, so you know what? Rek'Sai didn't know. Rek'Sai walked past. And so Rek'Sai thought that, you know, Lee Sin was not there at all. And so he confirmed a suspicion that was not true. So he walked away. You got the kill. Luckily enough, Kandi was there to kind of get the trade back. But that's a good play that Swift was looking for.
Certainly was. Continuing to try to pressure WE just a bit as the game is still dead even in gold. As we start to get close to that 15-minute mark. Still no big explosive fights over Baron and Dragon. So far it's all been posturing, sort of testing the waters. Do they have a weakness here? Do they have a strength here?
It's definitely posturing, but WE is making a lot more plays, essentially. I mean, sure, the last play Swift was making was pretty good. It was pretty hot, but it was the only play that I saw from NewBee that meant anything. For WE, they were constantly looking for plays. Sure, Ash is missing a few ultis, but regardless of that, you make a few more plays, and one of them's going to hit.
Yeah, eventually. As long as eventually Mystic's going to hit an arrow.
They're optimistic arrows. I mean, sure, the first one probably should have killed. I'm not going to lie. That one was a good arrow.
Yeah.
It was in close range. The moment you start taking longer range, sure, you may have had stronger vision in that river, but he's going to have some time to react. So you should, especially if it's a Lee Sin, he's going to be able to dodge it with his ward top.
Yeah, Swift was really on his toes, though, by hopping to the blast cone. And then getting away. Kandi, though, looks like he wants to make a play. As you mentioned, WE are the first to act yet again.
They're persistent. Here we go.
Ooh. Arrow misses P. Diddy, but now he's separated from his team. Luckily, though, Swift comes on down. So it turns into a 3v3 with even the mid laners starting to roam towards that side.
Yeah, they're kind of on their toes here. You know, that's a nice... I probably shouldn't have said that because Cassiopeia exists, but...
She's on the tip of her tail.
Definitely. And so they were looking to see if a fight was going to start. That's great from both of them. I want to highlight Cool because he hasn't been playing for a little bit. And so the fact that he's been on his game so far, especially with a lot of pressure coming from the bottom lane, he's been doing quite well for himself. 1-0-1, even in CS kind of, against a matchup that should be against him.
Certainly doing rather well so far. He was able to land that very clutch ultimate onto Xie after the insec of Swift, so following up when the opportunity presents itself. In the top lane, however, things are still fairly stagnant. Spirit Visage versus Chain Vest and Ninja Tabby, and even in CS. So we're still just watching those junglers and duos as they roam around the bottom side.
They're really, really looking towards this dragon. I mean, the dragon may be the dueling ground, but they definitely want the fight. The first fight that happens here is definitely going to be the win.
Oh, man.
Oh, meow.
Do you think he knows?
I mean, he definitely doesn't, but he's aware of the situation, especially since Poppy's back at base. Still has TP, but you don't want to wait for those 4 seconds or 5 seconds of just stalling out.
Mm-hmm.
So
Please don't die. Oh, no.
I mean, it's going to happen. So right now, Cool has been really understanding the pressure coming through.
Yeah, and you can see how WE are playing around the dark side of the map as they have found NewBee trying to answer back on the tri-bush. Mystic, while that play was going on, was sitting under his turret outside of vision from NewBee. So just the imaginary threat of there being someone here. Schrodinger's Ashe.
There's a lot of Schrodinger this game. This is what I'm really proud about, because you talk about the LPL, a lot of questions are, can they, vision control? Do they understand what that means? Are they just fighting,
tactical
time
plays
after time? But this entire game has been a smart one, so I really do like that specifically from NewBee, because you kind of downplay them a lot. I mean, as a whole, we all do, for good reason, from what they've done from this split and the last split. But they've been doing it well and looking for this dragon here.
Oh yeah, the Cassiopeia is going to shred through it very quickly. P. Diddy even coming to help out, as Swift is going to help secure the first Ocean Drake of the series.
That was a great timing there. They recognized that Ashe was back at base, and NewBee, or at least WE, didn't want to look for that place, and NewBee took advantage of it, got that dragon for themselves.
Holy cow, Zyra does a lot of damage.
Yeah, a bit too much.
That is so very strong. At least it's not a Ziggs, though.
I mean...
Oh, goodness.
All right. You know what?
Swinging right on by. He was waiting. Zero was ready with the ultimate.
I think we should be calling Swift Spider-Man. He's pretty swift. I mean, he's pretty fast. He
sort of flattened himself against the wall there. Ooh.
He recognized it coming before he even has vision of it. He has the Spidey senses coming through.
He kind of had to breathe in for that. Suck in the chest. There we go. And however, that's half the health on that turret. Chipped away over the course of that trade. Now that the first Drake has been secured, GA finds himself roaming towards the bottom side. Condi to help him out over the wall.
Definitely a great ward coming through NewBee here. They recognize this is happening. They might even be able to make a counterplay. Cassiopeia is in position.
Ooh, another snake in the grass, looking for the slow.
Oh.
Condi, he's away from this, but Insect knocks him into the wall, out of the tunnel.
That was beautiful. He knocked him out of the tunnel. That's exactly what you said. That was an amazing timing that Condi was going through, but it was like, looking at that play, I was like, Swift, you know what? Even if you kick him, that's not going to matter. He saved his tunnel. He was like, well, guess what? There's that 0.5 second that he's through his tunnel, and I'm just going to kick him.
The buffering animation.
That was so good.
That's what 0 milliseconds of lag can do for you.
You know what? 60 ping. Yeah, he doesn't have it. You're on land, buddy. You can do anything you want.
Yeah.
Very inspirational.
Absolutely, absolutely. With 0 ping, you can do anything you want. I don't feel like we should be advertising that to the kids at home, though.
You know what? You want dreamers out there.
Yes. However, WE will get the quick rotation on this turret. Chain of Corruption finds Mystic. He's still got both summoners. Sonic Wave misses. Cooled Ghosts. The knockup creates a large zone. Flash is not going to be enough to get the ultimate as they kite it back. Swift is in the front. Mystic is going to help out, bringing down one. Cool goes in, and that's the shockwave to pull P. Diddy back in. Feet completes his teleport before running away as 957 gets the better position, allowing for the double kill.
Oh my, that was ridiculous. I thought that was a great play coming from NewBee. They recognized that, sure, we lost that first tower, but we're going to be looking for this play. Cassiopeia was there first, was in position, and we're going to take a look at this replay, because take a look at it. Mystic, or at least Zero, had a target on his back. And he was going to get immediately demolished. Not only does he dodge the arrow, he dodged the ulti, he dodged the miasma. And so Cool was in a position where he was exhausted, got demolished. Shie was there too. It was very bad for NewBee.
It certainly was, and now it is 5-3 in favor of World Elite at 20 minutes almost exactly. They win their first big fight after taking an objective. So now you might imagine them to be even more empowered as Infinity Edge and Runan's now finished up on Mystic. You can already see the Lich Bane now in progress for Shie.
All of these kills are going on to Ashe.
Yeah.
And he has what he needs. He has that Runan's Hurricane, he has that Infinity Edge, and he's about to have his ulti. So if you're a team right here, I mean, sure, he's top side of the map, but he should be looking towards this mid lane. They should be looking for as many traps as possible so they can get the plays going. They're in position now, I'd say.
Yeah, speaking of traps, some skirmishing for position around the river. Snare is going to miss out of 0. As Cool and Shie now have got both of their teams flanking on the opposite sides. However, LWX is still in the top lane. You can see Mystic now heading into the jungle. He's got that arrow ready.
I mean, he doesn't even need to use it. This pressure coming through from WE is so crisp, so clean, because look at the pink wards being set up. Sure, the first good portion of this game, it was in the bottom side of the map. They finally got that tower, and now they're setting up for top side.
Oh, the arrow doesn't quite catch P. Diddy, but Kandi's doing a lot of damage. Not able to burn through his health, however.
But he did enough. Half HP. If this man doesn't have pots, and he definitely does not, he's going to have that difficult decision of sticking to the lane and possibly getting dove or backing outright. And I guess he's eating some pots. So I guess he used it while I was having that discussion.
He's nomming as many biscuits as he possibly can. Heal me, heal me.
He's just fattening himself up.
Trying to get ready. Gingerbread P. Diddy. Oh, boy. Anyways, taking a look at the rest of the map, we've got a recall out of V as he heads back down the mid lane.
We got a recall out of P. Diddy, so right now this is a great position. Rek'Sai is there. Varus is alone. If they shove this up quickly, this is their time to shine.
It certainly is. Mystic still doesn't have the arrow just yet, but Kandi is flanking in that tri-bush.
Nah, they're backing away from it, especially since Orianna needs to get that back going. She has a Luden's Echo, so this is a fantastic back timing for Orianna, so they made the decision that they're not going to look for this dive.
Meanwhile, 957 returns to his native habitat with V in that bottom lane. Still even in CS as the tanks just wet noodle it out.
I'm very proud of Cool. I mean, I'm just looking at this game. At every moment, I'm just expecting the rustiest of mid laners. I'm like, this guy is going to have potato fingers. I know you're playing solo queue, but solo queue doesn't mean much to me. But he's understood how much pressure is coming towards the mid lane, especially through legitimately every member. Maokai was roaming through, Ashe was coming through from the bottom, and at every point, he was like, you know, I'm going to play it back. I'm going to call my team. He's played it really smart, really safe, and at this point,
he did attempt to make one play in the bottom lane, however, when he tried to go for the solo 1v3 flank. It was a great idea.
I loved it. It didn't work out well.
Yeah.
Zero was a bit too good of a player and was able to flash through both the Varus Q and his ulti.
Yeah.
So it was a great play. You know, honestly, I probably would have wanted NewBee to follow that up a little bit more, but overall, I've been really liking Cool's play today.
Yeah. Certainly performing very well, keeping even in CS. Shockwave pulls him back, however. He's got no flash. Auto attack is going to give Zero the kill, and World Elite, excuse me, WE are already on that Mountain Drake as it respawns.
You make 100 attempts on a man's life. One of it's going to work, and that one is the only one that matters.
Oh, man.
They get this dragon here, which I'm really happy about. So right now, WE is just stacking up. They went to the grocery store. They just bulked up, and right now, if you're NewBee, you're just begging for a few biscuits, saying, you know what, I don't have any money to go to the store. Can you lend me something? WE's just saying, no, not happening.
Not at all. They're now going to continue pressuring up in that mid lane with Cool dead. A lot of that wave clear is going to rest on P. Diddy. He's locked down and cleaned up by 957 and Shia.
Oh, Swift. Swift recognized there was no way he was going to help him out. He was just like, maybe, wait, can we set up for a play? Maokai just wait, what can I do? I can't do anything.
So taking stock of this, now the top tier 1 has also fallen. That's all of the tier 1 turrets. WE are now 3 turrets ahead, a solid 4,000 gold up, simply off of all of the posturing that they've finally been able to convert into minor picks here and there.
If you can name a stat, WE is right now topping it. Other than the CS in the bottom lane, we're not going to look at that. We're not going to look at the fact that Varus right now has a little bit more CS. But, you know, who cares? 3 kills. I'm happy about that. WE right now has been showing up fantastically. And this is exactly what we expected.
It certainly is. 1 game away from Worlds, and they're coming into this match against NewBee. Oh, another Shockwave. Cool has got his flash this time, however. Kandi is going to eat some damage as Cool tries to kite it out, going for a very strong play as he burns his ghost. But teleport is started and canceled by V, and 957 has still got his.
That was a great reaction from Cool. Not only did he ult the Rek'Sai, but he also put him in miasma, means he can't flash, he can't tunnel, he tunneled in, but he just simply could not make that play happen, so he was safe. But now that Cool has in the back of his head that he's going to get messed up anytime he's in Orianna's ulti range.
You just saw the gold on the bottom of your screen. Xie and Mystic both 1,000 gold ahead of their counterparts. And taking a look at those top laners, it's only about 200 difference. In the jungle, it's another 1,000 gold in favor of Kandi. So WE are distributing in their gold rather appropriately.
What did Orianna just buy? She had 2.5k gold, and she just purchased everything. So it looks like she's actually going into the that's a Rabadon's death cap that she's going into. So that's she's going to have a lot of AP.
If you are caught by the sombrero, you are going to take a lot of damage.
The last time that sombrero went through, you know, that was half of Cool's HP. Now it just feels like he can actually just kill him with an ulti and a W. So I'm really going to be interested right now in Cool and what happens to his life. because it's going to be really difficult for him to go through in a win, in a situation to win out in.
I thought that was supposed to be the trade-off in items. You get Luden's Echo if you want the quick extra spell damage now, and Rabadon's if you want the damage later. You're not supposed to do both.
No, actually, if you have Rabadon, you just get more AP because the multiplicative the magic damage comes through. You're doing so much AP, and that's right now. What I'm interested in is the fact that he doesn't have a lot of magic penetration. We are seeing a lot of MR coming through, specifically on Poppy, specifically on Lee Sin.
Ooh, the arrow is dodged by Swift. Very fast reaction as he gets to the side of it.
That's like the 4th attempt on this man's life with arrow.
Yeah.
You just got to stop trying at some point. That's a flash off him, so I guess he can't make a play with his flash. He could probably go for a ward hop play. So that's that possibility.
NewBee are running it down mid right now. They've got the minion wave, 957 teleporting from behind. They could want this fight as the turret is low. It's 5v5. Back goes the Stranglethorns, knocking them up, and that's going to be the elimination of one, traded over for another. As Cool kind of gets kicked back out, but 957 is so tanky in the front. It's up to Xie and Mystic to try to get back in there. Protected, and the Shockwave finds one for enormous damage as V is forced to retreat. Cool still doing enormous damage on the side. He's got that Flash Summoner, but 957 will not let V go. The auto attack is going to do it as Xie follows with a flash of his own. Swift with a very greedy recall is forced to back away as Cool hops over the wall from a blast cone. Xie can see it. He can see it. Oh, he wants it so bad, but he just can't get it.
Maokai's coming.
957 though, pulling the minion wave. Oh man, Cool does not like this. He's going to take a lot of damage from that Cassiopeia, however. Oh no, and Cool goes down. Meanwhile, Mystic is in the mid lane saying, team?
I just want to take it all back because that was a long situation. And just take a look at this. Maokai coming in for a flank. Zero gets demolished because he was trying to set up that play, and it looks bad for WE. Ashe gets punted across the map, gets a 3-point kick over there. But overall, it looked awful for WE, except for the fact that 957 just has HP for days. And so they re-engage on that. The ulti comes through. That looks beautiful, and it just doesn't stop.
Yeah, that is a Maokai. Whoa. The flash auto attack. Are we going to see the chase all the way up? No, we're not.
No,
okay.
That's just useless time. And honestly, we see a lot of bans when it comes to Maokai, and this is just one of those regions.
Take
it
a
looks
look
like
at
they're
this.
going for the Baron.
Yeah, they are rushing this thing down right now, and NewBee have got no idea that this is happening, despite the fact that 957 was dead. WE find the blind spot in NewBee's vision and secure the Baron 29 minutes in.
There was a blue trinket there, but it was definitely cut off. The vision was cut off because of that control ward. So they definitely saw them going into the pit, but they didn't think that was going to get killed off so quickly. So right now, WE getting an amazing win for themselves and a Baron on top of that.
Yeah, that single Mountain Drake that W have just helping so very much is now with Baron. They get a very large recall. The Rabadon's death cap is finished. Lord Dominic's Regard finally finished for shredding through that Poppy. And is that a Sheen? That is a Sheen on 957. He's going to go for this slow, you're never escaping this Maokai build.
Oh yeah, that gauntlet. That's what I like.
Iceborne gauntlet.
I like to call it the icy fists.
Yes, Ice Fist.
Smack him with ice.
I don't know if it's still true, but I thought for a while you could search Ice Fist and find it in the shop.
I don't know what you can say. I just don't do it. I look for it. I hate searching things.
Going through, yeah. I know you can search Spooky Ghosts, and it'll give the Frost Queen's Claim item.
Huh. I mean, no one builds it now, so that
yeah.
So I guess that solves
There's
that
no real
problem.
reason to do that, but if you ever wanted to search for things, we include all the funny names for the items.
Yeah, just taking a look at this game right now, because WE, they're definitely looking for this bot lane tower. I mean, they don't have the mid lane tower. Mystic did kill that fairly early on because of that last fight. So if you're a newbie, you got to watch out. You know the play's coming.
Yeah, they certainly do know, as they have prepped, and they are all grouped up under the Tier 2. Going to try to clear through these minions, but the reduced damage is so strong. Mystic is able to attack over the Miasma. Swift is on the outside with V, but they're spotted out by a ward. And that turret in a single minion wave is chipped down to half.
Yeah, they can wave after wave. 957 is so incredibly tanky. Hell, they don't even need to wait for a wave. They just shielded up 957 in his massive pool of HP, and they're just leading him in. So if you're newbie, you have to set up for a play. It looks like they're going to maybe dabble in the idea of it. but it's going to be really, really difficult.
Yeah, there's actually a minion wave pushing in the mid lane. Swift is going all the way around, but the turret has already fallen. Here comes V. Swift is on the outside. This is a little convoluted. Shie gets kicked back in. They've managed to catch him snare, and he actually goes down before getting the ultimate off. Meanwhile, the rest of the fight is changing around. V's trying to do what he can, but he just, he actually does get the knockback. It's 957 on his own,
my
and
God.
he's still able to get a kill. Zero has finally rejoined the fight along with Kandi and Mystic, and they are trying to clear this up. Kandi is going to run for his life, but Mystic heals it right back up, turning it in WE's favor.
You know what? I guess I'm going to put it in my binder. Maokai does damage.
Yes.
I was a little bit worried because Poppy's ulti was fantastic. Kicks out the damage dealers. Mystic was once again punted out of the fight. And then, you know what? Maokai's like, I got this. I'm the damage dealer. Put me in there.
Mystic hasn't finished just yet. Cool gets flashed upon by Kandi, and Mystic cleans up yet another kill. The inhibitor will fall.
That feels like that's the game. These are long death timers here, and you have your AD carry, and you have the major tank with GA.
They're continuing to push forward. P. Diddy's doing what he can to keep the game alive. And finally, we're going to see WE back away. And for now, NewBee are still alive.
Whew, you know what? You just got to take a deep breath there if you're NewBee. You got to relax. You lost a lot. you almost lost your home there. I mean, you definitely got intruded on. That's a difficult situation to come into. But there's still some hope. It's a difficult one to say, but they got some playmaking potential in Swift's Lee Sin kick, and they still have a pot. So if they can set up these plays, especially with Vera still having ulti, anything is possible. Maybe they get a good pick. It just can't be on Maokai. Stay away from this man. Or tree.
Yeah, 957 is enormous. Holy cow. 1, 2, and 7. Meanwhile, 1, 0, and 6 on Kandi. And even taking a look at the carries, Shie and Mystic, 5, 3, and 5, 6, 1, and 3.
And this is going to be a little bit of a tiny rant, a small one, because we know about lethality. Lethality, you can't really have some proper armor penetration in the early point of the game. I mean, right now you're level 17. It's starting to matter, but they're not really building it, of course, because the early portion is too much of an investment. And so Maokai's taking advantage, saying, I've got myself some Iceborne Gauntlets. I got a Sunfire Cape here. I've got so much cheap item purchases here. It's including the ninja tabbies, but he doesn't care about the damage coming through.
The arrow catches Cool, and immediately the rest of WE follow up. Cool is going to be cut in half as the teleport is canceled out by V. Even the Sonic Wave over the side is not enough to stop WE as they finish off this final Tier 2 turret.
Ooh, that's a depressing one. I knew he couldn't do anything if he joined up, so he's going to waddle on over to the top lane, maybe look to do something to stop it. He does have ulti, so he can prolong it if the wave comes in, but it's not a very cheery sentiment. It feels like you're just going to prolong your untimely demise.
Kandi races back. V going to try to stall this out.
Right.
Oh, he hits the minion, so he is able to clear it, but 957 doesn't care.
The tank's in there.
He just keeps going. Okay, so the inhibitor is still standing for now as he gets chipped down to half. But so too is that turret, and they're continuing to press forward.
Ooh, here comes the bottom lane minion wave too. So that's a free inhib in the top side. You know what? If this team has no heart, if they have nothing in their soul, they're gonna go for the mid lane. They're gonna go for each and every inhib. That is if they are truly evil, that's what they will do. Finish the game, WE.
They got to do it right. You've got a checklist of things you have to tick off, and every single inhibitor is one of them.
I mean, that's a checklist if you want to demoralize NewBee. I mean,
to be fair, work. Yeah, it's a great way to play the very first series that they've got to set up. That sends a message not only to NewBee, but to all of the other teams in the LPL.
I mean, if you're NewBee, you're going to be hoping for that, that I'm a miracle where, WE prolongs the game a little bit too long. And they find themselves that unlucky team fight. It's not going to happen. You have too many tanks here. You'd have to make 1,000,001 mistakes for at least Maokai to die and lose that one GA.
Oh my goodness. Let's not even bring up the opportunity for something like that to happen. WE get ready. They've got their pen poised above the checklist to finally tick off that final item, the third inhibitor. They've taken Baron. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Elder Dragon's up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, we don't talk about it.
They've got one more thing they could take, along with Baron.
I really hope they don't. I mean, they're a team that actually just takes Elder Dragon randomly anyways, even though they have other objectives they should probably looking to push for.
Like this? Yeah, they're totally going for Baron. And then after Baron, they're going to run. Do you think
Let's
they
not talk
will?
about it. No, I'm not going to jinx it. All right?
Okay.
Like, move away from that. I don't want to talk about it, please. I don't want a game where where WE just does random objectives for fun. I just want them to win.
They've got vision set up. They're setting up a death brush, but
That's not a very effective death brush.
that ward doesn't show anything.
Yeah, actually, that's a useless ward. That ward shows absolutely nothing. So they should be pretty free and stalling for that. But you know what? You know what's pretty effective? Minions in your base.
Yes, double super minions are keeping the carry of Cool and V separated from everything else with double Mountain Drake. The Baron gets shredded through by WE. Are they going to do it? Is it Elder Dragon or is it time to end the game? They've got a big minion wave.
The game's over. It's hard to say that, but it really does come to that point where WE, they legitimately have everything given to them.
Pressing forward, they're looking now for the next inhibitor. Arrow still catches Cool. That's the second time that's happened this weekend. Shockwave finds 3 for enormous damage. Fee is going to eject 2, but the turret has fallen. The inhibitor just respawns in time to die again as WE continue to press forward and look to end the game here as they flash. It's LWX escaping, and WE continue to press forward. They will not be stopped, and they are sending one heck of a message in their first game here in the LPL.
Yeah, that's a pretty loud message that they sent. They said, you know what? Yeah, we can win this game. Yeah, maybe we're the best team in our group, but we're just going to embarrass you on top of that and take every objective that we didn't need to take.
Yeah, if you take a look at the players for WE, this is just another day at the office. Business as usual.
I mean, it's hard to get excited after you knew you were going to win that one 10 minutes before. So they were pretty excited about one of the earlier team fights, and they were like, you know what? If we lose this one, we're going to be angry. That's about it.
I can imagine. Now joining us on the desk to help break down that game is Indiana Frosco in Black. Welcome back.
Oh, hi.
Yes. So, what did we just witness, Frosco?
So there's a couple of different things. The first thing that I want to cover is kind of this new iteration of WE. Last split, they had the identity of being the Elder Dragon team, not simply because they like to take random Elder Dragons, but because they usually wouldn't come online in terms of setting the tempo until 35, 36 minutes into the game. This time around, WE were much more proactive around the map.
Yeah. You can take a look at the gold graph right now and see that they started to come alive around the 25 to 27 minute mark when it really starts spiking.
But it even started before then. There was so much tempo set from Zero and Condi in particular, continuously invading Swift's blue side jungle and pretty much contesting every single camp and every single buff.
Yeah, I mean, give it a hand to Mystic and Zero, even though it didn't look like Mystic did much damage in comparison to the big Maokai.
Oh my god.
He did so much in that lane. They should not have won that lane. They should have lost that lane 100%.
And I'm really glad that we have kind of the champions on screen right now. I was talking to Rusty backstage a little bit. A big issue here is the fact that NewBee's composition has so much single target damage with the Cassiopeia, with the Varus, with the Lee Sin against a 5v5 team fighting comp. And when Zyra lays down her ultimate and completely zones off 2 of those carries, there's just really nothing NewBee can do with that composition into what WE had drafted.
Yeah, that's the big thing with Zyra. It was the first pick coming out of them as well, where you pick up a Zyra and you say, you know what? Already we are set for a teamfight composition. We can pick up our tanks in our top lane and our jungle, and if you really want to look to teamfight us, you have to bring in some tanks as well, and they can't do much because Zyra's zoning you out, and she's really setting the teamfight well for them.
I think that's what we saw from their draft with the Zyra and then 2 tanks. Immediately getting ready for that.
But what was also nice is not only the fact that the Zyra pick came out, but then Zero really shone on that Zyra. You know, making that beautiful flash play bottom where he dodges both the Varus Q as well as the Miasma as it's coming out in the animation, zones off Cassiopeia to delay the ultimate. The amount of times he dodged split-second Cassiopeia ults, I mean, this guy is possibly the most underrated support in the LPL, possibly the world. Like, Zero is world-class. He was in a world final in 2014 across from Samsung White. A lot of people forget him, but not in the LPL.
And see, that play you just talked about, 9 out of 10 times.
It was gorgeous.
9 out of 10 times, that would be a play where NewBee wins. That would be a play where, you know, we came back, we made a fantastic play, and that's our victory. We'll push forward on our tempo. But the fact that Zero made that play happen and was able to, you know, put the salt on the wounds with that exhaust and say, you know what, now try and team fight us, right? That was fantastic coming out of him.
And again, we've kind of talked about, as we look at the highlights here, that old identity of Team WE, the fact that they're still a phenomenal 5v5 team, as we see continuous big 5v5s really led by 957, in particular on the power of that Maokai pick. But I know you were a little bit irritated Raz last time about like the late Baron call. The thing that still retains from Team WE that makes them an elite team for me is their patience and their decision making. The fact that they didn't want to risk pushing for that last inhibitor, that they would rather go back to the Baron because they knew that Swift was looking for the flank. They knew that there was going to be a Hail Mary. NewBee had to make one last play, and if they lost it there on a 50-50, that would mean the Baron, shows that they've learned from their IMA mistakes. Let's just take the clean, clinical route. We're pushing one last inhibitor. The Baron's up. There's no reason to get ace, lose the Baron, and stall out the game 6 minutes. Let's take it and just clean this up.
And that's the big point for me. You mentioned it, which was prepared. They were very prepared with the flanks coming from Swift, because that was the one way they were going to lose. It was going to be the flank coming from Lee Sin or the flank coming in from Poppy, or both. And what ended up happening was it didn't work out for NewBee, because they were always prepared for it. They always had someone on the flank, and they were always ready to turn that on.
And let's be clear, it has to be a flank. You cannot front to back that composition when you have the big Maokai in front of you. And V was doing the best he could. There were so many amazing Poppy ultimates that game.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, you were super surprised by the Maokai damage. I mean, inherently that was just the gold value speaking for itself. But we'll take a look at the MVP.
Yeah, we've got the MVP on your screen right now. 0 all over the map that game. His first MVP performance of the 2017 split, of course, his first game.
What do you think about that, Frost? 0 taking the trophy back here with the first MVP for them?
I wouldn't have given it to anyone else. Again, not only was this guy a mechanical monster on the Zyra, dodging those Cassiopeia ultimates, setting up these team fights, but the fact is that he really helped set the tempo and spearhead the charge for Team WE to be proactive early. Yeah,
that was the big point for me. Even though you said 22 minutes for them, that they really started to edge forward, WE that was, but they made so many plays before that. They set up early. They looked for that one play on Lee Sin, and guess what? He had a plant on his side.
And so many of their plays kind of dissolved and fizzled out because Mystic was whiffing arrows every single time. I mean, that guy hit like 2 arrows out of 10 thrown.
Fairly optimistic.
So just to let you know, for our next side selection, we will have NewBee playing on blue side, and let's actually start to look forward towards what's going to happen in this match. What can NewBee do to bring it back? Because they were trying to make plays during the early game.
If I'm looking at NewBee here, and you're taking blue side here, you have to really try and leave a lot open. You have to focus on trying to get the Rengar pick that we're starting to see, not really getting banned out by some teams, the LeBlanc. You have to get a lot, because I really do love red side this time around, where you can get a lot, specifically on the second point of the draft phase.
I have to go back to kind of mixing up their damage sources as well between single target and AoE. Again, Team WE, we know that they're a 5v5 team. We know that they're incredibly competent. They had a beautiful Wombo combo comp. I mean, that was like pretty textbook. And they just had single target damage and weren't able to compete with the AoE.
Alrighty, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be right back. We're still... Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL 2017 Spring Split. It's day 2. We've seen our 5th very quick win in a row. This is now, of course, we're going to see a win every game. I don't know where I was going with that.
Maybe 2 teams will find out.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
key word there was quick.
Yes. But again, WE, very good performance in their first match.
Good's kind of underselling it. It was a phenomenal performance. Again, Team WE, we call them the 35-minute team, that even in the games that they technically dominate, it isn't really until that 35-minute mark. They usually pick 2 scaling tier comps, like an Ezreal and a Ryze mid, and they just have to wait for their itemization. So the fact that they took over the early game, particularly between Zero and Condi, was a big surprise and very refreshing.
And I think what we saw, or at least I was about to say tonight, the night's not over yet.
Yes.
Still young.
Yeah. Was a meta WE. Like, we've seen them kind of like, they try and stall out games, stall it out, and they have a lot of losing lanes. This time around, they had 2 winning lanes on top of that. They were pushing a lot early on in the game, too. That could just be simply because of the meta. But that also could just be simply because, you know, they have a new coaching staff in home, and they still have Hoon in their coaching staff as well. They seem like a much smarter team. They were already a decently smart team last time. But it seems like they did level up in this game, even though they were going up against an experimenting NewBee. You know what? It still means something.
So then, to talk about NewBee, what can we expect out of them in this next match? If WE have grown after a team that was effectively 1 game away from Worlds, NewBee has to compete with this.
I think all eyes have to look at Swift, and we're talking about NewBee and kind of if they have a mascot or the heart and soul of that team, you have to go back to their jungler, not just in the current meta, but again in the identity of the organization. And frankly, Swift was just kind of getting outclassed around the map, not just by Condi, but by the surrounding pieces. It is a question of, you know, what kind of communication does NewBee have, because they are such a new roster, they are experimenting. You know, you got Coco unable to start for week 1, so cool. It's kind of like his bin 4 chance. Can he come and improve that he's worth the spot? Or is Swift just buying time until week 2 and the real NewBee shows up?
This is a big question for me. Just looking at the bottom lane, I really do think, I mean, sure, it was just 1 game, but I think you got to put in Happy and More and check him out. Because just that last
You're already
game,
off P. Diddy?
Already off P. Diddy. You know what, P. Diddy, the last couple years of his tracks is not working with me. And so, specifically this bottom lane, they had a great winning matchup, and that's just how they used to, I mean, win it out through, I can't even say that because they lost a lot of games in LSPL, but that's how they won lane specifically, and they didn't even do that. Maybe they get a second chance at life, or maybe you just bring on Happy and More.
They certainly look rejuvenated. Smiling faces as they actually take their seats. You can see V and Swift on your screens right now, whereas Team WE still look very solemn, very serious.
They're in the zone. They're getting ready for this match. This isn't just, you know, hey, we're going to win, we're going to get some points. This is a team that is going to, like, we're going to crush, we're going to win.
I would be very...
There's a difference between winning and, like, winning.
Okay. All I'm going to say is that it would be very surprising for me if they came out of just the first game of the LPL and were already demoralized, already down in the dumps.
John Madden over here on the just like, to win the game, they must destroy the Nexus.
So there's winning the game, then there's winning the season by sending a message. Off of this 1 match, if they're able to crush...
I feel you, honey. I got it.
All I'm saying is we definitely need a John Madden on the desk. I'd be pretty damn happy about that one.
Of course.
Need someone as to say, you know what, he got the football, let's get it in. Get it into the field.
Yeah, I could put on some weight. I'm sure we can make this happen.
My big thing, though, is for Team W, it's not just winning, it's returning to glory, being that dynasty that they needed to be. Again, this is Team W trying to return to their Season 2 royalty roots, and they had the experience built from last season, and now this split, it's about reaping the rewards of all of the practice, the patience, and the consistency that they put in last year.
And so that consistency is going to be put into question for me, because you go into Game 2, I mean, there were a lot of great moments for WE. I want to see them output that same pressure. I don't want to see them going back into that same mode that WE was before. Even though it was a winning strategy generally, I want to see them playing to that meta.
And then on the other side, if you have Team WE as kind of like the returning dynasty, you have NewBee, who are kind of like your Phoenix.
Yeah.
They crashed and burned. They made their way through relegations. They're supposed to be this super team. They have the tools and the assets on the roster to do so, but they can't quite align it or find the correct iteration to make success for them.
You know, all I'm saying is you said that in past tense. Some would say they're still crashing and they're still burning.
I'd like to think that maybe they're just focused on their ultimate rivals in Chagu Reapers. Eventually, they will have to play them. So I can only imagine.
I think they're more worried about winning this entire
Yeah,
split.
well,
We'll see how that goes.
We'll see if that's going to be what happens. As you can see, NewBee on blue side once again. WE have swapped over to red. We're going to go ahead and say goodbye to Frosco. Thank you so much for your analysis. I'm sure we'll see you very soon for more analysis afterwards. But getting into these picks and bans, Zyra taken away along with Malzahar, two very strong caster supports.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting that the fact that they pinch the casters right off the bat. They're probably looking for a support first pick. I'm just really curious as to what it is. Karma's still available. Tom Kench is still available. You wouldn't want Tom Kench as a first-round pick. That's not going to happen.
In answer, it is going to be Camille and Rengar. Fairly standard.
LeBlanc is still open. You'd have to expect WE to just outright ban LeBlanc. They don't want it still open. Ryze is still open. So something we have seen in the LPL is that teams will just leave both of them up. I wouldn't be surprised if NewBee just says, why would we ban LeBlanc or Ryze? Just, in fact, we'll have to see how that works out. But I think it's going to be pretty fun if we see both champions up.
They are blue side, so they could try to pressure it. Final one is going to be Varus, so we'll see. WE, they can only ban one.
They have to leave it up. You can't ban one. If you ban LeBlanc, you just get Ryze. Actually, that would be fine. Actually, yeah, that's going to be great. You know what? That's a good decision. I'm not gonna rag you on that, because even if you get the Ryze here, you still have the Cassiopeia coming out of Xie.
Yeah, instead, though, it looks like it might be the Ashe locked in, taking that away from Mystic in the previous game. He was getting arrows all across the map.
Yeah, that's fine. NewBee doesn't want to actually get that first pick going. They know that they have both in the bag. Even if WE takes Ryze, they'll be fine with the Cassiopeia, especially since they have the Ashe. That's just something they want going for them, since WE was so aggressive in the last game.
Yeah, but WE seems like they're on the same page as we are. They want to go for that priority pick. Ryze picked up and locked in. Lee Sin to follow it up right quick.
I think that NewBee, once again, they're fine with that. Cool was doing very well last game on the Cassiopeia, and now he has a positive matchup. In the last game, he didn't. So if you're NewBee, you're saying, you know what, give me the Cassiopeia now, because we don't want to go into the second phase of the drafting phase and have Cassiopeia banned out.
We'll have to see if they go for it, as right now they're giving Kha'Zix the old hover. They've still got to pick afterwards, so Cool might just pick his own.
That's smart. That really is smart, because they want to get the Kha'Zix. It's great into Lee Sin, and they want to get the Cassiopeia, which is fantastic, into Ryze. It feels like a done deal for NewBee. They don't have to think about this too much, but maybe they want to drill in the time, because it is only 30 seconds per pick and per ban, so they want to, maybe they're even having that discussion about what to ban next. So that's a really smart decision overall. I'm making assumptions. If I was them, that's what I'd be doing.
Using that time effectively, so very important. But the Cassiopeia finally going to be locked in, and NewBee are looking ahead at what's next. WE have got the ban here. Still got support and top lane available for V and P. Diddy.
All right, just to see what they're working with. I wouldn't be surprised if they just go. I mean, Varus is already banned out, so that's actually a really difficult position for them. It feels like maybe they go for a Caitlyn and try to play that lane out. If they go for an Ezreal here too, that could actually be just great. You can poke out the Ashe. Maybe you just get shoved in. No, that 100% you'll get shoved in. But I guess they just lock in that Maokai, which has been doing so well for them.
Yeah, the top lane, 957 he's going to have a pretty good time up there, I imagine. Unless we see V go for the route of Duke and take Singed, which they could very well just ban.
This is going to be really interesting coming from NewBee, because they still need their top laner to get picked. WE can just say, we'll ban out Nautilus, we'll ban out Trundle like we did in the last game. And what will you pick? Will you pick that Rumble? Will you pick the Singed? We're testing V, and we're going to find out an answer.
We certainly are. Trundle is going to be the first takeaway, so no concern there. Wouldn't be surprised if they were to go for another top lane and just further pinch that.
Yeah, right now WE, once again, they're in a position where they just need to pick their bottom lane. So it should be fine for them. It's still fairly flexible. They know they're going up against an Ashe, so maybe they want to double up on the pick against it. Maybe they want to say, hey, you know what, Misfortune could be a fun thing to pick up, especially since Malzahar and Zyra are gone. It's actually such a ballsy play for WE to hold on to the support, knowing full well that support was pinched out fairly hard in the first round of bans.
Very confident move. Let's see if it pays off. Coach Ohm now calling out the final ban for WE.
Might see something tricky. I mean, NewBee right now, they have a support pick. They're looking for that as well, so that'd be fun to watch.
He missed it. There's no ban.
Oh.
Yeah, hand is up.
I'm just gonna hope that a production team decided. I hope the production team decided that it was.
Yeah, he's laughing right now.
Yeah, let's just hope that's a laugh and saying, you know what, I actually did click Nautilus. I definitely wanted Nautilus banned. What are you guys doing? But if it was his fault, it could be one of those Teemo situations where the people are going to be like, nah. You're just not going to have a ban.
Yeah.
Just look at him. He's tilted. Something happened. What happened, Zero?
Zero's having a laugh.
What happened to you?
Well, yeah, it seems like we're going to go ahead and remake Champion Select. That was, in fact, the incorrect ban. We're not sure what it was, as we didn't see it on our screen. We just saw black for that final ban, but
Yeah, I mean, Zero, now you got to
we'll
own
get the
up to your
opportunity to
mistakes.
run through. Yeah.
Own up to your mistakes, Zero.
Okay, so
Camera's on you.
I don't know if this means we're going to go for a completely remade Champ Select, but let's talk about what's been picked so far. We've got the Ryze, Lee Sin, and Maokai. Once again, WE getting that very self-sufficient top lane, very mobile jungler, and then also a very strong roaming mid laner.
That's just the plan that they had in the last game. They're just going to go straight forward once again. It feels like WE, they just want the team fights working out well for them, and that's exactly what they... I mean, they don't have the Rek'Sai this time. So that's a big... That's not so much of a drawback. That's just an extra play potential without much of it. It's interesting. All I know is that you have a Maokai, and he's going to be smacking you.
Yes. Well, they still will have that top lane. Everything but Trundle, Camille, and Rengar. Don't think there are too many other top lanes that were banned, as we didn't get to see the final ban for NewBee.
What I'm going to say is that they were on the same track as the first pick ban phase, where they were banning Trundle and they banned out Nautilus. Yeah,
yes. So it is the same pick and ban all the way up to that final one 4-0. So we'll see how he decides to change it up.
Yeah, we'll find out what happens. If it's a, you know what? Here's a bet. All right. If it is a Nautilus, I owe you something. I'm gonna figure out what is it. What do you want
for the final pick?
No,
are you trying to bet for me
all I'm
that
saying,
it's going to be another champion?
If it becomes Trundle Nautilus, then I owe you a drink.
For the final ban. I
mean, I already owe you a drink. I still haven't paid you back for that Coca-Cola.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was just lunch, Raz. That was just lunch.
How about 2 Coca-Colas?
Okay, all right. We'll get to that. Well, then, how about what else do you play into that Maokai? Do you take the Poppy once again?
Yeah, you probably take Poppy. That's the thing, though. You take Poppy, you're going to allow yourself to get shoved in. I want to see a Rumble. That's really is. I just want to see something that contests the shove, because they really do need that. Or a Singed. You know what? I want to see a Singed.
Ooh. Yeah, so we're going to be getting to same bands so far. However, once we get to the second half of bands, then we're going to see, I think Mystic might have his band different as well.
Yeah.
Just heard that A4, A5, which I think refers to LWX and then Mystic.
Yeah, we'll have to find out what it goes through. Let's just have a discussion overall with the Ashe pick and what NewBee has here, because they still have that Cassiopeia, they still have that Ashe. That's going to be a core point now that they have the ability to just kind of roam up when they have that free space, right? We saw what WE could do. Sure, they got blocked out with that one plant, but if that's something that NewBee does now, we can see if they are a proactive team, especially since they have Kha'Zix into Lee Sin, which is pretty good.
Mm-hmm. So that is the Caitlyn once again banned by NewBee. So this is where we were previously.
Is it a Nautilus?
Hopefully, it's the Tom Kench.
All right.
Rip. So wait, does that mean now I owe you a Coke?
No, I owe you 2 Coca-Colas.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
that's what it was.
Yeah,
all right.
I guess I confused
Tom
you.
Kench instead.
All right.
But Thresh is going to be the final ban for Zero in the bottom lane. No Hook City down there.
Why did they
Nautilus
ban,
is still up.
Why did they ban Tom Kench? They're going up against Ashe. They could have just picked Tom Kench. I mean, whatever, man. I'll accept it.
WE do get the next pick, so they could have tried to counter away. Or they could just disable the Ashe by having something that soaks the arrows.
It's not going to be there for the soaking part. It's an interesting way to disengage and set team fights, especially since they have Maokai. That just means that a lot of the team fights that they do have set up, if they can properly position on Baron or Dragon, whatever suits them, then they will have the ability to do it. With that being said, it's a blind Braum, which means that NewBee are going to be looking to this and saying, you know what, we have a counter matchup into this one.
Perhaps something like Karma, just to try harassing and trading out with that bottom lane. I mean, WE still haven't shown their AD carry yet. Ezreal's still up for Mystic.
Yes, I'm so surprised the Nautilus got left up.
Yeah.
Why would they leave Nautilus up? Nautilus is fantastic into the Maokai, and you give yourself that front line, especially since you have Cassiopeia. So you already mentioned that the Karma is getting hovered, and I think that that was definitely a mistake on WE's end to ban the Tom Kench instead of just leaving it up and taking Tom Kench for them, right? Yeah, the Braum is... Why would they pick up Braum? Whatever.
I have no idea.
No.
But I imagine Coach Home knows what he's doing. And there's the Ezreal hover. Wow, I should do this for... Oh, wait, no. Never mind. I do this for a living.
Yeah. You got yourself on that one.
As the Ezreal is locked in, that is going to be our final team comps for this game number 2. WE, I keep going back to it. WE versus NewBee. About to take to the Rift. What do you think of the completed compositions now?
So far, I would say NewBee have every winning lane and a winning jungler. They're just winning. Can they win this game?
Wasn't that the question last time?
I mean, they didn't have that many winning lanes. Nautilus into Maokai, Kha'Zix into Lee Sin, Cassiopeia into Ryze, and then Ashe and Karma into Ezreal and Braum. It just feels like they're Vegeta here, and they're gonna go into that time chamber and just decide to, you know, I need as much weight as possible for this training match.
Son Goku, he's got that Super Saiyan blood as well.
Oh, you know what?
He was also he's been the first to go Super Saiyan 2, and then first to go Super Saiyan 3, and the first to go Super Saiyan 4.
All right, let's not make this a competition between them. They already have how many series above Vegeta? I guess only 2, 3 if you count Super. Regardless of that, we're giving Tonami a lot of free publicity here. You can thank us later.
I think it's a bit of an apt comparison, though, because you've got the very strong, we're going to fight, we're going to be intelligent, we're going to train up for this matchup, versus just the raw strength that WE have been exhibiting.
I mean, when we had that desk, one thing I said I did not want WE to do was to go back into that whole, we'll lose every lane, but we'll have a better team fight. We can cover ourselves up here for that one strong team fight as the game goes on, even if we should get shoved in every matchup and killed in every matchup. It's just, it feels like they're going back into it, and I'm not really happy about it. I feel like this is not meta. That's the one problem I have here.
Well, maybe it is meta to lose lane but win game.
Maybe.
They're changing things now. Coach Home, man, he's bringing it in as we prepare to load onto the Rift. Again, this is NewBee versus WE. Game number 1 going to WE, and as Frosco said, quite a shellacking.
Yeah.
Will it happen again?
I've heard shellacking a few times. I wonder where it came from. I just do know that.
I don't even know the meaning of that word.
I know the meaning. I don't know if it's in a dictionary.
Okay.
That's all I know.
I hear it used, and I know the context and the connotation and like the estimated value, but I don't know what it actually means.
I think it's just getting beat up very badly.
Yes, we'll assume that's what it is. As we load on to the Rift, looks like we have a standard 5-point coming out of most sides once again. This is NewBee versus WE.
Oh, no, get out of there.
Ooh, that's not 5-point.
All right.
I saw half of the team, and I was like, okay, there's no way they're doing something wacky. But Flash
That's always fun.
keeps P. Diddy safe.
What did you take, Swift? I mean, he's
He
never
took
going
his
to take
Q.
jump.
You can see he's taking his Q.
All I know is he's never going to take jump in his life. That would be suicide. He wouldn't even be able to get a kill or even chunk him very much. So, yeah, he's just chasing him down, saying, get out of here.
Yeah, just going to go for some early vision on that side.
That was very cute, by the way. I mean, we kind of touched on it, that entire bot lane play. That's something I see a lot of teams doing as they have Braum in the I think Phoenix 1/Team Impulse does that quite a bit. If they have a Braum on gate, gate's going to walk up, and they're going to look for a flash.
Yeah, just pop the Q, try to get somebody with those concussive blows, and follow it up. Tragically not going to yield anything, however, is 957 and Condi. Starting on that top side once again, along with Swift and V on the top side on the opposite side.
He yielded quite a bit, I'd say. If you're going up against Karma and Ashe, and Karma doesn't have flash, especially going up against Ezreal, who can proc the stuns, or at least the procs overall with his Q, it means that Karma has to watch out. She actually can't walk into a bush freely, because she needs to walk around the waves specifically. Because if she doesn't, then she's going to get chased down.
Yeah, you can see EDG is trying to get around the far side. Doesn't get the bonus damage onto Mystic there. Still is able to toss out some good damage early on.
Regardless, this is such a punishing matchup. It feels like, especially since Mystic got Fervor here instead of, I guess you usually don't go Warriors. It just feels like they really are gearing up for a scaling composition.
I mean, even the Braum has got Grasp of the Undying.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, there's just not a lot of options for Braum. This is another big point of why Braum just kind of sucks because he doesn't have a lot for him with a lot of the masteries right now. He doesn't really proc Courage of the Colossus. He just doesn't. And so, what will he pick up?
I mean, his
Bond of Stone,
his passive does. In late game, he can ultimate.
I'm just saying, you don't want that.
Okay.
And Bond of Stone's pretty bad too.
Swift is going to face check right into Condi. He's already chunked down to half, getting the huge isolation bonus. Ducks back into the brush before leaping away. Condi, he's got the Sonic Wave ready. Swift kites it, flashes early,
Wait a
and
minute.
pins himself. No, gets over and then sidesteps We missed the animation
Yep.
because he popped out of vision. Okay.
Swift, once again, finds the plant. You know what? This is not even luck anymore. He knows where the plant is. He's saying, you know what? I don't care if I get walked in. I'm not going to even ward defensively. I'm just going to walk over the plant, or flash in this case, and find freedom. The style of Harriet Tubman.
Meanwhile, Condi on the invade gets some damage. LWX trades it down. That's exhaust and flash. Mystic is going very aggressive. Max concussive blows was very hopeful.
So they both don't have a lot of pots. They're just eating their final pots through. Right now, he's probably going to have to go back. This is actually a really good push from Mystic. He wants to get this shoved in immediately so he can actually start to get his tier. So you should expect him just back. This is just a long con, the long game. Throw everything at him so I get a proper back time.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of tiers in this game. Chie as well. Not like actual tears, but
Oh,
tears
no,
of the goddess.
We're probably going to get some tears after this set.
Yeah, Cool is going to want one. Chie is going to want one along with Mystic. Don't know who else quite really could go for one as Swift answers back. Oh, he doesn't even flush the jungle to leave the camp, so that's going to reset the timer. That's 10 measly gold as Swift even clears out on the opposite side. Is he actually going to go for 957 here?
Yeah, he could. He's pretty safe right now. 9-5. I just kidding.
He
Just
just
joking.
dashed right in. Now he makes it away and is isolated. The hook actually catches him, and immediately Swift follows up. First blood, Swift.
You know, he was safe. He was very safe. And then he decided not to be safe. He had no mana. Why would you even Twisted Advance in? It made no sense to me because you're not going to follow up your play, especially since Lee Sin was coming back from base. What was the point of that?
Teleport right back to get into lane. That's still no flash on that top lane, however.
He was pretty safe. Now he's a dead Meowkai.
Yeah.
You know what?
Oh, we've gone back in time. He hasn't teleported back yet. Now he's teleporting back.
Thank God. Everyone.
Glimpse into the future. Deja vu.
I just need my orange vest.
Yeah, is there a glitch in the Matrix right now?
I mean, now we're making 2 jokes, or at least 2 movie references at the same
Have you
time.
seen that cap before?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Now I feel like I'm missing out on life. Am I?
If you're Morpheus, can I be Neo?
I'll take it.
Okay.
I'm going Morpheus.
Alrighty. Okay, 5 minutes in. First blood, NewBee. Swift already coming off to a good start despite not having a flash. And still no flash in that bottom lane for P. Diddy. It's going to come up in about a minute or so. And we'll have to see if they can convert any advantage off of that, as now we can see Condi heads on down to that side as well.
There's a lot of pressure coming through this bottom lane. With double tier, of course, you wouldn't expect this pressure to be coming through, but they've made use of their time, and they're clearing up that river in the bot side now. So if you are NewBee, you want to catch them off guard and really contest this. Oh, this is really, really sticky.
Yeah, they're currently clearing out that side of the jungle as well. Swift is just now recalling.
He was at his grump. Don't do this to your new bottom lane, man. Save them.
Leave them on an island.
He's going topside.
P. Diddy's waiting. Don't do it, P. Diddy!
This is actually really unfortunate.
He's still playing towards that side of the wall. There he goes. Finally backs away.
Okay, they pushed them back. That's fine, especially since TP was still available, I believe. And so that's fine. You know, LWX, you get a few points. You don't have your jungler, but you still have heart.
Not sure how far Heart is going to get you in the LPL. As woo, Chie gets stunned over the wall. Cool can trade back. He's still got that Q, but doesn't drop it down.
Ooh, he let him back into the lane. He probably didn't know that Lee Sin was back at base. He had no vision of Lee Sin, so he just let him back into the lane with the assumption involved. So he probably could have just chased him out and forced Ryze to take a long way.
Invades. Is he going to wait? Oh, he should see Condi now.
No, he won't see him. Jump him.
Oh,
Jump him.
now
Get him,
Condi
man.
knows. He leaps in. That's a lot of damage. Swift follows up with the blast cone.
fun.
And still no flash for Swift.
You know what?
Is he going to gift the red buff over? No, okay.
Okay.
That was curious. to Cassiopeia?
That would have been, you know,
She does a lot. Oh, he's going back top again, but already you can see 957 is not going to have that happen again.
Yeah, he's learned it. He's learned from his mistakes. So Swift right now making a lot of moves, making a lot of plays. I like this from him. He's setting up. 957 sticking to the towers, so I don't like this.
Still got no flash. Swift gets level 6, takes the evolved isolation damage.
I thought he learned from his mistake.
57 clears out the wave.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. NewBee can't quite dive that with a minion wave coming in and a full turret.
That would have been a test about how much Maokai can tank with just a Doran's Ring, and I don't want to see that test.
It's a lot like the SATs. It's 30 pages, section by section, not a lot of fun.
I mean, I'm Canadian, so I actually don't take SATs.
No?
I just hear so much about them, and how stressful they are.
They're very stressful.
I'm just fine not taking SATs.
Oh, no. Oh, that would have been hilarious if...
You put him in the pit.
Yeah, Cool got knocked over. Realm Orb is going to try to chase down P. but he flashes the wall on cooldown. That was a fat flash.
That was good. That was really solid. But he doesn't have flash again, so right now, especially since WE has position, I'd want them to actually just walk mid. I mean, they're doing it already, but this is the pressure that they can go for.
They've got the control word in. Swift trying to hang out just outside of vision. Zero knows he hasn't been spotted, but he has been spotted now. So Swift is going to take this red buff once again as WE find themselves at a clear disadvantage this early game.
That's the thing, though. They're at a disadvantage, but not enough of a disadvantage, right? Because they are fine being behind, especially with this composition. They should just be getting stomped, and that's not what's happening. So as long as they're scaling, they're going to be pretty fine with it. They're going to be relaxing.
That certainly is the hope for them. LWX playing very far back. You can see Mystic doing the same. He's actually gone for the Sheen after tier. So going to get a little bit of damage.
My one worry is that one of the, I guess, solutions that I would have had for NewBee and opening this game wide open. Opening the game wide open. That's what I was about to say.
That's fine.
You got to open it even farther than what it was originally. So Cool is sticking to this lane so hard, and he's actually really shoving in and pushing it, pushing the matchup. He could just join Nautilus and Kha'Zix in the top side. They were thinking about diving Maokai. Maokai was sticking to the turret rather than backing away completely. He actually should have just been moved entirely. Maybe even have P. Diddy walk up topside. So they could have put a numbers game on this Maokai so he doesn't feel safe. Now he just feels safe when he doesn't need to.
Yeah.
Like, what's Cool doing? Sure, you're harassing under mid lane turret, but Ryze is fine with that as long as you're not roaming topside.
But Swift's kill senses are tingling. Hook is going to pull 957 right back in. Swift leaps over. That's a lot of crowd control. Flash follow-up. And Swift secures another one.
That's what you need to do. Now, I guess 957 didn't really learn from his last mistake. Or it's not even so much mistake. It just feels like he always has to be on his toes. And he's like, is there a jungler here again? I guess that's a yes.
Yeah.
So either way, W is just going to be fine with that and trading. And they were known as a trading king. They would trade a lot in the early game. They wouldn't lose completely. Looks like that trade is going to be a positive one with an Earth Dragon.
Yeah, that Mountain Dragon is now picked up, but NewBee going to take the first turret of the game, splitting the gold between V and Swift.
All right, I redact that statement on positive trade. That is a first tower gold and a kill for that dragon. I think they're going to be completely fine with that. But WE playing the dragon game as they're known for. So they're just going to be fine with it. Say, you know what, this is just an investment. We have one Earth Dragon, maybe we get a second Earth Dragon. It's going to be an Ocean Dragon, right?
Yeah, V and Swift aren't done just yet. The two are now moving on to the Rift Herald, the first one to be taken in the LPL, just further expanding the advantage, and they're even going to gift it to Swift as he recalls. That is going to be a big Kha'Zix.
That's probably the first time it's been taken in life.
Yeah, in a few months, yeah.
Yeah, I actually just don't remember the last time I've seen that being taken. It's on Kha'Zix, so that's actually fairly strong. The biggest difficulty for that, the reason why it's so hard to take it is because now Nautilus is coming back into the top side of the map, and he's like, well, I've spent so much time, killing the tower and taking that free objective. That's not even going to go to me. It's going to Kha'Zix, where he's going back into a Maokai that's farmed up quite a bit. He's going to be pretty safe there, and so he's going to actually have set up another play. Maybe he's going to walk mid. So there's a lot of opportunities for Maokai while Nautilus was taking these objectives and was coming back onto the map.
And I feel like that's something that Frost actually talked a little bit about during the in between this game, was that Swift is the heart and soul of NewBee. He's 2-0 right now with Rift Herald, full boots, and a fully upgraded jungle item at 12 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing Kha'Zix get banned quite a bit, or picked quite often, especially against Lee Sin. Now, Lee Sin almost died when he got jumped on last time. I don't even think he actually had any damage items on him. Now he has his Q evolved, and he has Rift Herald. He's going for this red buff. Lee Sin better not show his face in town.
Yeah, again invading, almost on cooldown as the arrow gets fired off by NewBee. It was in line, I think, potentially to help in case someone was there.
I would have to expect it was going mid to possibly
Could
get
be, yeah.
Ryze. It just felt like there was nothing happening in that top side, but they're trying to make something happen.
Cool continuing to shove up in that mid lane, now 30 CS ahead as Swift shows up along with his new partner in crime, old partner in crime, V, and their now new partner in crime, P. Diddy, shoving down the mid tier 1 turret. It's burned through right quick.
Proper answer, because Maokai was taking too damn long in that top side pushing out. Because he took so long, Nautilus is like, you know what, I guess I can't walk up without the threat of getting ganked. It just feels very awkward. I'm just going to walk mid and get a free tower. So now they don't have 2 towers. They've lost 2 towers. For what? For scaling? What is this composition, WE? What's happening here? If they win with this, I will be tilted as a coach. Or former coach.
Well, NewBee looking to bring it to game 3 right now, as Cool is going to be gifted over Blue Buff. I half expected Swift to let it get down that low, wait for the poison to land, and then turn around and just get the Q real quick. I feel like that would be a very Swift thing to do. I need everything.
I mean, if you're Swift, you know, I guess the imagery that comes along with it is greed. What is a positive imagery? I guess carrying. Carrying is a positive imagery that comes along with Swift, but there's definitely a lot of negative ones as well.
There's also the different styles of carrying. Like Dardoch was the carry of Team Liquid. He was also a very commanding player on his team, and if you didn't follow his commands, it was kind of challenging.
Well, isn't it the same with Swift in a sense?
Well, yeah, I guess there's that too. But he didn't take blue.
Ah, there we go. We'll give you that one.
He is a caring commander, I imagine. Except for his old teammates on Xiaogu.
They're setting up for the bot lane tower. This is methodical. I mean, they're taking blue, but they're in position. With that being said, this could be the first fight of tonight.
Yeah, teleport flank. NewBee are backing away.
Here he comes.
957's over the wall. Flash there on the Swift. He leaps over, but immediately 957 gets in and then backs away. He doesn't want any part of this. He's not going to stand a chance and gets burned through. V turns it around. The rest of his team isn't there. He says, Maokai, let me do what you could not. Knockup finds 3. Make that 4 as he continues chasing and scares WE back.
Okay, so that was a really interesting point from WE. They set up that fairly well, and 957 was like, all right, I'm waiting for Kha'Zix to jump over, and I've got him. Wait, team? What team? Where are you? He forgot that they are not teleporting members, except for maybe Rise, but that didn't happen.
You can see V's even taking the turn. Oh, Cool with the flash ultimate is going to lock WE down. And NewBee continue chasing. Mystic gets pulled back in, gets the stun, but dies before he can drop Cool. It is 6-0, 3 turrets to none. This is NewBee in the lead.
Take that, WE. I don't want to see you with this composition. I swear to you, if they won with this comp, I would have gone. I would have left this studio. You would have never seen me again. But it just feels like this.
The night is young, Raz. The night is young.
Game 3, maybe?
Oh no, Swift is on the hunt. Point and click snare. He was able to get the extended duration, but Swift pops the ultimate to try to catch up. Active camouflage is not enough, however. And Xie will walk away, but that bottom tier 2 falls, and here's a replay of that huge ulti.
Woo, that's what I'm talking about. So you got 3 people on top of it, and sure, he is exhausted, but it doesn't matter. You're still a Cassiopeia. You're poisoned in them, and you're just twin pang. Just legit. You do too much damage.
Yep.
And so, of course, the rest of his team there, when they're following up, this is a very smart game from NewBee because they took those first 2 towers, and they're like, let's get another one. Let's keep going. Let's keep moving.
You can see V now spotted out as his Gromp was taken. WE respond with a large minion wave on the top side of the map, but they're going to trade it over for this Ocean Drake. So finally, WE will be able to take their first turret of the game, but NewBee are still able to get something out of it.
Yeah, that's probably a positive trade. I would say that simply because the Ocean Dragon at 17 minutes into the game for this composition, I'm not really a fan of that. It doesn't really matter to me. The towers are what matter, and WE need to actually further push this game forward. But, you know, dragons are a renewable energy. Towers are kind of like coal where they don't come back.
Yeah.
So, I mean, technically they do. But that's another debate altogether, and I don't want you guys. I don't want to bore you guys.
For now, it's 1,000 gold for the turret, effectively 0 gold. But as the regeneration applies over time, it gains more.
Yeah, so I mean,
value.
if NewBee just keep going back to that same game, they'll get more out of it. And there are only how many?
Whoa, V, just taking a jaunt. Having a nice good old stroll.
Get them all.
Through WE's jungle among 3 people. Oh my goodness, Kandi's over the wall. Flash! Q goes wide, and Kandi is escaping for now. But that red buff is going to go over to LWX when it's all said and done.
You know, that was impressive, but I don't want to give someone a pat on the back for escaping and saving their lives because NewBee just keep taking. You got to stop them somehow, and I don't think Braum is going to do that.
Yeah, taking a look at the player cam down in the bottom left, you can see V is just shouting out commands to his team as NewBee are getting ready to try bringing us to a Game 3. They've got a huge momentum lead, nearly 6,500 gold ahead over Team WE.
If there's one person you want to be shouting commands, it's definitely going to be V, and it should be in this game specifically LWX, because Ash and Nautilus are your tickets to win this game. Kha'Zix, you know, usually Swift is in a position where he can create his own plays on Lee Sin, maybe even Rek'Sai. But if you're on Kha'Zix, you're just waiting. You're patient. You just want a play to start. You want to have that proper setup so you can do that damage, so you can go in. And he still has that Rip Herald on him, so as he gains more levels, he should be doing far more. And so you need your tank line to walk for it, and you get that win naturally.
Swift now going to take yet another red buff for himself. 2-0-1 along with the 2-0-2 cool, and another 2-0-1 scoreline on LWX. As we've scrolled through all of the player cams in the bottom, I couldn't help but notice that seemingly everyone on NewBee's side. Oh, it looks like NewBee are actually going to siege down in this mid lane right now.
It just feels like, just look at the items that Mystic has. He doesn't have his full Trinity Force yet. He just finally finished up, upgrading that tier into something useful.
Manamune.
Exactly. And so he's in a position right now where he is poor. He's pretty poor. He's not doing anything. It's already 19 minutes into the game, and it just feels like they're struggling and they have no way to come back into this game, especially if NewBee can continue to put forward this pressure.
They do have a lot of scaling, however.
I mean,
as we said earlier, the night is young.
This is a solo queue mentality where you're like, you know what, don't worry team, we scale.
Keep going, keep going.
Keep dying across
Look,
the map.
I don't have any plans for the rest of the night but to play League of Legends. So there's no reason but to play it out for 70 minutes.
Oh, jeez. I don't want to hear that. I don't think anyone wants to hear that. End the game, NewBee. This is your test.
Well, so far they're taking their time. Baron has just spawned. Ocean Drake is up next. Still a few minutes away, as the first one was taken a few minutes earlier. But now NewBee are starting to clear out vision around that Baron.
This is a really big moment for NewBee. We've been talking about NewBee as a team that isn't going to show up in their group at all. That they haven't fixed many problems with their team, infrastructure-wise. But this could be it.
Ooh.
But if they take this win on WE, who we're expecting to take first place overall in the league, that'd be pretty good, especially for the LSPL upstarts in the bottom lane with P. Diddy and LWX.
Yeah, you can see 957 split pushing in that bottom lane. Mystic is going to catch the minion wave prepped on the top side, but that means that NewBee have got double control wards. They own the Baron pit right now, and here you can see WE are on their way in. Rift Herald damage is applied. They are shredding through with the isolation in Cassiopeia, and teleport is finished for 957. NewBee just back away.
You have to you really do. Like, Maokai needs to TP in there, because if you have a Kha'Zix, especially a Kha'Zix that naturally upgrades his Q, and you have a Cassiopeia, that Baron's done as fast as as you can count. So that's an issue here with WE, is that it feels like they need to keep constant wards up on the top side of the map near Baron, but they don't have that opportunity, because if they do, Ashe is going to arrow you and you will lose out. So NewBee right now putting pressure onto them.
Yeah, they tried for the arrow, didn't work. Tried for the Baron, were able to pull the teleport away from 957. And now that is going to be V in the bottom lane, looking to catch the minion wave that is fairly large.
Yeah, and that's what he should do. He should push that wave hard and far, because Maokai doesn't have TP. If Maokai is forced to take that massive wave coming into him in the bottom side of the map, then guess what? That's a free Baron for you. That's a free fight for you. Maokai can't join in. Nautilus can't. So NewBee right now are in an amazing position where they can win this game off of V doing a simple task of cleaning up that wave.
Yeah, preps it forward. You can see Mystic and Zero now in the mid lane, clearing out their own respective minion wave. Now it's 30 seconds for Ocean Drake, so they do have a fallback objective.
They should just start that Baron now. I don't think they're in position. They're definitely not. But because Maokai is forced into that bottom lane, they definitely should look to force this play out now, or else, you know, this game grows longer, farther, and WE can actually have that moment where they get that team fight they're looking for.
They are certainly hunting right now,
Nothing.
trying to sneak in and get some vision here, as it looks like WE's ward is going to expire. V is waiting for that teleport play, the opportunity to pick anyone, but WE are playing very patient, very defensive.
Maokai didn't want to shove up that lane, or at least he didn't want to actually show up, so he's making that rotation. So now they're going to start up on this, but we'll have to see if Maokai's there for it. He definitely is.
Yeah, it's already being burned through, but NewBee just back away. Don't want to take any chances. Oh, the ward's on the other side of Baron.
Oh.
There we go. The second control ward is going to spot it. And even using the Scryer's Bloom just in case. Oof. P. Diddy's taking some damage here. The haters are definitely hating.
All right, you know what? I appreciate that. I'll give you that one. So yeah, they get the ward through, and this is going to be a constant pressure for the next maybe infinity. Like legitimately, they can play this game for as long as they want it. They should have a little bit of a looming terror in the backside because they don't want to get this game going to 40 minutes. That's the only way they'll have. Oh, actually, he can just auto that ward to death. That's unfortunate. But yeah, they don't want this game going too long.
They will have to sacrifice yet another Ocean Drake, however, so that's even more regeneration to NewBee.
I'll give the Ocean Dragons this. You get 2 Ocean Dragons, and if you're playing that Baron game, if you peel back on Baron and go forward once again, if you continue to play that, the Baron damage that comes through actually doesn't mean anything, and you can regen that up and you can play that game continuously. So if that's what they want to do, then they should press forward on it. I mean, they shouldn't be playing this slow game where they get dragons for nothing.
957 is on the top side of the map right now, and V is still pressuring that wave in the bottom. Swift is even there to join him, so they might find an opportunity. There are now pings going down onto the Baron from WE. Could they try to go for something a little greedy here?
This is just weird. I mean, okay, so this is what I don't like right now. Swift is taking blue buff. Okay, that's fair. You're taking the Gromp. All right, you know, we're taking every camp in the jungle. I can understand that. You're taking the dragons. There was a very clear opening where Nautilus actually had that lane shoved in, and they have a very strong spike in their composition. They should take it. The fact that this is going on for so long is playing into WE's hands.
Continuing to scale up on that rise. He did finish the Triforce a short while ago, along with the Muramana transformation. Even the Staff of the Seraphim, soon to change over for, Xie in the mid lane.
The one thing I'm really worried about, out of all of these champions I'm seeing in front of my screen, it's not Braum, it's not Ezreal, it's definitely Maokai. For Maokai right now, he's gotten himself to a point where, you know, sure, Nautilus, he's fairly tanky. You can burn him down, especially with the, Triforce coming onto that Ezreal. But what I'm really worried about is how much sustain and how much ability to tank that Maokai is going to let his team, give his team the space to work through.
Once again, NewBee go for the same play. Shove down mid to prep the minion wave before rotating towards Baron. But WE defend mid. They've got vision. They've got a very clear defensive line that they're willing to defend and sacrifice if they find themselves in a weak position, while 957 continues to split on the far side.
WE is not going to bite. They really do need to play this Baron game. They need to actually start it. Because I think WE, they're smart enough where they're trailing around their own jungle, but they're not going to walk in and get picked by Ashe.
Yeah, they're still waiting on that top tier 2. Meanwhile, LWX is in the mid lane, pressuring up towards the next one, but Mystic has already sent himself over. He's got True Shot Barrage available to help clear out that minion wave. So as time goes on, WE are still hanging on, but LWX gets some damage here, gets some damage there.
This is interesting. They're actually pivoting their play towards towers. They have so much pressure onto these into the red side jungle that they can walk. They have a much faster route from the mid lane to the top lane. So theoretically, if they do this for the next 2 minutes, they should be able to get this mid lane. Right now, it's so low they can just power through it with this one wave.
LWX fully healed up after those 2 Ocean Drakes. Swift is going to get some healing once he finishes exits combat here.
But they missed the timing on the top wave, so they can't do much damage on that. It seems like even on this play that they're looking to go towards, it's not succeeding. They had a little bit of damage on that mid lane tower, but not enough to kill it, so they're going back to this Baron.
Yeah, it seems like a little bit of variety. Mid push, top push, mid push, Baron. Mid push, top push, mid push, Baron.
The thing is, both of these plays work. They can play that tower game consistently until they only have to deal with the inhib towers. Or they can just go to Baron. But they're trying to do both, but not doing either. They're not committing, and this is a problem with NewBee, where they're not committing to plays when they have a massive lead. This is a 10K gold lead, if I can see correctly. And so, I mean, this is massive. This is, but it's giving time for Mystic to get going. It's giving time for Maokai to get, pretty buff. To go to the gym and bulk up.
It's a pretty big guy. Currently 0-0 and 5. Just about even in CS as we get some recalls in now. Some pings now from NewBee on that Baron as they head back towards that side. Next dragon is going to be another mountain. This is going to be one that WE don't want to give up. Taking a look at the gold, solid 1,600 gold lead in the mid lane, almost a 2,000 gold lead in the jungle.
Just think of it this way: in an alternate reality, if it had been NewBee that got 2 Earth Dragons, and they already had Kha'Zix, and they already had Cassiopeia,
Yeah.
they probably would have been, you know what, that pushed us a little bit more. We're gonna actually look to take this Baron fast, and we're gonna burn it. Right? That's probably the decision that they made. It's kind of unlucky for them that they got these Ocean Dragons that really don't mean much to them in the grand scheme of things. And it looks like they're going to go for it.
Yeah, here they go. V is waiting outside
didn't see
of
the
Vision.
ward.
He's going for it right now. The ward is going to spot it out. Swift is prowling on the far side to keep them away. Late teleport, but Baron's already down to 4,000 health before it starts regenerating. Teleport canceled, but V is going back in. 957 has got to run all the way over there. V is in the pit right now. Kandi misses the Sonic Wave. He's got his flash, though. Can he make it over the wall? Zero gets the knockup. He's over the wall. 1,200 health. Knocked up. He gets the steal. Kandi has stole the Baron. WE are still in this. Son of Baron is still alive. Zero over the far side. Oh my god, are they winning this fight? Mystic is in the poison, kiting it around. V cannot finish it off. Arrows on the far side are not enough, and Mystic says, I will not take that Realm Warp. Thank you, sir. I will take this Baron buff and survive. WE have aced NewBee.
That was incredible. And let's take it back to the replay because we didn't think Kandi could do it. Son of Baron, you know, Frostgurn, you got it right. He gets the steal, and they get the fight. It was just so difficult. LWX was zoned from the entire fight in general. He had to flash out. He got the kill on Braum, but Braum means nothing if they can get the win.
Oh my god. You know what, Raz?
What?
The night is young.
No!
WE at a 7,000 gold deficit without a single kill to their name against NewBee. Barely a single turret. Steal the Baron. Ace NewBee before taking down not 1, not 2, but 3 turrets in just as much time.
Dom, how do they do it? No.
You're the analyst, man.
I can't believe they did this. I'm just speechless. That was...
Oh my god.
They should have... okay.
They
so
waited.
That's the thing, is that the buff was called. Like, sure, the Baron was being set. They can burn it down. But the issue was that, sure, yeah, you have to kill the Lee Sin. You have to pick the fight. They were in a great position to actually look for the fight, especially since, you know, Maokai was not going to be there. He wasn't. They called it properly in the sense that he canceled his TP. They were going to go for it. They should have picked the fight while Maokai was not there. They didn't do it. So now they lost the Baron. They lost the Dragon. This is going to look like a loss.
Yeah, WE are only 2,000 gold behind right now. 1,500 if I can see that right. And they even are able to finish off that Mountain Drake. 2 mountains now to their name, so they've got that late game insurance if they need to wait for another Baron or an Elder Dragon even later. And you know what that is going to help with? Clearing out turrets.
This is very disheartening for a NewBee because they actually ended up making the right call and committing to a play, right?
Yeah.
Just commit. Commit to something. Just do something. They finally did it. The play was Baron. They committed to it, and they made the mistake of just trying to burn when the Lee Sin was there, especially Kandi. You know, we talk a lot. You talk with pros, and you say, you know, we turn the name plate off. We say we don't talk about the players. We talk about the champions. I'm playing against Lee Sin, not Kandi. No, you're playing against Kandi.
Yeah.
He'll smite that damn.
I think more importantly, you're playing against WE. That was a 7,000 gold lead without a single kill. And WE are able to steal the Baron and then ace them, losing only 2 members. Now they're pushing this back, looking to take yet another tier 2.
Yeah, this is it. They still have Baron. They're going to look for this. It's not going to work out for them, but they're trying, and that's the thing. And the problem now is Blade of the Rune King is now being built, or at least completed, on Ezreal. He's got his core 3 items. I didn't want to say it initially. It was like, you know what? He's so broke. But apparently he found the lottery in that Baron fight.
It certainly did. Very large income of gold after that. And now WE moving as a unit, pressuring multiple lanes at once. 957, keeping those minions kept up in the mid lane while the rest of WE catch up to them.
You know what? I can relate to NewBee. You know, I lost that Coke deal in the beginning and picked that. I lost the whole point of it. I even said that I was going to walk out of this studio if WE won this game. I mean, the game is not over by any means. There's, you know, NewBee still have a lead in the gold value, but it's a very slim one, and you're going up against an outscaling composition. So now I'm pulling for NewBee. That started. I may not be able to have a bias, but it's happening because I don't want to walk out of the studio.
Still 32 and a half minutes in, excuse me, 33. And WE let the Baron buff wear off after clearing out a lot of turrets. It is 54,000 gold to what looks like, is that a 53? Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
53. So 54 to almost 54,000 gold. Dead even, essentially.
A lot of Aegis fully stacked, and we got a Void Staff on top of the Seraph's Embrace. Rise is pretty damn strong, along with the rest of his team. Right now, of course, NewBee are looking for something, but they have to get it right. If they lose this team fight, it's over.
Oh, NewBee rush right down the mid lane. Empowered auto from that Rift Herald still on Kha'Zix. He's going to help. But there's the teleport from 957. They might try to force this. He's running right on around. LWX and Cool are farthest away.
They zoned them from mid. They zoned them from mid. They can actually push this lane in with the wave. So NewBee, they have to take the long route. They have to make a choice.
The minions are just barely lagging behind, though, and WE can't quite find the momentum. And V, I am big man. I will block. Just takes the bold front entrance.
I guess they can't get much. The top lane is far too far back. They're not going to do anything with the top lane wave. And yeah, as you said, the mid lane wave was kind of lagging behind. So that play kind of existed in their own minds.
Oof. That was one heck of a Baron steal. Stalls the game right back out.
Oh, I don't even want to talk about it.
We're back to even.
I don't want to talk about that Baron steal. I've already zoned it out. Don't believe in it.
Yeah, taking a look at the gold right now. It's only 600 gold difference between the mid laners, only a 700 gold difference between the junglers, and 300 gold difference between those top laners. We are right back to even.
I'm a sad man.
Well, okay. Let's move on from here. WE right now, they're right back in after being at a huge deficit. Obviously, they want to try to win this game. How do they make that happen? As much as you don't want it to.
They can draw out a fight, actually. Right now, WE don't have themselves a redemption. They're building it. Braum is just getting to it finally now. He hasn't had a lot of gold throughout the game, so now that he actually has. So they have a redemption advantage. If they can put out a long, drawn-out fight, it is a possibility.
And on the other side, NewBee. Baron's up in 45 seconds. They didn't commit to a play for the first 27.5 minutes of the game. Now they might find the opportunity to do so a little bit later. They might get a second chance at this.
Let's see. Right now they're pressuring through mid.
They've got the minion wave in. Swift escorting the minions in. They will crash into the inhibitor. V is even bringing a minion wave from that bottom lane, and I can't quite tell whether top is going to push as well. But Baron's up in 20 seconds. Both of the teams have got to know.
Yeah, that was a mute play from NewBee. They're trying to see if they can push something mid, while at the same time, like, incognizant of the bottom lane push, but it was not timed well. And so it looks like the one objective that's gonna matter is Baron number 2.
Yeah. 30 seconds up, double Mountain Drake for WE. I'll take a double-double, please. They're gonna burn through real quick. Here comes the rest of NewBee.
Oh, they're gonna get it.
Yeah, it is being shredded through. Teleport being used. Realm Work. Are they going to be able to get out? They all evacuate the pit. WE, what are you doing?
Evacuation stage right. They get out of there. That was so swift and so clean. That was incredible. I mean, they knew that they could burn it through and get out of there. It feels like they're a much smarter team when it comes down to it.
10 seconds for that Elder Dragon, however, and you can see that Condi just got a recall. He's racing right back out.
Are they going to out-team fight the team fighters? That's what they need to do, actually. That's the only option they have presented them. Cool's going to get this blue buff, and maybe that's going to help him out when they get to this fight. But they might just back away.
Instead, they can't commit to it. WE call NewBee's bluff, and they're the ones who start off the Elder Dragon. Yeah. WE, please. What are you actually doing?
No, the WE can do this. They're much stronger. They outscaled right now. There is no way NewBee can actually team fight this.
Yeah, Swift is over the wall. Elder Dragon is going to reset. Hook finds 957. Xie is going to snare Swift over the way.
Oh, you can't take too much damage.
Down to half right now as they continue trading back and forth. Xie takes a quick hit from that Elder before shielding himself.
Wait a minute.
Oh, they turn onto Swift, who leaps over the wall, chases and kicks him up, but Condi doesn't have enough. He goes down, but has got that GA redemption, resets NewBee. Knockup finds 2. Xie's in the front, trying to do what he can. He just can't bounce enough. 957 falls. Xie falls. The leap from Swift as Condi drops a clean up, and NewBee win the team fight. But do they have enough time to win the game?
They probably do. We'll have to see with that. They'll have a pretty big wave coming in through. They can, at the very least, take inhib.
Yeah, it's 40 seconds on those death timers right now. They've got a large minion wave coming in. This could be NewBee bringing us to a game 3. V chases in to look to push to end this. That's
it. I feel like that's game. They can actually pull this through. He's tanky enough too, so they can actually tank out this turret. this is game.
This most certainly is. NewBee, if they can't win the game themselves, they can win the game not against WE, but because of WE.
Yeah. That was really tough.
On the upside, you don't have to leave now.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that. I like my time here.
That's NewBee taking game number 2, which will bring us to a game 3 in this best of 3. Joining us once again on the desk is Frostjaren.
I think
you can't see her right now. She's got the equivalent of head and hands.
Explain this to me. I mean, that last play was pretty cute from WE. The redemption was pretty, the redemption advantage was also pretty big. We'll take a look at them in the
Oh my gosh. Look at that gold distribution.
I mean,
it's like the Grand Canyon.
It's a 3K advantage for NewBee when they had literally the game 16 minutes in.
So that's 8K down at the bottom, at the deepest pit.
Okay, first and foremost.
All right.
Watching NewBee play League of Legends is like watching a Ferrari slowly back into a light pole.
Oh, there you go.
It's so frustrating because they should be just like this well-oiled machine from the amount of star power that they have stacked on that roster with the likes of Cool, Coco, and Swift, but they never go anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the horsepower, no room to gallop.
That's the thing with Cool. That's even though they won this game, we're criticizing them. I don't give a damn. Cool was winning this lane for so long, and he was just trying to harass them to tower when they could have gotten easy kills across the map.
It was entirely a team failure. It goes back to the Baron preparation and the setup. If they had just brought another control ward, it would have saved them possibly 10 minutes of trying to continuously set up that Baron, but their preparation was mediocre and they were punished for it. But like, this is every staple of Team WE. They ran a Ryze Ezreal double tier comp. That's exactly what we said on the desk that they're known for.
Yeah.
They got comfort picks across the board. They waited until 30 minutes before they came online. Son of Baron, Condi, hello, he stole the Baron. They're an excellent 5v5. Rusty and I are backstage like, Team WE just won this. They just won this. They have Baron. And they're like, instead of using Baron to push waves, we're going to try to contest Elder Dragon.
Fight an Elder Dragon.
I mean, here's the thing, and this is going to be a disagreeing point because you're right. They should have been pushing for Baron, but they were so confident in their team fighting, they should have outscaled. They definitely outscaled. One big problem is, the one big problem for me is that they decided to look for that pick on Kha'Zix, right? And on top of that, not only did they decide to do that, but they were at a disadvantage in their support items as well. The redemption did go through for NewBee because they were much richer throughout the majority of the game, just not that point.
So just to let you know, for Game 3, WE has selected blue side for their first pick. So they're already looking forward. Something very strong. But let's keep going.
I mean, side selection really has nothing to do with this. That was Team WE's game to win. They threw it, despite the fact, and I say this despite the fact that NewBee were ahead for 99% of it.
Yeah.
That was not their game to win.
But no, here's the thing, Raz. It entirely was because that was everything we expect from Team WE. You've cast them for over an entire split.
I'm telling you.
You know exactly how they play. Like, we see this all the time. Team WE fall behind 10K gold. They build a double tier comp. They turtle up. They do great vision, and they just steal a Baron and come back. They just stall out the game long enough for a 50-50 team fight. This is what they made their reputation and their name on. This almost got them to Worlds, and then they choose some stupid Elder Drake play.
You know what? Almost got to Worlds. I'm pretty sure had they played some decent things, they would have gotten to Worlds.
They would have won that game if they just ran it up mid lane.
I'm telling you.
Win. You know, they would have gotten that win if they had proper picks.
They've got the checklist, right? All right, we stole the Baron. We've taken a whole bunch of turrets. Oh, Elder Dragon spawned. We gotta clear that off.
But this is something that's actually very unique about Team W, because you can still make an argument that the fact that NewBee were... The fact is that Team W got back in the game by capitalizing on a mistake that NewBee made as opposed to engineering it themselves.
Yeah.
But what Team W are actually very good at is bouncing waves back and forth. Consistently, you would see that NewBee were moving into their jungle, eating up the blue buff, taking up every single jungle camp, but it was never reflected in any loss of CS across the board for Team W. They are so good at allocating gold across the map and making sure that they have safe lanes to farm and never stealing resources away from each other. That's why they're able to turtle so well, and that's why they were such a dominant team in the LPL. It's such a different style, and they're the only team that has it figured out until they do this boneheaded.
All I'm saying, I'll give you this. All right, I'll give you this.
Stupid play, LPL.
Their turtling was very good. It was a very solid point where the picks that were coming from NewBee, or at least NewBee was looking for those picks so religiously for about 20 minutes. For a long time, they were looking for these picks, right? Around that Baron area. They weren't getting anything. WE was just conceding so much pressure because they knew that wasn't theirs. And so when the moment that NewBee was fighting for Baron at least 3 times, that they started Baron, they had to back away. They started Baron once again, they had to back away. And it was because WE was poking their head out exactly when they had to. And so that's proper, that's great from WE, but why are they putting themselves in this situation?
Because I've asked myself this entire time. Remember, I was really against Team WE, like Rusty and Spawn. They were on the hype train. I was like, I see that they're good because they consistently win, but I hate the way that they play because they shouldn't.
So here's our MVP on your screen right now. You can see Cool taking it with 4, 1, and 7 on that Cassiopeia. His only death was during WE's ace.
All right, now we tend to forget the plays that happened with Cool. Cool played so well in the early game, especially that ulti in the bottom lane when they were getting that 3rd tower was fantastic, was excellently played. Cool has been playing so well in these 2 games, it makes me sad that Coco's on the sideline because they have to choose between one or the other.
And again, the fact is that Coco was unable to play for week 1 due to roster lock, so Cool is actually getting this opportunity where he gets to play without competition.
Yeah.
Theoretically, in week 2, it's going to be that question, is Cool good enough in week 1, or is Coco going to start?
We're certainly going to find out as time progresses, but we're going to go ahead and be right back. Game number 3 is coming right at you. Welcome back. We are about to get into game number 3 of this, suddenly the very first set that's actually gone to 3 in 2017 for the LPL. WE versus NewBee. Game number 1, an absolute stomp by WE. Game number 2 looked like a stomp from NewBee until about the 28-minute mark.
I know. I completely agree with you. It's very fair to say that, but you have to understand that is Team WE's identity last split. They played a Team WE composition, double tier, Ezreal Rise, Braum is a comfort pick of 0. They stalled it out. They were able to make and engineer plays to come back into the game, and then they just threw it last second. So yes, NewBee were ahead for 99%, but that was so classic Team WE for a win. I'm shocked they lost.
I'm looking straight at Coach Home out there. He's not looking at me, but I'm looking at him. Look at me. All right. Why?
I'm
Why
looking.
was this a thing? Throw that identity away, right? They played that first game so well. Why do they have to go into another game where they say, yeah, we're going to lose every lane. We're fine with that. That's not something you want to do. Maybe it's the confidence of saying, you know what? We know we have a buffer game in our back pocket, so we're going to go into this one, see what we can do with the composition. But just take the clean 2-0.
I mean, at the same time, though, I think you bring up a lot of merit, this idea that we're already a game up, that we can maybe experiment, test ourselves. It's week 1 of the LPL.
Yeah.
You're going up against NewBee. You're not necessarily considering them a threat. It's not like you're looking across from EDG or a premier team that you really want to make a staple on. They can come out in Game 3 and do the exact same thing, clean this up in a 30-minute, early game, early tempo set.
Yeah, that's fair, but you can't undersell NewBee, or at least WE, I mean, specifically can't undersell NewBee because they're playing pretty well.
Cool is playing well.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I feel like their bottom lane's playing well too. Okay,
You on the big P Diddy?
I'm on that big P Diddy. You know it.
P Diddy train once again.
You know it. I just feel like they're playing well. They definitely played better than they did the first game. I'll give them that.
So then let's bring it back to the game that's actually coming up. This one's for all the marbles. This is the one that wins the series. Best of 1, WE. NewBee.
I would like to say that I haven't seen marbles since junior high, but yes, this is definitely for all of the marbles.
Okay.
Hello? No, NewBee need to clean up their team play, especially how they're prepping objectives. Again, if you go back to why didn't NewBee win that, you had a 10K lead, why didn't you just close it out? It went back to setting up and prepping the Baron. If they had simply just had 2 different control wards, so that ward on the side of Baron would have been caught out, it would have made or break the difference of like 10 to 15 minutes of stall.
Yeah, I just feel like WE is just outplaying them a lot when it comes to these objective setups. They've outplayed them in the beginning of the game. I mean, not in this game specifically, but in game 1. Even in this game, when they had losing lanes, they were still getting a lot of pressure on River. So overall, it feels like they're getting out pressured. I think NewBee has to simplify this. This hurts to say. They need to simplify their composition because this teamfight comp's not working out as well, especially since they can't siege.
Well, it is time to get into picks and bans for game number 3, the big decider between WE and NewBee. We will say goodbye to Frosk once again, but again, she will be back later. Always seems to come back on these broadcasts. I'm sure we'll see some more. Yeah. She's got head hell right now. You can't see it off, but she's giving us a look. Kha'Zix is going to be banned away from Swift, and again, there is the standard Camille ban from NewBee.
That's interesting that we're seeing the Kha'Zix from blue side getting banned out. That just means that they're not looking to play. Like, Kha'Zix is interesting because there are so many things you want to ban. Wait a minute. Rise? All right, WE is not leaving a lot open for themselves.
They are blue side, so they've got that first pick. There's the LeBlanc ban to follow it up, and Cassiopeia as well. So a lot of pressure towards Cool and Swift this time.
They're very afraid of these picks. Every single one of these picks are picks you don't, or at least bans, you don't see coming out of blue side specifically. They're just afraid of Cool. I like to see that. A little afraid of Swift as well. You got to give him the respect on that cause.
He did get MVP in that previous game, so up to the final ban for NewBee. WE flew through theirs, but they're just going to eliminate the power pick of Rengar. But that leaves Zyra wide open, and Zero more than happy to take that.
Now, this is definitely a flashback to game 1. You get the Zyra first pick, and they're looking to set up what was a winning strategy for them, and that is legitimately having a winning lane. So let's see if they can get at least one of them going for them.
Well, that is the hope. Misfortune definitely still available for a potential support counter pick, but they don't need to worry about that just yet, as NewBee are still running through and trying to decide what they want for their first few picks.
This would be interesting to pick up the Ashe as they do lock it in. I know that Varus is something that we've seen quite a lot picked into it. It even got banned out in the series. So it's interesting to see that it's still going to be left open. If I'm WE, you just pick up the Varus, you pick up the Zyra, and you feel happy about yourself.
Next up is going to be the Hover.
Oh, no.
For Swift. Oh, boy.
Okay. All right. I understand that one.
Yeah, locking in the Lee Sin. Decides not to go for Nidalee.
Okay, so Ashe, we talked about it just a little bit, has that pick potential, and you can kind of push it forward with another support that can help you out. Overall, I like what we have from NewBee. They've already solidified a good playmaking potential out of both their jungle pick and their AD carry.
Elise is locked in for Kandi, and that means that Xie gets to pick up Maokai for 957. That is jungle, top, and support for for WE.
This is the first time in this series that we've seen some adaptation coming through. They're not going to leave their top laner for the second round of picks. They're just going to go right there. They knew that Trundle, a consistent ban coming out of WE, was just going to happen again. I mean, sure, I got the Nautilus wrong in the first time around, but the Trundle was coming through. That was going to be a definite ban from WE. So, yeah, that definitely NewBee picking that up. And, you know, it could also be a support. It's a possibility. It's going to get bullied by the Zyra, but it's still there. So it's a good flex pick.
Yeah, going through that Varus is going to be the next ban for NewBee. Trying to eliminate the AD carry pool for Mystic. He can play a lot. I imagine that they're just more narrowing the compositions for WE.
And that's just going to be a style coming through with WE, is that they're going to leave a lot of, they're just going to leave their AD carry for second phase quite a bit. I feel like that's just going to be a style for them because, of course, Mystic, as you did mention, can play anything. Can play Ezreal, can play Ashe and Jhin like anybody else can. And so I guess he can play Kog'Maw too. I do remember that happening. So overall, he is a very flexible AD carry. And so, you know what, WE, they're going to be taking these priority picks in the first rotation, and they're going to be leaving AD carry out.
Yeah, the Caitlyn is banned. They're going to pressure Mystic's pool, perhaps force him onto the Ezreal if they've got that Ashe once again. But NewBee, the team fight team, they have eliminated most of the AD carry pool for Mystic. They've got Lee Sin for pick, strong top lane. Ashe is always a great pick.
This is kind of risky for WE to be just banning out supports here. They banned out the Tahm Kench. They banned out the Misfortune. If they do that, then NewBee can just say, you know what? If we're forcing you into an Ezreal pick, where you're going Ezreal and Zyra, maybe the Trundle support is a good idea because we can actually zone into the Zyra and look to kill her off, and we don't actually lose out much in shove pressure. But Malzahar gets left up. Never mind. Redact that statement.
That made it a long way through.
I can't believe I missed that out. You know what? Home is probably dabbing his head with sweat too because he forgot about this one.
Yeah, there goes the Malzahar locked in now.
And it could be mid as well.
It certainly could be. They still have not picked Cool's champion just yet. And Ezreal is the lock-in, likely for, that's going to be for Mystic, and Corki is the pickup now for Xie. So they've got a lot of time and a lot of magic damage.
All right, they have a lot of carries, a lot of squishies, except for, of course, the big boy Maokai. And you have Syndra Hubbard and Malzahar. So definitely not an AD carry meta. I mean, you got that Triforce in both champions, so they actually have a mid-game spike. But this is a very scary composition coming out of NewBee.
Weren't we just lauding WE about having Coach Home, who's supposed to be so excellent at pick and ban?
Don't do this. I don't know if I want to antagonize the man. Yeah.
Well, he does have a composition.
Wait a minute.
Given the old shoulder massage, you can do it. I believe in you. I trust. That's all it takes. But Syndra locked in, Malzahar to follow it up. These are our compositions for the final game between this match of WE and NewBee.
All right, let me look through the lanes here and tell you what. So Trundle wins the top lane. Ashe and Malzahar wins the bottom lane. I think it's fine for Corki in the mid lane, kind of. He even has exhaust, but overall, I really do like NewBee here. They set up a pretty solid composition. The Elise coming through, we have seen a lot of Elise bans. It does pressure, and he actually should out-pressure the Lee Sin early on. So we'll have to see how W plays it out here.
We certainly shall. On the other side, they have got a lot of poke, a lot of sustain to keep themselves safe, and they've shown that they are more than willing to wait for a good 30 minutes before making something happen. So I said it many times in the previous game, but Raz, the night is young.
For both these teams, it's really funny because the names of the Teamfight King used to be on NewBee's shoulder. They used to be those kings of team fighting. Maybe overusing the kings, word here, but overall, they're a strong team. A really strong team in terms of what they used to be. Maybe they're coming back with Cool, and Cool has been playing super well, and they just needed that one mid laner who could be the difference maker. I mean, they had a little bit of a difficult time last game, but Cool played fantastically overall in both games, even in the loss. This could be something different.
Certainly could be. We'll have to see if NewBee can show that they can return to form. The return of the king, NewBee. Or is it going to be the return of the king in Xiaogu finally making their way back? Tough questions. Only time will tell.
Isn't that the same thing? NewBee, Xiaogu,
The current Xiaogu Reapers.
Okay, there we go. Oh, you're right.
Because Doinby was part of that Xiaogu lineup.
Why did they have to recycle?
That were the kings of team fighting.
They're just recycling the Xiaogu name. I don't like it. Well,
I think it adds to the drama, really.
I guess
it makes it much more exciting as the players load onto the Rift again. This is the big decider between WE and NewBee. WE 1 game away from making it to Worlds and not able to seal the deal. And then in game number 2 of their first series back, they show that they still can make huge game-throwing mistakes. But they're still a very powerful team. It's up to NewBee to bring them down.
This is going to be a really telling game 1. I mean, series 1,
yeah.
I would say. Yeah, game 3. If NewBee can take this one, this throws a lot of people's rankings out of whack and actually puts a closer, a magnifying glass in the mid lane for NewBee. If Cool is playing so well, why would they bring Coco in? But at the same time, Coco's been playing, or at least duo queuing, with Swift so much. Just, damn, this is, you know what, NewBee, you got to stop adding drama. You got to stop
questions. Yeah. Bringing life to the teams in the LPL as P. Diddy doing a little dance, Swift in the jungle getting ready.
And he was an artist. I didn't know he was a dancer. Man, this guy is multi-talented.
Very talented individual indeed. Looks like defensive setup out of 9-5-7. They don't want to be caught by the same play that they used in the previous game.
I mean, they don't have a Braum. That's going to be fine. Malzahar actually cannot do anything in the level 1, so they have to, they don't have to worry about it.
She is chunked to half right away.
I mean, I remember at the beginning of the show, we were talking about how many bans that went through. Oh, jeez.
What?
That is hilarious.
Malzahar can do that?
I actually I saw that in one game. It is a possibility. He actually just walks up and helps you out.
Presses one button and then walks away, and then Swift just waits for the Voidlings to die, autos once.
I even seen an enemy Malzahar do that to steal a buff or at least threaten it on a jungler. So Malzahar level 1, even though I said it's very hard to do anything in skirmish-wise, it's a pretty good cheese tactic.
Yeah, there go the Voidlings right there. Already you can see the effectiveness of that in lane as Cool eats a phosphorus bomb. Xie tries to answer back, burning through those corrupting potions. But the game is still very even as we keep an eye on our junglers. This is actually the first time today that we've seen a jungler start on the bottom side in Swift with that blue buff. Now he's cleared out the red, he's got level 3, and continues to farm.
Yeah, that's very interesting. You usually don't see many blue side starts. There was one time in the EUCS that we saw that, or at least even worse, the EUCS qualifiers that we saw this happen where you start bot side, you pull in somebody to hard leash for you, and then you just lose everything. You actually just, your bottom lane just hard loses because you pulled someone level 1 and you can't set up the wave. So this time he actually gets the freedom of having to do that because Malzahar can just, set a few Voidlings to help him out.
Oh, Condi sees him. Cocoon lands. Gets the good bit of damage right away, but Swift tries to get some more back. Red buff burning away. Swift goes low, but that's Cool. Ghosting in. Xie, Valkyrie's over the wall with a lot of damage. Phosphorus Bomb could do quite a bit, but no summoners are used.
It actually could have been a lot worse for Swift because he actually landed his Q, didn't hit any Spiderlings, so he could actually trade back. But overall, that was still a win for Condi in a situation where it was fairly even, or even a better situation for Lee Sin. So you can tell how that matchup goes. But yeah, you land a Cocoon, every matchup should theoretically be yours.
Yeah.
Oh,
Condi, ooh, is he
doesn't know he's there.
Now he sees it.
Get him.
Blast Cone's away. That's V now in the river. Cocoon lands, as you said. Should win every matchup. Gets the Thunderlords for even more damage, and V races away.
He actually has to go the long way. He's trying to force his way through the river, and I guess he's going to do it anyways. Okay.
Yeah, Xie going to complete his recall now after taking just a bit of damage.
That's interesting that Condi actually let Trundle go through the lane, or at least through the river, instead of forcing him through the long way. He actually had the ability to push him out, but whatever. He made his decision. He made a choice.
Condi.
He went through a ward, so
yeah.
He actually is not gonna. That's not gonna happen.
Not gonna find anything. First recalls completed out of those mid laners as well. Starting to see Xie down just a bit, 12 CS below. Should be able to catch back up now that he's finished off that Doran's Blade. It's gonna help him farm a bit. As in the top lane, because of the early damage and the harass from Condi, V down about 8 CS, but there are a lot of minions in this wave that hopefully he should be able to get all of them.
Yeah, he's going to get a proper back timing though. He's probably going to go for the usual double Doran's rings that we do see from Maokai. Maokai has a bit of shove, even in this matchup here where Trundle is going to look for trading power. He does pick up, does he? Did he just sell the Doran? Okay, he made his decision. He bought a double Doran's ring, and then he sold it for a boots and armor. So he's just going to go for the trades. That's fine.
A decision was made here today. And indeed, it's going to be Maokai trying to get tanky very early on. Now, Condi racing through the jungle.
That's a smart
With
decision.
Boots of mobility first.
Oh yeah, for at least, yeah, definitely. He wants to impact as much as possible. We actually see that I've seen that quite a bit in Korean solo queue, where you just get the Boots of mobility rush. You impact lanes as much as possible. You run around. You can clear fairly quickly too, and not take much HP because the jungle definitely doesn't smack you. Yeah, in fact, you also have spiderlings, so you're going to be healthy through and through. So he can farm up and impact matchups a lot easier than Lee Sin can.
Yeah, once again, Xie went for a very early recall, picked himself up a null magic mantle now as he gets back into the mid lane. Down nearly 14 CS here. At 6 minutes in.
Oh.
Snare finds LWX, he just takes some damage.
It's actually pretty nice that they're able to out-trade and even out-CS in the bottom lane. Ezreal still needs to get his first back off, so they should actually start to force these harder trades so they can get a back timing. But they're doing really well for themselves in keeping Ashe and Malzahar in this lane, and not only just doing that, but winning the matchup.
Swift back on that Lee Sin, same champion as in game number 1 on the invade. Gets himself right back out. In the bottom, we are seeing some pressure and trading out of Mystic and Zero, but they're not quite able to get too much outside of that minor CS advantage. Other than that, we're just keeping an eye on the junglers.
They're actually just prolonging this. This is really fun to see. Actually, WE can probably turn that into a bigger play and try and to poke down this tower, or at least a siege on onto this tower. But I guess Elise is going to have a bigger priority in the top side of the map, but they have this available to them. In fact, Malzahar is going to back, so they're in a bad situation when they're already behind and getting an improper back timing. They're going to lose a lot out of this one.
Xie now going to be gifted over blue buff as he heads back into the mid lane. So then, can we still call NewBee the team fighting kings, or have they lost their crown?
I mean, they've lost it long, long ago. I mean, the entirety of the last split thing, I'll tell you right now, it's gone. They have to reclaim it. It's kind of like somebody, I forget which one, it was a movie about somebody getting their groove back. I've already butchered it, but that's a thing that...
the Emperor?
Ah, I guess, yeah, I suppose so.
But they were kings, not emperors. Oh, that's exhaust used by Xie. Gets great damage on the cool.
But that's something they want to get back, and
yeah.
It feels like right now WE is out-rotating a lot better. They even got the lane pressure going for them. So right now, Ezreal coming back into the lane with Tyr and Sheen. He's just going to be able to trade. Right now, Ashe is going back to base, where it's very awkward right now for LWX and P. Diddy.
Well, what better way to get your groove back, get the title, than off of a team like WE, who are just currently taking it slow. I think Frosco said that they're probably perfectly content just waiting for 30, 40 minutes scaling.
I mean, they actually just... The winner of the scaling competition should just be WE once again. They've lost out in a lot of matchups in pick ban, but right now CA has the ability to make a play. I wonder if he's going to make use of it.
With the package? Could be looking for it. Oh, he's found cool now.
Yeah, he's not going to all in on that. That would be crazy.
Just trying to steal away some of those raptors. The popcorn chickens, as Atlas likes to call them.
Is it an Atlas thing?
I believe so.
Okay. I mean,
that's who I heard it from.
That's definitely, that probably resolves it. I remember hearing it from somebody and I just started using it, so I've definitely stolen that from somebody.
The tiny raptors.
Ooh, NewBee actually has a lot of pressure now towards this dragon. They have a lot of vision here, so Lee Sin can actually start up on it. The one thing he has to worry about is the fact that Ocean Dragon does a lot of damage. It actually does kind of hit you a little bit too much. It slows you too, so if you get caught off while doing it,
yep,
you're going to have a hard way to disengage. So they do need numbers on that, so they need to make a play here. It should be on Cool's lane, especially if he has Lee Sin. It's going to be hard walking around Condi, but if you can, it should be around that matchup. And if they can do that, then Trundle should be in a good position because they can actually rotate that top. That's something that... See, this is something that's really difficult to really commentate about NewBees, because NewBee, they once again have a position where Cool should look to rotate topside, or at least they should be able to make that plan, especially since they have Trundle into Maokai. But they're definitely not doing it, for one. And it just feels like Swift is more content farming up and putting down vision. So sure, it's a passive advantage, but it could be a lot better.
Almost seems like NewBee are running into some of the issues that they had in game number 2, decisiveness, making the play happen. They've got point and click stun on Malzahar, long range stun from LWX, skill shot stun.
He's 100% dead if he doesn't. Yeah, he's
V
gonna die.
here?
He's definitely like. They could actually flash an E, but that he'd still survive that actually. So they're fine. V is definitely smart and backed away from the entire situation. He got himself a Tiamat as well.
We'll have to see what he does with that.
It's a bit of a mind game because V definitely, he probably thought that Maokai backed from that situation. He was like, I need to just hit this entire wave and then back immediately as soon as possible. So he's going to come back into the lane, losing quite a bit in terms of CS because Maokai just walked out of the bush and just pushed it in. So we're in a weird situation where Maokai has more CS and has no pressure. Sure, Condi has impacted the matchup just a little bit in terms of that threat, that looming threat, especially early on when he was having that little bit of a skirmish against Trundle. So Trundle came into this game with the intent of winning the matchup, and currently it's not working out that way.
Are we expecting that to have any impact on any upcoming fights? Like, for example, if Zero and Condi find Swift?
Zero kind of played that. All right, Zero played the role of the, the damsel in distress walking in. Oh, I don't see you. I don't know where you are. I don't have 3 people behind me. Didn't get caught out. He probably wanted to take that cue from the scene.
As a result, NewBee clear out that control ward and continue to maintain vision over the river. P. Diddy eats some damage from the Ocean Drake, but isn't going to take too much.
I think NewBee should start the Dragon. They have Malzahar, so it should be a lot easier for them. They're not going to be able to tank much damage from that Dragon, especially since if they can get this shove in the bottom side of the map, they should just look for it.
Blue buff now going to be gifted over to Cool. And other than that, looks like Xie is on his way to pick up his own blue buff. Not going to take any assistance from Condi.
And if you're WE, you want this to happen. You scale up in almost in every matchup. This is something that you want to do, to just drag out the game as much as possible and to just save up some CS. So especially since they're getting it and she does have blue buff, she should be really well fine.
Certainly a lot of time to continue scaling with that blue buff. Not to mention the tier on Ezreal now long since completed. Triforce well on its way. Cool looking for the one-shot potential as he keeps on shoving in that mid lane. Standard looks like Morellonomicon first.
Yeah. One thing that I want to pretty much zero in on, just focus here, is Xie's build here. We've seen this quite a few times. The Hex Shrinker first into the Trinity Force it's kind of awkward because of how Trinity Force changed throughout. It changed, so they took out the crit. This is a long time ago. They took out the crit, and this is what kind of made Corki a really, not a bad pick, but definitely a harder pick to play through. Is once you take the crit out, give it some CDR, and it feels like, all right, now you're a mid-game champion, but you lost a lot, and now you're staggering your mid-game build with a Hex Shrinker because of the matchup. So it's gonna take them a little longer to get that. With that being said, NewBee gonna get this dragon.
They're starting to burn it through. Condi well on the other side of the map, and despite the Mystic shot from Mystic, he's not able to get the steal. NewBee take the first big neutral objective of the match.
There we go. That needed to happen maybe 2 minutes ago. But NewBee, they finally tuned in that they got it. They've had pressure in this area for quite some time. They're able to make use of it.
Just patient play. Seems like they're waiting. Swift sees his ward being cleared out. Perhaps trying to flank, but there are 3 members of WE here. Swift, oh, he's just outside of the vision here. Hops over the wall. Doesn't get anything.
That's very, and at the same time, Syndra's actually in a poor position. So if he went on that actually would have been a really awkward point for him. He could have actually hit a cocoon and then died. So I'm kind of happy he didn't hit that Q. Not gonna lie, I didn't trust him in that situation.
It's Lee syndrome, though. You have to hit the Q, and you have to follow it. It's in the DNA of every Lee Sin. For example, Yasuo, if you land the knock-up on one person in the back line, you have to go in, even if you're going to die.
To be fair, it's not even like a bad play. That would have been a great play if Cool was in position or was looking for it, but he wasn't looking for it. Like, Lee Sin was in position for that kick, and Syndra was like, you probably didn't even know what was happening. So that's something that NewBee can look back on after this game and say, you know what? This is the problem in our play, especially between Cool and Swift. If they can work on that, then they can become a better duo, kind of like NewBee and Swift back in those days.
Careful!
I don't want to hit it.
They're enemies now.
But now that
that's part of the pull with Cool, right? Him playing here in week 1, already getting MVP in game number 2. This is an opportunity for him to say, hey, I am the primary mid laner for this team. I want to show that I am better than Coco.
Look at me. I am the mid laner now.
Exactly.
So that's essentially what's happening. If he ranks, or at least racks up enough MVPs, even beats WE, will he stay as their core mid laner?
Only time will tell.
I'm going to give it a no. I'm just going to give it a hard no. I feel like that should happen, and it's going to be very heartbreaking to see him lose out. But that love between Coco and Swift is a bit much.
Meanwhile, we've had a lane swap out of WE, sending 957 bottom. Zero and Mystic head up to deal with V and try to get some damage on that top tier 2. There's actually a teleport. They're going to look for a dive. That leaves NewBee to shove bottom. Cocoon catches V after he flashes, and V will go down. First blood to Condi.
Well, really well played. And the lane swap was because they were able to shove up that lane and were in position first.
Turret race is going to go on right now. NewBee trying to burn it through, but it's WE who get it first.
But that's why they made the rotation to start, was because, you know, LWX was actually holding the wave when Ezreal was already on the tower. So it's the poor decision from NewBee. They got caught off guard. Not only did they have enough time to get the kill, but they also got the first tower.
Yeah, they are still able to continue pushing before Cool finally gets there, getting more than half damage on that top tier 2, and not going to miss out on too many minions in that bottom lane as Xie races out with that package.
So this kind of reminds me way back into the lane swap meta, where now it's just all about priority. Who gets to the wave first, who shoves in first, who has to defend first. Ashe right now is getting to the wave fairly late. Corki is already pushed out. Ezreal's going to follow, but he's going to follow into another wave where he doesn't have to, he has to walk. He doesn't have to, you know, get it through wading through the wave and pushing. So if that's to be the case, then it feels like WE is going to get to the tower in the bottom lane far sooner than NewBee is going to get to the tower in the top lane.
Mystic now bottom. As you said, just a little bit ahead of LWX on the opposite side, though. You can see Swift and P. Diddy on the way up there to help him out.
Right now, Elise is zooming up to the bottom lane. We'll see what happens, because right now, Corki, I think he had package, actually.
He did, and it should be expiring about now. Yeah, and right there it goes.
The fact that he was able to do that just means that they're going to be able to get to the bot lane fast. Now, with that being said, you know what? Guess what? NewBee got to it first because they had their entire team first. Let's see who gets to it. Oh, actually, just kidding.
Now, once again, it's just going to be another turret trade. Expediency, I can't imagine, is so much of an issue in this, but there is still a fairly large... There it goes. Never mind.
Speed does matter, because it's whoever is faster actually has the decision to either back away faster or continue on to the next tower. And it feels like WE are continuing on to the next tower.
Expanding that advantage. Swift is caught recalling, going to eat a sapling for his efforts, as again, Mystic and Zero are going to get some chip damage onto V and onto the tier 2 he's trying to protect.
All right, they chip it down just a little bit, but they're not going to get past V, so they made the decision to back away. That was very smart. Overall, WE wins out just a little bit. Both teams kind of got exactly what they wanted, but WE was able to get that little bit of damage on that tower. And they got first tower blood.
Ooh, the stun catches Xie. He's shoved down to half. Cool's level 13 with penetration, but he decides not to go for the power unleashed.
This is the problem with Corki mid versus Syndra, where Syndra just simply outranges you. You can say, yeah, sure, you know what, I have the exhaust, but the exhaust only matters if you engage in on the fight, or if Syndra just randomly decides to walk in without having stunned you max distance. So overall, Cool has the ability to stun from long range, walk in, get the full rotation on your ulti down. You know, Coco, or at least Xie, is dead. So it feels like the Syndra matchup, I prefer it much more than the Corki. So it's interesting to see how this pick is coming through. It's going to be very hard to play this out now.
NewBee looking for a pick in that mid lane with P. Diddy and Cool, but they don't find it. WE had an early ward that keeps them safe. Rift Herald returns to the Beyond, but Infernal Drake is up in 5 seconds.
Yeah, that is an Infernal Drake. All right, so that's going to be something that they're definitely going to hotly contest, and NewBee's already in position, even though the Scuttle Crab is definitely in WE's favor. It's gone. Just kidding. It's over. The Scuttle Crab is on.
It fades away, and immediately WE move in to start attempting to clear out some of this vision from from NewBee. Even a little bit of aggro here. Their grouped is 5, and despite the fact that V has teleport, It looks like they're going to try to force through this dragon. That's going to be the teleport. Arrow
Zero's
finds
godlike.
Zero in the front. He is going to die. Actually brings the burn down onto another member as Xie kites Swift back, gets kicked back into the fight. Cool, looking for somebody, gets kicked, delivered right in. Xie is able to drop one, turn that into two, turning now onto V, who's looking for even more. Mystic has long since died, but it is not going to be enough. He tries to get some of the honey fruit, but they don't keep him standing. That's 5-3 in favor of WE.
Yeah, you know what, cameraman, take a look at Swift, because you kind of killed your cool. You killed your mid laner, and you killed the rest of your team. Just take a look at this. Zero was zeroed in on, demolished. It felt like a really good fight coming from NewBee. Sure, and Swift didn't have much HP. Cool had to back away. But then this happened, and CA is like, I guess I'll take this. You know what? I'll kill Syndra. I'll demolish LWX. Did LWX have an HP bar? I didn't see it. He was gone. And so he was able to kite back. Sure, he died here. But overall, no, the honey fruit's not going to help you, buddy. You lose the fight.
Tragic, truly. But as a result, that's WE now in the lead. Almost 2,000 gold ahead, not to mention more damage on both of the outside Tier 2 turrets. They've got the Infernal Drake to the Ocean Drake. I guess the age-old question, fire or water?
I mean, they're just playing a smarter game, and that's just what it comes down to with me for WE, is that they're a smart team, and they understand very well, or at least much better relative to NewBee. And you know what? It doesn't really matter. We may be losing lanes, we may be losing naturally, but we'll just outplay you. Even that random, not so much random, but that good lane swap helped them out quite a bit. They're the trade kings. You know what? Team fight kings? I'll give them the trade kings. They'll trade when they're behind.
NewBee?
WE.
Okay.
Yeah.
NewBee are the trading kings. Well,
I said WE. WE is the
yeah,
trading
sorry,
king.
yeah, WE.
All right, there we go.
Wouldn't want to play them in Settlers of Catan.
Ooh, I wish I played that, or at least I've heard of that game. And maybe after this game.
Really is a good time.
Yeah, you'll tell me how it goes, or at least what the game is about after
you-
this. No, after this.
Okay, all
it
right.
could be very complex. I don't want to
It's
miss
really
out on
not.
some action. Okay.
But as it is, that is a lot of plants and a lot of vision inside of that Baron pit. And right now, it is 23 minutes into the game. WE still with that slight lead, not quite able to turn it into a big advantage just yet, but they've got a little bit of momentum. They've got some scaling on Ezreal and big damage on Corki. If they can continue landing those rockets.
Oh, they're just going to go in on this one. This is going to be really interesting to see. WE, they're just a better team when it comes to playing around objectives. And the fact that they have priority on this, sure, Zero does not have much HP, so he has to watch himself. The honey fruit's right behind him, so you can just grab it. You see it, buddy. Just go over there. Just snatch it. Now, I guess he's burning pot, so he's going to be holding on to that. As long as they can hold this position, they should be fine. I guess their major concern.
Whoa!
Go!
Flash engage from 957. Cool doesn't stand a chance, and that is going to be a very dead P. Diddy as well. The mid-tier 1 falls, and WE pull the trigger on a whim.
There we go. I mean, they mixed. Yeah, that was hilarious. They mixed me up. They mixed them up. They pretty much crossed them over and saying, we had a lot of pressure on this Baron, but guess what? We're taking the mid towers. 3 towers in one push.
Swift is trying to catch the minion wave, but who needs minions when you've got Elise's Spiderlings? The inhibitor goes down as well. WE, like a dagger to the heart, find an opening and drive it to the hilt.
What kind of sick parade is this? They did not care about the traffic in between them. They just took every objective in the meanwhile. 3 towers down in 1 swift movement. And they got the, you know what? They got an inhib for their troubles.
Oh, yeah. WE, 25 minutes in, they really put a lot of damage onto NewBee. And now NewBee,
That was so
the game has just changed. Okay, this completely changes the game, right?
Yeah.
That inhib is down. That means that's pressure in the mid lane for the duration of the match. Teleport now going down towards that Baron pit.
Wait a minute.
For some reason.
Goodbye, teleport.
957 getting a little overzealous there.
Yeah, maybe he's just going back to that Vegeta tactic. I don't need this TP. Get it off of me.
Oh, but WE was Goku.
We're not going back to Goku. We're talking about Vici.
No,
Vegeta.
Goku.
Vegeta. Get out of here.
Okay.
But yeah, overall, that did change everything in just a short amount of time. The fact that they were able to just play the game of saying, Baron, mid lane turret. Baron, mid lane turret. And they just dove in with Maokai. They've been playing Maokai so well. I'm surprised it gets through. I'm surprised that NewBee's just saying, yeah, we'll focused so hard on this counter matchup of Trundle, it's not been working out for them. They tried to get that Nautilus. Sure, it worked out. But it was technically not working out for them because they almost lost that game. But now they're in this situation where Maokai, or at least they're playing this war so damn well. Now that they have an inhib pushing in, or at least super minions pushing in the mid lane, that this Baron is theirs.
Yeah, WE have got nothing but time as they continue to wait it out now, trying to clear out some of this vision from NewBee. Not going to start it off just yet. Meanwhile, 957 running out of the bottom lane towards the Baron. It's 15 seconds before Ocean Drake spawns.
Ooh, what are they looking for? I guess just the wave there.
Yeah, Mystic getting some really good distance with that blast cone as he makes it over the wall and pushes the minion wave up.
It's going to be interesting to see if they're going to just commit to sieging on this tower. If they are, look at Swift. He's looking for that flank play. So this is going to be real fun to watch. Let's see how it works out. Where is he?
He's just outside of vision.
Oh,
But meanwhile, the dive as they try to push forward onto the tier 2, they will succeed and burn it down again. Another opening, another dagger in.
that's just decisiveness. And maybe NewBee has their own sense of decisiveness with V just walloping that bottom lane tower. But that tower means absolutely nothing because Baron is still an option. Will WE just look for it? I mean, that's not even a question. They're just looking for it.
Yeah, Xie hops the wall.
Just kidding, it was
Mystic
a
follows with an arcane shift. But V is continuing to shove in that bottom lane, calling the bluff of WE, but they haven't completed recall yet. They've caught Swift and chunked him down to half, but Condi is still at half health as well. Oh, wow, Swift follows. That's flash out of Condi, and Swift is dead. Now, the question has been answered.
I mean, NewBee had such a fantastic position. Trundle was working on that bottom lane tower, that inhib tower. Meanwhile, look at that.
Super Minions working on the next turret. The first one falls.
There we go. So this has become quite the game. WE can actually just start up on this. I guess they're playing a... Condi has no HP.
957 still has no teleport. Their tank isn't there. But finally, he's about close to catching up. They are burning through the health on this Baron. There's the teleport in the back. Out of V, trying to join up with the rest of his team. Lots of AoE, finds the rest of NewBee as V completes it. He's now taking damage from the Baron, but they're continuing to fight. That is going to be P. Diddy dying, as 957 is getting shredded down by LWX and Cool. And despite the carry sitting in the back, nice and safe, the tank was not protected.
That's the thing about that fight, was that even though Condi was there, he was just a cheerleader. Because he only had about 100 HP to his name. If a feather so much as just brushed him on the shoulder, he would have just laid flat on the ground. So this is insane because I would have expected NewBee to 1 out in that one. So they can keep going back to that position. This is a little bit of a contest.
What is that? What are those wards?
You know what?
That's 4 wards in the pit.
Keep putting more wards down. Maybe one of them will actually get vision.
We can't clear out the control wards, so just keep on spamming regular wards in the pit.
Maybe they'll find a mechanic in which you can body block one ward with another one. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe someday. But that's Ocean Drake is the next on the table for WE. It's going to be cleared right out by the 2 AD carries, Xie and Mystic. And now we're getting close to that 30-minute mark. Still about a 6,000 gold lead for WE. But the inhib is coming right back up in the mid lane. And NewBee, the old kings of teamfighting, they were able to win one team fight in the last game that won them the series. Are they hedging their bets once again?
We should have a counter for team fights because it looks like WE are just about to hedge it, or at least edge them out. And they're going to go for this Baron right now. They aggroed it, but...
yeah. Teleport from 957. He's being collapsed upon, turns forward, but gets kicked away out of the true damage zone.
From downtown, Malzahar has his ulti out. So that's kind of useless. It's a little bit.
That null zone.
That's a communication thing ultimately. You don't want to have the kick go out because if the Malzahar is going to all in on that Maokai, then go for it. You can actually burn him right out. One of those wards are catching him out.
Yeah, the one right behind the Baron. Just behind his head, tiny little health bar. Seeing that, LWX is going to use that window to shove up mid and take down this mid tier 1. WE don't commit to it.
Do they not see that ward?
They do not, no.
Okay, all right. Well, that's a lot of wasting time there. NewBee are definitely going to be able to get this.
Yeah, they keep shoving forward now, looking for the mid tier 2. Now that their inhib is spawned back up, WE might find themselves in a pretty tight spot here. Smite on the Voidling. No chance of getting any more. That's great.
This is going to be hard. Okay, WE are just fighting for position because that was really hard for NewBee to actually commit for that tower. If they were to look to get it, 100% WE would look for a fight there. They don't want to fight, especially with Maokai right there, and they don't have kick available to them.
It seems like it's back off of cooldown now.
All right, you know what? I guess they just don't want him at
Quite
all
long
anyways.
enough.
Yeah, that's fair.
Getting to the later sections of the game, and WE still playing around. It seems as though they've swapped sides from game number 2. Now it's WE who can't commit quite strong enough.
I mean, at the very least, NewBee are starting to actually challenge them when it comes to a macro level about actually just pulling them around. The Trundle's doing good work in that. He can actually continue to threaten if he has his TP up. Not going to be up just yet, very soon though. So this is going to be interesting to see once they have that TP up, he can actually continue to force that bottom lane tower. But for now, it seems like WE should be fairly, they should know what they're looking for.
Seems like that is a pick around the Baron buff. Cocoon actually is going to catch P. Diddy, but he's still just fine.
I wonder if they have a, nah, they do not have a honey fruit. So actually they're not going to be able to keep going on and starting the Baron with that freedom. They're just going to do it anyways, but they're looking to commit.
There they go. The moment a ward goes over the wall, though, they back away.
This is deja vu.
It seems like WE are very hesitant to start this right out.
Thankfully, they actually have one Ocean Dragon, so they can heal that up. But that doesn't mean much. You have to make a decision. Trundle's back on that split pushing brigade.
Oh, rip
okay.
Condi.
That's going to be a decider right there.
Yeah, most certainly.
That
Stun and the power unleashed.
You know what they should do? They should just bring Trundle from the bottom lane all the way up. If they can actually just get this Baron started, they don't have a jungler. Condi is off the map. That should just be a free fight for them.
Instead, WE are grouped as 4 in the mid lane.
Oh no, here comes Trundle. This is perfect. They need to start it up.
Flanking from the far side, Zero is the initial target. He flashes away, but will drop down. Stranglethorns knocks up 2, 957 in the front. GA and Mystic, the sole hopes they are able to get 1. That's Swift who goes down, but V backs away. 957, so very low, knocked away from the honey fruit and knocked away from life. Mystic is exhausted. That's P. Diddy getting the slow, trying to follow up, but on the far side, you've got GA continuing to fire those rockets away, doing what he can as he valks forward.
Trundle pillar.
Cool. Oh, he grabbed the Scuttle Crab instead of his orb, so can't follow it up with the Scatter the Weak, but GA, he's going to lead them on quite a merry chase. Phosphorus Bomb. He's got the cooldown on the Valkyrie and is continuing to harass around.
He can kill them all.
Is he going 1v4 right now? Mystic catches right back
Condi.
up. Over the wall, Flash Cocoon finds V, and they finally get that kill.
That was so well played. That should have, they chased forever. And at that point, especially since the exhaust was up on Corki can actually take them on. So that was a little bit iffy. They should have just went for the Baron, especially since Condi was down. But they picked the fight. It looked good initially. They were actually getting a lot of kills, a lot of flashes as well. So they should have just backed away, especially once they got the kills. They should have forced them back in that same situation, except they all chased in 1v1 up against the Corki, and Corki whittled them down and finally, you know, at least went over and said, hey, I'm alive.
Ooh, they found Swift now. He dashes away. Kick, but Mystic is able to follow it up. That's a jungler dead, and V is still respawning.
Yeah. Let's test it, W. What will you do now that the enemy jungler is down? The right play. Right. Okay, perfect. Now you're taking Baron.
Yeah, Swift got way out of position there. Is going to cost his team the Baron as WE finally, 35 minutes in, are able to secure the big purple worm.
There we go. That's exactly what they needed, especially since they have Inhib down. Oh.
That arrow.
Okay, you know what?
That wasn't an arrow, that was a message.
I guess so. The arrow was attached to a nice little mail saying, hey, you know what? Screw you.
A note.
Probably hurt his feelings.
I don't like it when you do that thing, where you take objectives. Infernal Drake now just spawned, and WE are already on top of it. Package on GA means that he can escape if he needs to, but he's got more than enough damage at this point to clear through the rest of the health on that Infernal Drake. With 1 inhibitor bear and 2 inhibitor turrets standing, WE are poised with the Baron buff to try to push and end this game.
So they got Baron, they got 2 Infernals, And you know what? Just on top of it, just a cherry on top of it, they have an Ocean Dragon. So they're even just going to get these lanes shoved in. They're not going to waste a bit of time on that wave. Nope. We're not sending a person at you. We're sending an ulti. So that's fine.
The True Shot Barrage clears out those minions. And the rest of WE push forward, looking to finish off that inhibitor. Swift might be on the side looking for a flank, but after his previous flanking attempt, resulting in that Baron, might be a little bit hesitant here as they escort the minion wave in. Yeah. 957 in front.
Ooh, Trundle Pillar. That's actually a useless punch, Trundle Pillar, and it has a fairly long cooldown, so once it's down, they can actually just walk up to it.
V is in front, drops the Subjugate, but it is not enough. He goes down. 957 chunked down to barely 300 health, but is still standing. Sonic Wave finds him, but Swift does not follow through as Kandi keeps the rest of the team. He decides to go in and will be able to get the kill onto Cool. Meanwhile, Xie is going to clean it up on the far side. Finally, that is the ace, and WE clean up, winning this series in a very drawn-out Game 3.
That was quite the game. You know what? Maokai didn't have health, but he still had a twist in advance, and that's all that matters. Wins the set 2-1. It definitely could have just been a 2-0, but that one game was definitely a bit of a troll. But you know what? Cool. I feel bad, man. That was a really good set from him. He played super well in every game. It's hard to see that.
It certainly is, but you have to imagine after that performance, getting MVP in game number 2 and looking remarkably strong in game number 3. Still definitely feeling pretty strong for himself over the course of this series.
And if there's one person that you can look towards and say, you know what, you didn't play so well as Swift, because Swift had a lot of moments where it was a brain fart moment.
So joining us once again on the desk is going to be Froskuren. Welcome back.
Glad to be back after watching Team WE rightfully assume their throne and take down NewBee. Huge congratulations and a good win moment for them. They have to be feeling really good after that 2-1.
Bringing it back nice and clinical over the course of that match. Able to take an advantage at about 25 minutes in, but then they kind of sat on it for a very long time. Ending up with a 9,000 gold lead, 17-7 overall.
Overall, if I look at this group and I see, hey, it's actually pretty even, because even though NewBee did lose, and it could have just been a simple 2-0, I felt like NewBee, even with their new bottom lane, looking quite better.
They didn't look too good after losing, though. Like I know that you guys kind of glossed over a little bit, but Cool looked close to tears.
At the end of the match.
And even though we've got the damage on our screen, you can see that Xie astronomically head and shoulders above everyone else. This is perfect because this segues exactly into what I wanted to talk about. Cool looks close to tears. He had this reputation of being like the faker of China. Unfortunately, in Season 2, when Cool was at his height and he went toe-to-toe with Faker in that World Championship, we all knew what Faker was eventually going to become. The world's greatest League of Legends player. And Cool completely fell off. He became mediocre. He became a liability even when he came, and he's kind of been bouncing around teams, never really finding his success. Xie is now kind of the prodigal son of the Chinese mid laners. You know, he's this next big up-and-coming talent. He was a one-trick Twisted Fate player. Team W grabbed him out of solo queue, refined him, trained him up. We saw that incredible performance that he just put on for Corki, and you know that has to sting Cool. You know, he made a gamble. He left his legacy organization of OMG. That has been his staple team and branding to go to NewBee and to lose a game like that, and looking across at the other side at what he could have been and what he should have been.
I mean, if I'm Cool, you look over your shoulders and you see Swift, and I'm saying, because Swift actually played that last game very poorly. There was even that one team fight where he kicked Corki into a good double kill. Like, he killed both of his carries off of a Swift kick. And then Swift suicided about 2 times.
You don't need to preach to me. I'm on Team Doinby.
Oh, there we go. Team Doinby.
It seems like that was generally the theme that we noticed from NewBee over the course of the game, was they weren't on the same page for almost anything, except for when WE kind of fed themselves into that kill in Game 2.
But this does make sense. Again, this is a brand new iteration of this roster. You pretty much only have Swift and V as the remaining core members. Otherwise, Cool, LWX, and Penis, who we're going to call P. Diddy, as kind of the new combination. So it makes sense. There should be growing pains. They're against a roster that they didn't change anything. They acquired some new members. They upgraded their coaching staff, and they rightfully got slapped around.
Well, very challenging for them. WE, on the other hand, looking very strong over the course of the match. Game number 1, very dominant. Game number 2, still able to come back despite a deficit, so showing that they've got the patience to wait it out. And then game number 3, taking it all the way through. Now you can see your MVP on the screen right now, Xie on that Corki, his first MVP of the split, 6, 1, and 8.
Damage share out of this world, 33%. All I know right now is Xie is hot and he's on fire. There was a point in the game where WE lost. They technically lost, and they chased this man across the map.
Yeah.
And he was chased, and he was just dueling them all. He would say, yeah, you know what? You want to come at me? You want to come at me, Trundle? I can probably burst you down. And there were so many moments where, as you mentioned, like Xie was just a fantastic, I guess a prodigy of a mid laner. And he showcased it with this game. I'm sure Cool was playing so well, but he played around, or at least Xie played around his team. Fantastic.
I mean, we never give Xie enough props. You know, he came in on Team WE. You think all the way back to IEM when it was TSM versus Team WE, and he had the Diana teleport. Yeah. Like, look at the leaps and bounds that guy has made as a player in just kind of a year and a half worth of time to solidify himself as the best Chinese mid laner in the LPL. I mean, I think it's pretty definitive and pretty easy for him to grab that title.
In addition, he's got a pretty well-rounded team to join him. Certainly.
Pretty much just like in Wayless.
Yeah, exactly.
The rest of his team, 957 on that tanky Maokai, pretty much every game was absolutely huge.
Huge drafting oversight. He shouldn't be given that champion for free every time for the amount of damage, the amount of work, and how influential and how important that pick is to everything that Team W want to do. You know that they're a good team fighting team. I mean, you just look at that last game. It was pretty much a 0-0. Like, am I watching EULCS or am I watching LPL at like 20 minutes in the game just trading towers? As soon as the Trinity Force comes in for Ezreal, Power Spike turns on and suddenly the first blood comes down.
Here's the thing. I agree with you, right? Maokai is getting banned quite frequently, and deservingly so, a little bit too tanky. But the big point for me is they knew what they wanted to do. NewBee actually set up top lane priority for most of these games, except for the Proppy one. Overall, they had a strategy to really abuse this matchup, and that's what they didn't do. As a team, they didn't rotate topside. They didn't even send their support with them. They didn't send their mid laner with them topside. It was a two-man show where it was just like Swift and V was just saying, hey, you know what? We're going to try and dive you. We can't do it, we'll back away. They just closed options for themselves, and that's a problem. If you can't do it, if you don't have the communication to send more than 2 people top, then you know what? Don't let them have Maokai.
And that really begs the question about the future of NewBee moving forward. Coco obviously couldn't play because he couldn't get in for the roster lock. Looking forward, does that mean that NewBee change up that bottom back to Happy?
I mean, it's hard to say just because Cool is having such a great performance. Again, you saw kind of the tears coming on at the end of that game. Definitely a gut-wrenching loss after you play your heart out like that. But again, if you look at Swift and Coco's solo queue, they've been exclusively duo queue. We know that Swift has a powerful voice in that team just because of how he's kind of sculpted around himself. He is the superstar on that roster, and he definitely has a history with Coco all the way back to Xenix Storm. So you would expect that Swift's going to make the call, put my buddy on the roster, and increase the synergy from there. Yeah. Even though Cool played well, it just completely changes the team dynamic.
100%. I actually have no that's pretty much it.
Well, then, looking forward to WE on the other side. They obviously still have some work to do, not throwing after effectively winning the game. And this game, it was very patient for them as well over the course of the match. The match 3, of course, that I'm referring to. How do they improve from here?
All I'm saying with NewBee is that, well, WE, they get them moments where, of course, they should lose the game, right? They're on the back foot a lot of the times, and they can actually turtle or at least play around losing, which is a funny thing to say. All I'm saying is that when NewBee, when they have the advantage, they actually don't press or anything. When they have a jungler down, they make the wrong calls almost consistently every single time. So I'm looking at this team. I'm saying NewBee, well, they need to learn how to actually push their advantage. WE probably value having an advantage.
Yeah.
And Raz, I completely agree with you. Like, I hate the way that Team WE play the game in that kind of really methodical turtle style. It works so well for them consistently in the LPL because teams have really mediocre and lackluster preparation, especially around objectives. That is where Team WE shine, though. And so now the big question for me is, like, I don't want viewers to get the wrong idea that even though they were behind the in those games, that Team W are a weak team, because you have to understand that that's exactly how they like to play. So even though it looks like Team W are losing, that's Team W actually winning. Yeah. And I need to see this on the international stage to see if a better team or a different style of region could actually punish Team WE.
for theoretics, I'll say that they should be a losing team, but they are a winning team. I'll give you that. All right, but they should be. Okay.
It helps
Send
that
them,
their region just continuously throws into them.
send them to Worlds and have them lose. This is the social experiment.
Week 1, send them
Raz,
to Worlds.
It's week 1.
You
We
know?
haven't even seen the rest of the teams in the region. For all we know, LGD could come out swinging and just do exactly what EDG did last split.
Be still my heart.
Yes.
I'm just rearing for it.
Yes. Overall, it was a very good series to watch, despite the patience from WE and, tragically, some of the mistakes that we saw out of NewBee overall. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break, but we'll be back with our second set of the night, EDG versus Vici, in just a few.
I swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. Once again, I am back, Dom, hosting and casting once again. But joining us, we've got a new change of face. Frosco is going to be joining me for the cast on this one, and Rusty, your expert analysis, will be helping us in between games.
Correct. Excited to get into this second game. The first one was good and a little bit
was.
expected and slow, but definitely still good. The second one, however, does have a lot on the line.
It certainly does. This is Edward Gaming versus Vici Gaming. This is going to be a very exciting match. I mean, they've got a lot to prove coming out of this.
You say very exciting, but the thing is there's two kind of running jokes with Team WE and Vici. Team WE, they're the 35-minute team, and Vici are the 45-minute team. So we'll see if they've picked up the pace a little bit since changing over from Dandy into Bengi. But something tells me they're still going to play nice and slow.
Yeah, and again, the team direction from Vici has shifted entirely, so they are trying to play around at least decision-making wise from their mid laner EasyHoon, but the way that Vici play, I wouldn't expect changes too much. They were originally known as the Death by 1,000 Cuts team, and they actually just started to become tens of thousands as the game progressed, but from one split to another, from roster to roster shift, they always seem to have the same style, and I'd be shocked if it changes.
I'm certainly hoping to see that that is the case, if they can show that they will be changing something here. But let's take a look at the rest of the roster overall. It's not just EasyHoon's team, but this is also Bengi, and their support staff has changed.
I believe the running joke in the office is SKB, because they've got Puman doing the coaching staff, they've got Bengi now picked up in the jungle, and then of course EasyHoon. It's really important to emphasize that EasyHoon is very happy in China right now, super comfortable. His Mandarin is very good in interviews, as well as the fact that he's kind of become the identity of this team. So before it was Dandy and EasyHoon, this time around it really feels like EasyHoon's the captain, the leader, and kind of the heart and soul of this unit.
And honestly, that's super exciting. Can EasyHoon step up and be this massive carry? Because even as a stylistic kind of player, he sits back, he likes to farm, plays Azir, and literally plays like Azir should be played. As he waits till he's got 3 big items or 2 big items, and only then starts to have relevance. Comes into the LPL from the LCK and still does the exact same thing, just changes his champions to be Lissandra instead of Azir. And like now he's got a team that's been built around him, players that he's requested in Bengi as an example. He's got Pumandu, they've got all the coaching to support him. Can EasyHoon actually step up and be that early game presence that he needs to be?
And that really is the question for Vici as a whole, but that's also the question that we have to apply to EDG. This is a team that was undefeated last split in the LPL, and they have had some significant changes.
Yeah, if they lose here today, it'll be their first domestic loss in an entire split. Right now, their roster is Mouse, Firelily, Scout, Zet, formerly known as Cry, a lane swap mid laner into an AD carry position, and then Mako.
The question is, as an established team like this, with all of the history behind these teams, is bringing in new members to a team like this going to be enough for them?
I mean, I'll be honest with you, I'm pretty sure they should lose this first game. Like, they've just changed so many things, and yes, their support stuff is great, their infrastructure is great, the coaching you would expect would be fantastic, but there's just so many changes against a team that is strong just from a player-based standpoint.
And the big concern for me is the fact that EDG lost so much power in their bottom lane. Like, obviously, any sort of AD carry that you're getting over Deft is going to be a downgrade, but it's a huge one in a role-swapped AD carry. And when you look across at Xuan P/Endless or Caveman, like, that's the one area that you actually want to punish Vici. It's in their bottom lane, and this new iteration of EDG no longer have that ability.
Hopefully we'll be able to see them show that they can shape this sort of younger roster into something new. I mean, they've got plenty of time, they've got plenty of practice, and it is week 1 after all.
Yeah, and I mean, week 1, there is time to experiment. EDG did do this last year as well. They started to try and play around with having Firelily in split 1 of 2016.
I mean, they built Scout up.
Yeah, exactly. They did build Scout up, but they did not build Firelily up, unfortunately, as he swapped to Aimee in the second split. So again, this is the danger point, because you can build players like Scout up, but you can't build up everybody at once and just throw them into the LPL and expect them to be good. They do feel to me, EDG is an organization that'll hit the ground slowly and then ramp up as they get towards the end of the split, and we might see, the possible strength that could come out of them as we progress.
I mean, we're really giving them the benefit of the doubt on this roster. If this was any other organization, I would look at these players with the reputation that they have and say that this is a bottom-tier team. But because it's EDG and because you know of the infrastructure, the support staff, and the importance that they put on that behind them, you say, okay, they're probably still going to stay afloat. They'll probably be towards the top end of the LPL. Maybe they might make it in the long run, but in terms of game 1, I'm holding my breath.
And just to clarify, that is that because we assume they still have Aaron not actively coaching, but working within the organization.
So Aaron took a step back. He now controls all of management and helping kind of organize everything from behind scenes. EDG have a very impressive gaming house. Their new acting coach is actually NoFei, formerly of the Rocks Tigers, the exact same place that Zet came from. So kind of no surprise to see them move over. We'll see if maybe that working relationship translates onto the Rift and he feels a bit more comfortable. I know that when Deft left the team, he said that there were communication issues. You now have another Korean AD carry coming in, role swapping over. he's never kind of experienced a mixed roster team, so you would expect that those communication issues that Def said exist would only be exasperated.
But I'm glad that you speak about translation in the first place, because Aaron is making active attempts to try and bridge the communication gaps and problems that they were experiencing even with Deft on the roster. They actually have translators within their house constantly working. They're going to be learning Mandarin as they go, the Korean players in this team, to try and bridge that and be as capable as they can as a 5-man unit. So once again, I feel like we're going to hit week 5 and they might start showing it. But until then, I mean, I really can't see it.
And their opponents, Vici, on the other hand, this is an opportunity for them to take advantage of this sort of early expected weakness. The fact that Easy Hoon, I believe he already speaks Mandarin, yes?
He's not as fluent as Rookie, but he does his interviews in it.
He still has this whole team built around him, so I imagine communication probably isn't that much of an issue.
Well, the thing is you're also trading Bengi, and Bengi hasn't been in a mixed language roster either. Yeah. And you also have to assume that, yes, Vici still look good on paper, but I'm still going to consider Bengi a downgrade from Dandy. Dandy didn't have the greatest year. He wasn't the best jungler, but he's still kind of that big control jungler. He fills a very similar role that Bengi did for SKT. But like even at Dandy's highs, I don't think anyone's going to argue that the world champion jungler is just slightly a step above the 2-time world champion jungler.
Well, time will tell. He could balance it out by winning Worlds this year.
Maybe it's controversial opinion to say that Dandy at his highs is better than Bengi at his highs.
Yes.
Yes, it is. It's controversial.
Is it?
I am of the opinion that, you know, they're both really good and they're both completely different.
What? They're both control junglers.
Yes, but Dandy was a carry jungler by the end of his LPL.
He had to be a carry jungler. He had to morph to fit that role. Can Bengi do that? And especially without the experience that Dandy had already built up on the roster. Again, this dude played top lane for the team. He played jungle for the team. He played carry. He played control. Bengi's coming in. He's never been on a mixed language roster. He pretty much just knows the coaching staff and Easy Hoon. Like, that is a straight downgrade.
And I will clear the air as well and say that Bengi I do not expect to be a carry jungler. I expect him to explicitly be a control jungler. There's a reason he was benched in SKT for another jungler in the first place, right? It's because he was a tank player and it was a carry meta. So Dandy was able to adapt and facilitate, and Bengi shouldn't be able to, but this is where I say Easy Hoon has a really important job.
And to be fair, he did have a very good performance at Worlds as well, so maybe we get to see him break out that Nidalee.
Hello?
You could have said any other champion.
I know, probably one of the worst
jungle
junglers
Have you
right
seen
now.
the meta right now?
It was more of a statement about his playstyle, how he came up and was like, hey, I'm the tank jungler, but I can still play it.
Yeah, no, he's definitely got the Elise and the Lease in there as well.
But this is the big problem, is Bengi's playstyle. He's a supportive jungler. And the problem is you look at Vici's roster, and they needed a faker, and they got an Easy Hoon. That's not to throw shade at Easy Hoon. He's amazing. They just needed a carry. They have so many great supportive pieces, but no one goes off on that team, which forced Dandy to look towards the Ringars, to be that carry jungler, because someone had to step up and say, give me all of these resources.
Well, he's certainly going to have his work cut out for him now, but it is Vici on the left side of your screen, on your current side of your screen, left side of the arena. You can see EDG getting ready. The beginning of the new roster. Could it be the beginning of a new establishment for this team?
I mean, a lot of questions to be answered for EDG. Are they even capable of showing up in that first week with limited practice, limited opportunities to grow as a roster against just big names? And again, the question's there. Vici are reasonably consistent as a team, but that consistency might actually just be enough to get them over the line.
The hilarious thing is they're the most consistent team by splitting games. Like back when the LPL was on a 2-game point system, Vici consistently went 1-1, and it's because of how they play, because they are that macro-heavy team that if they don't outthink you, they simply can't outplay you on the map.
So here are the lineups. Mouse in the top, Fire Lolly in the jungle, Scout and mid, along with Zet and Mako in the bottom. Their opponents, Vici Gaming, Onion in the top lane, Bengi in the jungle, Easy Hoon in the mid lane, along with Xuan P and Hatong.
Okay, what's up with
support.
that? Who's Onion?
Oh.
Roscoe, what's going on?
Okay, so
Did he name change as well?
No, it is a different player. They've completely mixed up the roster. Not only that, but they've also pulled Caveman from the roster and they've brought back Hatong. That's another role-swapped position. Hatong was a mid laner. He is now playing support for the team. Caveman was known as an initiation support. Hatong has an issue where he played Twisted Fate. He would hit ultimate not to initiate, but to run away.
Yeah, he's a Zir hive minding. Easy Hoon has picked players that can pick a Zir And Tong was a former Azir only basically player by the end of his career in the middle lane. I have no other logic. Why is he a support right now?
But this, like Vici, this has plagued them for the longest time. They consistently swap between their AD carries, Xuan P and Endless sitting on the roster, and every single game, no matter what the result was, they were going to swap it. But that hindered any sort of synergy that they could build with one carry, and they didn't create unique identities for either of their team members. So again, I feel like you give them a 10-man roster, and they actually just wreck their team with it.
We'll have to see if they can do that, though. Yeah. Got any thoughts, Rusty?
Yeah, why is Onion playing? Long's good.
Long was good.
Well, they've got Bangi now to fill in for the Dandy, and we've already gone over this as well. You can see he's going to be doing some work.
World champion for world champion, but Dandy has shown throughout his holistic career that he's a bit more flexible and a bit more meta resistant.
It certainly is going to be tough to see if that's the case. If he can continue to demonstrate excellence over the course of this matchup. Of course, let's take a look at some of the power picks we're expecting going into this. We already talked a little bit about them during... Oh, yes, I know, of course. But we talked a little bit about them yesterday, and over the course of the top of the day today, we're still seeing things like Malzahar, LeBlanc, high priority champs.
In seriousness, checking through the solo queue, Zet is one of the few LPL AD carries that's actually been experimenting with the Ziggs ADC. He's played it quite a bit, so that is definitely there for EDG in their wheelhouse. Endless and Xuan P are a bit harder to track down, but they're known for their Kalista and their Twitch, respectively.
And that's purely logical. He's a former mid laner that has moved to the AD carry role. The natural transition will be that Ziggs.
And we are now entering into Champion Select. For this time, we will say goodbye to Rusty. We'll see him soon after this game ends. But we have entered into picks and bans. Looks like Jace is going to be the first, targeted at likely Onion. And Camille going to follow it up for Mouse.
Okay, so I have a bit of a beef to grind with EDG. Through their history in the LPL, they have notoriously been terrible in the draft phase, and so I really had high expectations when they picked up NoFe from the Rocks Tigers to kind of correct and fix this big oversight, because it was EDG really brute forcing victories on the back of their natural talent and synergy, rather than how they actually sculpted team compositions.
Well, we'll know after 7 minutes.
I'm already liking the Jace ban as well as the Rengar ban.
As Rengar is banned away, that's going to be Kha'Zix, the final ban for Vici, leaving EDG with their first pick. Syndra gets through. That LeBlanc has been taken away, but Syndra is locked in.
So no surprise, they're going to prioritize a heavy favorite for the mid laner there in Syndra, but more importantly, kind of the last stable member remaining on the roster other than Mako in Scout. And I do agree with what Rusty said kind of on the desk yesterday, this idea that between Pawn and Scout, that's heavily debatable about who's the best player, but for EDG, I feel like Scout had the better style. They certainly found much more victory with him, and it was just a bit more consistent, kind of reminded me of their U days in 2014.
After actually watching Pawn in the LCK a few days ago, it seems like he's continuing with that same style over there, so perhaps this could be a good move for...
I mean, they're just different. Pawn creates pressure on the map, Scout's more of a team player, more about controlling the team fight in front of him, but EDG have really been a 5v5, Baron team when it comes down to their core, and that's where Scout's really strong, and a champion like Syndra is going to set him up for success.
We'll have to see if they can pull that off, as Zyra is the next pickup for them. And same thing with that Maokai, so very strong. This is the 4th time we've seen it today.
That said, the Poppy is still available unless she falls down kind of in the next rotation of bans, which I kind of expect the top pool to be pinched a bit, although we'll see if maybe EDG look to pinch the support pool if this Misfortune isn't locked in.
Yeah, speaking of supports, Vici pick up their own to deal with that Zyra. Misfortune locked in for Hatong. Xuan P likely going to be taking that Varus. And Rek'Sai going for Bengi.
It definitely still could be a flex pick, though. EasyHoon has been known to play the Varus in the LPL, so watch out for that. It would also be very intelligent of Vici to draft and kind of hold that one.
Yeah, Ashe and Ryze are going to be the next 2 bans, fairly standard. Pressure down that AD carry pool of Xuan P, and of Zed, because he still hasn't picked.
But the Ziggs is still up.
Yeah, that Ziggs is still there. Vi is going to be the next ban for Fire Lolly. No point and click lockdown for you. So good with Courage of the Colossus.
Fire Lolly is really known for his Graves debut. The last time he started for EDG, I believe he finished that game 0-7.
Ooh, maybe he does need someone a little tanky.
We haven't seen Fire Lolly in a long time. Hopefully he stepped it back up. Clear Love has actually been on break, so This isn't just a bench after Clearlove's world performance, as some fans would throw shade. It's simply, you know, Clearlove wanted to clear his head, take an extended break. He just hasn't been practicing, hasn't been playing. He's been very vocal that he wants someone behind him on the roster to kind of encourage him to reach for his next best. Has recently returned and just hasn't put in the hours to start day one.
Yeah, that creates a bit of unfair pressure for Fire Lolly, however. If there's another jungler who has higher priority and your job is to create pressure for him, might be a little bit difficult for Fire Lolly to follow through with that. But we've already gone through with the next picks. Nautilus is locked in, along with Lee Sin, and now Caitlyn is being covered.
So a pretty stock standard composition already forming for EDG. Nice to see that Fire Lolly gets a comfort champion like the Lee Sin. I do agree with Raz that since Fire Lolly's departure from EDG back to IMA where he sat behind a Voidless, we did see some improvement and progress from him. He's always been a very popular player in China, known for his quirky personality, kind of is upbeat, brings a lot of life to teams, so hopefully he'll help them out in the comms as well without Clearlove and that veteran leadership.
The final pick is Corki for EasyHoon. So Corki Varus, long-range poke. We've already seen what a Corki can do in the previous game, but he's going to have to go up against Syndra here. We've also seen what Syndra can do in the previous game.
But that's kind of the idea, is that you both have two long-range champions, and it's kind of a question of, can I outplay around the stun and just whittle you down, or is she going to land the all-in and just delete me from the map? Now, we did see the itemization that Xie took last game, where he chose to rush into a Hex Drinker.
Yep.
So Corki obviously has that option to try to survive Syndra.
But with that, we've got our final compositions locked in, 5v5 for this matchup, as EDG are getting ready. Their opponents, Vici Gaming, going to try to bring it back. Former teammates, Bengi and EasyHoon, facing off against each other. No, they're on the same team. It's been a long night.
Again, SKB. They've got
Yes.
Pumandu, EasyHoon, and Bengi on the lineup right now. So we'll see if this has elevated their abilities. Vici kind of make mid-tier runs through their LPL playoffs, so they've never been a top-tier team, just slightly underneath a relevant talking point. This is kind of now their year, you know, EasyHoon, captain, leader of the team. He's kind of sculpted everything around him. Does he have enough in the tank to elevate them to the next level?
Well, he's going to have Bengi helping him out. Hopefully he can do just that. Meanwhile, the fresh EDG squad of relatively younger tier players compared to their previous lineup with the separation. Go ahead.
I mean, let's be honest, this is a gut check for EDG.
Yeah.
You know, they've been hemorrhaging talent. Mouse was a downgrade over the height that Koro really brought, even though Koro fell off kind of in the back half of his career. Clearlove's gone. Fire Lolly's definitely not an upgrade there. Scout has been consistent, although there's still debate about whether Pawn is better. Zet, obvious downgrade from Deft, and Mako kind of the last consistent piece there. So, you know, how much can EDG lose and still maintain their premier LPL status?
It's like the philosophical question where if you change a piece out on a ship time and time again, constantly changing pieces out, suddenly you have enough pieces to make a second ship. Is the first one still the original, or is the new one the original ship?
I think it's a better question of, are they going to sink or swim right now?
Yeah, well, I mean, you kind of have to hope that your ship doesn't have any holes in it. But we haven't even gotten onto the Rift yet, so we can't answer that question. Hopefully we'll be able to, by the end of the night, at least get some insight into the expectations for this. As you saw, the players were loading in to get ready. Vici Gaming.
I mean, we can talk, I was waiting until we got into the Rift to kind of really talk about lane matchups, but we've got the compositions in front of us, and we kind of talk about winning lanes versus losing lanes. EDG at least have the bottom side of their map where they could get an advantage. You have the Caitlyn Zyra lane versus Varus MF that can kind of go either way depending on how you play the level 1. Syndra versus Corki, again, there's outplay potential there, but Syndra still has a lot of kill threat and pressure, especially when you put the Lee Sin mix in it. So I feel like if EDG can play towards the bottom side of their lane, kind of allow that Maokai Nautilus lane to neutralize itself, or at least help the Maokai not get bullied out too much, they'll be in a good position. But then it's all eyes on Fire Lolly. Can he show up on this Lee Sin? Can he take over the role of Clearlove?
I mean, that's the question on everyone's lips. Will he actually be able to show up? Looks like we do have a bit of an issue with the load-in. We do have a player reconnecting with a bug on startup, so just going to get that right back in. Of course, the game has already started. We're just waiting on this one player to reconnect, and the game will start, so we don't need to go through pick and ban again.
But we can go a bit of a deep dive on the players. So we've talked a lot about, you know, EDG, this is kind of sink or swim for them. They need to stay afloat, how it's all about EasyHoon on Vici, but kind of curious that they would go back towards Hatong. He's disappeared on and off the roster multiple times. Before EasyHoon joined Vici, he was actually their mid laner alongside Pong. And they would rotate between them, but obviously when you get a superstar like EasyHoon, bye-bye.
Yeah.
See you on the bench. So to see Hatong kind of climb back, stay loyal to the organization, that the organization would also stay loyal to him. Vici had been very public that they were training up a team, that it wasn't going to be their time last year or the year before that, but eventually it would be. There's a reason why they stayed so loyal to players like Xuan P, like Endless, now to Hatong. And so obviously the organization, the support staff see a future with these players.
Well, they're going to have to prove that this future is going to be strong enough to take a win and survive against the likes of a team like the new EDG and the other very talented teams in the LPL right now. As the players, seems like we might just be loading in right about now to get us ready for this match and finally answer some of those questions.
You know, I spoke a little bit too soon. I think I gave EDG kind of the bottom lane push, but again, looking back at it, the Varus versus the Misfortune, kind of depending on how they hit their abilities on the first wave, this is going to be really close, and I think it's much more neutral around the map other than top lane.
We're certainly going to find out. It's game number 1 between EDG and Vici Gaming.
Listen for the crowd. There you go.
Was that a baby?
I think we just turned down their mic.
Yeah, okay.
You have to wait for the EDG Jayo.
Okay. Oh yeah, you can hear the thunder sticks now.
Yeah, there you go. The producer's like, bump it, bump it.
Raise the volume.
Get that crowd in there. EDG's playing. They
So-
may not have clear
so
love, but they still have their fans.
Tell me why we're listening for the chants for EDG. Are the fans really that dedicated to the team?
EDG are the most popular team in China since winning MSI. They are the heart and soul. They prove that we can do it, that we can take down the Korean overlords. At least that one time. We're going to completely ignore 2015, 2016 World. Just eliminate those.
Just focus on the here and the now.
Exactly.
Well,
Speaking of here and now,
yeah,
Dom, start me off.
looks like both jumblers starting on the top side of the map. You wanted to take a look at that early trading in the bottom lane. Zet so far has been focusing on the minions.
Yeah, EDG are losing this. Hatong and Xuan P actually have a creep lead, although now it's evened up, but there's the E, and that's the question that I had. So Misfortune starting Make It Rain, Varus also starting his Hail of Arrows, I believe it's called. I'm not the play-by-play caster.
That's
and
it.
just overlapping their AoE and trying to push the creep wave out.
Meanwhile, Onion shoving in first onto Mouse. They are still dead even. EasyHoon and Scout trading it up in the mid lane. Level 2 for EasyHoon. And only 3 CS so far for Scout, so having a bit of difficulty with that first wave. Should be able to catch back up, though. It's still super early into the game as the junglers find their way to the bottom side of the map. Fire Lolly gets double buff. Whoa! Leaps over the wall, says hi to the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a head start there, and he's going to use the Blast Cone to get a head start on the Scuttle Crab, as well as also pull Mako over, because in the end, it was the Zyra and the Caitlyn that won out and got the shove, pushing into Varus and Misfortune.
And this is very encouraging that we're seeing EDG, whoa, that was a lot of damage, that we're seeing EDG already utilize Mako so cleanly in prepping for the river. Rek'Sai could have been there. Bengi was right there in the jungle. Didn't follow around as EasyHoon takes some damage. That was the winning strategy for Aimee. Keep Road roaming with Ben 4.
It's also the prevailing strategy for EDG as you take a look at the fan vote. No surprises there. Again, one of the most popular, if not the most popular team in China since their MSI 2000 victory. But the identity of EDG has always been a bottom lane team, and I like kind of the question that you brought up, you know, how many pieces do you remove before you create a new identity? Mako still looking quite dominant, quite strong. When they changed over from FCZF to Mako, they made a point to say that Mako helps with the shot calling, that all of the vision choices are his call, so he is very proactive in his team. So we'll see if maybe that kind of influences Firelo and he continues to play down bottom, despite the fact that he's not clear love.
Oh, he's found EasyHoon though. Sonic Wave! He follows up, but the auto gets Scout first blood.
Now hold on, here's Bengi, just to say a hi, see ya, goodbye.
Yeah, quick, how you do?
And as we were saying that, you know, would Firelo play bottom? Well, he doesn't necessarily need to when Scout's just bowling EasyHoon around and has kill pressure on that poor little Corki.
Yeah, shoving in the minion wave, that's going to be a lot of minions missed. Luckily though, there is still a relatively full health cannon. So Bengi's just going to catch experience until EasyHoon makes his way back.
And the nice thing is that, yes, EasyHoon's not having a great time, but Bengi really doesn't lose anything here because his entire jungle is clear. So it's not like he's losing anything by being tied up in the mid lane other than just eating the free solo experience as well as the free CS.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Zet taking a very strong trade from Hatong and Chuan. They're still being shoved in right now as we're seeing Vici trade damage onto EDG, but EDG pressuring the minions instead. So that's giving them lane control, but Bengi is on the hunt.
Yeah, and that's the thing, the fact that Zyra and Caitlyn are extended forward. We'll see if Bengi can at least force a flash here.
He's going to come over the wall. There goes the slow zone. Zet immediately flashes,
one.
but Bengi has his own. The
There's
target is
two.
Mako. He flashes, gets a double knockup. Zet and Mako are under the turret. Hatong takes some more. He's so low. Heal keeps him alive, but teleport's about to complete. Hatong has got nowhere to go. Mouse gets the snare, following up with yet another kill, but now Mouse might be too far forward. Turning onto Bengi. He's already so tanky. The Piltover Peacemaker forces Bengi to back away, and that's 2-0 right now for EDG.
And a kill with a click stun and a 0.5 second difference in the TP. Wow, wish I could speak.
That's EDG for you. Already showing that, hey, they can communicate well. They can play around the map, and they are looking very polished. 1,400 gold, 6 minutes in.
Our observer actually showing us the creep wave that was left up there.
That's going to push into Onion?
No, it'll
Slowly?
push back towards Mouse.
Really?
Unless I miscounted the creeps. It looked like those were focus firing.
Oh, yeah, might have been.
This is why I get jealous that I don't have my own PC in front of me to look back on it.
To scroll on over. Someday, but that day is not today. Taking a look at the items now being purchased. We've got a BF sword picked up for Zet with his first buy. Already boots and a lost chapter for Scout. And Mouse finishes off that second Doran's ring to go with his ruby crystal.
Hold on.
Fire Lolly sees Bengi there.
He's hunting him, but he doesn't have the pressure or the mid laner behind him because Scout's got EasyHoon stuck underneath the tower. And more importantly, Scout has his ultimate. So there is definite kill threat and a lot of pressure exerted from EDG in their 2v2 jungle versus mid.
Hatong uses the window to clear out the ward in River, but Fire Lolly answers back. Onion actually roams right down. He's level 6. Bengi doesn't have Flash. Scout does, however. There it goes. Flash, hook. And he doesn't quite get the animation off. Scout's able to get out of range before the depth charge launches.
That is going to be the flash down, so we'll see if Bengi and perhaps Onion can return back to this lane to try to punish that further. Although Scout should be making a back relatively soon, although maybe they'll just hand the blue buff back to him instead of going back to refill his mana.
They very well could. He's very high health. However, Fire Lolly is on the bottom side of the map right now, so he's going to have to clear that ward on his own. Luckily, EasyHoon did get a recall. Zet continuing to shove out in the bottom, but Chuan P doing just about the same thing as they are even in items.
And like you said, there goes Scout's recall, so eating up time by spending it in base on that down summoner spell, giving himself a bit of safety back. He should now wander over to his blue buff, get that back, and be able to not be punished for that summoner missing.
Meanwhile, that mid-tier 1 is taking a lot of damage 8 minutes in, down to nearly a quarter of its health. Fire Lolly heads back up to that side. Once again, the exact same spot he was just in.
EDG have a ton of burst damage right now, and the fact that Syndra ult's still up, as well as they've now acquired Lee Sin ultimate, which is why you see them being so aggressive here to contest the blue. Because they know if they catch anyone, they're immediately going to pop them.
Yeah,
and now here comes Zet and Mako.
They did shove the minion wave as Chuan P tried to catch it back. Blue resets, and EDG grouped as 4 without a teleport are going to try to take this. Bengi's there. He's got his smite. Oh, and Scout pulls it away, but now he's caught on top of EasyHoon. He's going to try to burn him down. That's the blue buff picked up by Fire Lolly, but he tries to... No, that's actually EasyHoon who gets it, and Scout gets left behind. No flash, no chance. Ace in the hole. Gets tanked by Bengi.
Terribly played from EDG. Like, you can see exactly what they want to do. They have the number, they have the damage. Yes, it is 7.1, so Lee Sin's not going to put out as much burst as he would, but they don't coordinate together, and they don't use all of their cooldowns on the proper target at the proper time. So, should have been a win for them. They had the vision, they had the play. Fizzles out in Vici's favor.
Still about 1,000 gold lead for EDG when the play is all said and done, and seems like Zet and Mako are sticking with the same plan, shoving those waves in time and time again. It's leading to a minor goal, CS advantage for Chuan P, but time and again, Zet and Mako have been the ones to leave that lane first because they have been controlling those minions.
Yeah, and it's really on Mako kind of spearheading that charge. He's doing most of the pushing work there as the Zyra, but he's also kind of the first guy into the river, helping them out. So Scout, you may have not gotten Easy Hoon's blue, but you will get yours.
Yes. So indirectly, that ended up working out rather well for Vici.
No.
They got blue onto Easy Hoon, who now has package, so he's going to be pretty frightening. He's finished off his Hex Drinker with the assist that he was able to get.
Gives him a lot of safety in this lane, although still needs to be cautious. Make sure that he's playing around the stun.
That exhaust on cooldown. Supports trading vision in the river on that bottom side.
I'd like to see Easy Hoon unlock himself with this package. That was close.
Yeah. Hitbox.
The thing about Easy Hoon and Lysandra and why we've always wanted that champion for him is that he's able to get involved. He's just going to use it to clear the wave.
Yeah.
He's able to get involved into his side lanes, and that's my #1 complaint about Easy Hoon in terms of what Vici needs from him. This works fine on a team with other lanes that win naturally, but Vici are so dependent on Easy Hoon being the superstar, which means he can't just sit here and passively win his lane. He needs to win everyone else's lane. So Corki has the mobility to do that, as long as he's not using the package to just farm the wave. Unfortunately, though, he's got, you know, Misfortune and Varus sitting in the bottom lane.
He is still Easy Hoon. Fire Lolly.
It's not his fault. He's
going for a jaunt. It's a style, though.
Misfortune support.
Yeah.
I mean, what's she going to do to CC lock?
She can make it rain.
You're entirely reliant on
slow.
on Varus.
Or Bengi, who has returned to the mid lane and was spotted out by a ward earlier. He's still playing around that area. Sitting just outside of vision. Ooh, sidesteps. I don't think he left the vision of that bush, so he sees all of EDG there, has got his flash if he wants to decide to commit to a knockup, but Chuan P's already back in the bottom lane. So it might be tough to lock somebody down for more than just a second with a knockup from Bengi.
Again, Hatong a bit slow to the rotation, though. Misfortune's just coming up the river, but Mako beating him to the punch was already there. There's a reason why Easy Hoon and Bengi didn't pull the trigger, not just because they're looking across from a Syndra, but it was a 2v3. And just Vici kind of, you know, shaking out those kinks and those growing pains, learning how to communicate with each other.
There's a difference between playing solo, playing in scrims, and then playing in an actual match on stage. Bengi certainly experienced along with Easy Hoon, but Onion, Hatong, and Chuan P, maybe with this roster, not quite as comfortable as you would hope, but it's still very close.
EDG have information on Bengi. He didn't hear the 40 million pings that just followed him behind Dragon Pit.
It becomes white noise after a while.
I was expecting Firelily to try to maybe make a play bottom just because Mako now has his ultimate available, so you have a ton of damage as well as kill threat there. But instead, Hatong and Chuan P actually back into Fog War. Although he's actually, oh no, his name's still Chuan P. I was like, oh, he changed to Chuan P. I dropped one. No.
Just like Kid. Oh wait, Kid's going the wrong direction. Again, EDG shoving out the wave to keep Vici Gaming's bot lane prepared. They're actually going to go for a recall now. Ooh, as Easy Hoon. Valkyrie's on reaction. And the ward is cleared out. Bengi still farming it up. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we haven't checked in with them in a while. Mouse with that first blood, he's actually 12 CS up ahead of Onion right now.
I mean, they're both going to be giant meat shields. A big thing is their itemization, though. The fact that Nautilus went for the Merc Treads rush versus Mouse having the CDR as well as extra health on top of the MR. So a bit of a better 5v5 scenario versus kind of the 1v1 that Onion can have unless he looks for a roam with the mobility. But unless they get involved, there's really no talking point there.
So then, 13 minutes in, still 2-1. Now just about even in gold as Hatong gets caught and eats a lot of damage, flashes back and gets out of the knockup. That's flash down on that support. I was about to ask, what are we waiting for? What are these teams looking for?
It's because they heard the Void Rush. So Bengi was actually coming down into his Raptor camp, and there's a reason why Mako didn't push forward. Yes, Chuan P was doing a good job threatening forward with the Varus because he still has his ultimate, but Mako was afraid that Bengi was behind them. They didn't have vision on the jungler. They heard the Rek'Sai ultimate coming in. It's kind of like, where is he? He should be coming bottom. He's actually top side.
Yeah. Then what can we expect moving forward?
Moving forward, it's going to be the same play of contesting the blue buff. Again, anytime Mako and Zet have control over the wave, they want to move into that jungle and they either want to trade this pressure for chip damage on the turret to try to rush that first turret gold, or they want to threaten with the burst damage between Lee Sin and Syndra.
The blue buff spawns, and Easy Hoon is already there along with Bangi. Despite Fire Lolly being in the area, Vici are well aware.
They could catch them as they come back into the lane.
Ooh, Fire Lolly eats an arrow.
Nope, they're just slightly slow.
They're going to see Bangi as he heads back out. Scout and Fire Lolly looking for the opportunity, just pressuring enough to pull P back away from the minions and allow a lot of chip damage to get onto that turret. It's still standing, but not for long.
Bangi's also there. This could possibly... Nope, everyone's just going to back up and return to the lane. So, okay, recap. They've been continuously contesting the blue buff. They didn't do it that time around, but they've been holding up Vici and getting them to kind of elongate their pathing in between the jungle, that it's changing into kind of this repeated chip damage on both mid and bottom tower. So EDG are still technically winning the turret race, though one has not fallen yet.
Very slow in taking those turrets. Ooh, Easy Hoon's actually caught by the stun. There goes the power overwhelming. Ace in the hole does some damage there, but Easy Hoon still has his...
But that's enough. Now you see that Mouse is moving over, the Maokai is threatening behind the tower, and even though they didn't get the kill, they got exactly what they came for, and that's going to be the first tower blood for EDG.
Meanwhile, P in the bottom cannot continue pushing as EDG disappear from that mid lane and immediately start heading towards the bottom. Might be looking to follow up with the second turret of the game to expand it, but Bangi's already down there.
Yeah, might as well have the 2-for-1 special if they can get it. I mean, at any point, they just need to pull their jungler over there, and they should just have this fall over, which will then snowball into the dragon. So this is a big, probably next 3-minute window where EDG could swing the game wide open for them. And so Vici need to set up a great defense, and it starts with their vision here. Move up into that river, place down your vision.
They've actually gone for a quick recall. That's going to put Fire Lolly and Scout back at base. Vici using the window to burn through the Infernal Drake. Fire Lolly's not going to make it in time. It's up to Mako and Zet to look for the steal. Oh, a little too soon. That is the first Drake of the set, picked up by Vici.
And that's a great call from Vici. That was pretty much the only option that they had available to them. Again, it's the threat that their bottom tower is soon going to fall, but EDG can just throw their resources on that as soon as they take care of the mid lane, because it has much farther to go. Should be alleviated a bit by EasyOne continuously using the package like that.
Yeah.
Although, that's unfortunate.
I mean, Scout had it lined up. If he hadn't, that would have been a stun. And that's a fully completed Morellonomicon.
There they go.
Fire Lolly
They're
going
just
to chase.
Exactly. They push the mid lane forward, so now EasyHoon can't respond. He doesn't have the package. He just burned it to try to dodge the stun, so Corki can't get down there, which just forces Hatong and P to run back to safety.
Yeah. More important to give up 1,000 gold than 1,600 gold by giving up their lives as well. Scout trying to hold the minion wave. Mako and Zet waiting in line at the DMV.
This means that P and Hatong need to start running towards the top side, because you suspect that Mako and Zet will soon be rotated up there to take care of the last standing outer tower. But Varus is actually running back bottom. Hatong running mid to possibly place some vision, or also kind of determine where EDG are going to move next.
Easy Hoon getting some damage on the mid-tier 1, but P catches the minion wave, makes sure it's stopped before heading back towards the mid lane. Vici are grouped up around here. Bangi's here along with Easy Hoon and Hatong.
They're just trying to find, again, that small window like they did with the Infernal Drake, where they know that pieces of EDG are back and they can try to sneak out of play. But unfortunately, with the wave clear of Scout and just the safety and knowledge that my team's not on the map, Vici are looking for a desperation play. Just play defensively, absorb any sort of offensive play that they can make, and let's set up for our next tower rotation. There we go. P figured out. He's like, I'm not supposed to be bottom, I'm supposed to be top, because Caitlyn and Zyra are going to be here.
Wait a second, something's not right here.
But this is, again, another window. They know where EDG are going to be, so Bangi smartly comes up with them. You know, can we catch someone not paying attention, moving up in the river?
Oh, we just saw that ace in the hole so strong that it actually broke the entire stream. I can't imagine that it led to too much beside that. As, Scout gets exhausted, manages to land the stun onto Easy Hoon. He's still got the Hex Drinker, however. Goes to catch himself back up, but doesn't quite land the orb.
So it looks like everything fizzled out from what we were expecting in the river. Again, I like the thought from Vici. I think it's right that they're looking for those windows, but unfortunately, EDG are just playing a bit too conservatively for it. And they're also a little bit slow to the punch.
Yeah.
By a little bit, I mean a lot.
Meanwhile, Mouse and Onion continuing to slap each other. They both have teleport waiting while the rest of the map plays it out. Bengi is going to be gifted his blue buff now by EasyHoon. And that's a recall out of Fire Lolly, so no contest this time.
Do you think Schwan P is going to fall for this? No.
I mean, no. Okay.
Are you sure?
He's still there.
Mako gave up.
And he went right back. Oh, there he goes. Now he actually gave up. Okay. Meanwhile, Herald, the Rift Herald, returns from whence he came.
But here comes Scout, which is pretty scary as soon as that Cinder disappears off the map. He's taking the long way up around. Ooh, is he hunting for Bengi?
Seems like he might be. Yeah, Ward is, excuse me, the, go ahead.
They're isolating the top lane, so if they can force or track Bengi, that's not the way you want to go.
I like how he immediately stood still, but Bengi was out of the ground. Whoa! Meanwhile, hard engage onto EasyHoon. Hexdrinker is going to be popped, but it is not enough. Scout is able to get the kill with Mouse flash engaging.
And unfortunately, Vici are just getting caught around the corners here. Misfortune ult will clear the wave, so it'll end the siege there, but they're now looking for kills.
Yeah, Mouse follows up. Ooh, Chain of Corruption is able to catch up to him.
And in the end, they're just going to run top, and it's still going to be the tower. So we talk about how Vici are kind of the team of 1,000 cuts, that they like to outmaneuver you around the map, that they kill you by taking towers, and EDG are actually just beating them at their own game right now.
Slowly whittling away at the sustenance of Vici Gaming. The top tier 1 falls. That's recall now out of the remaining members. Oh, Vici might actually get an opening in mid.
They have no idea where to be. They delayed their backs, so they're like, okay, we can try to trade top tier for bottom tier and trade 2 outer towers, but then they realized the threat of EDG that they could just push through, so they have to cancel their backs, go top just to catch a wave, which means that they don't get any sort of structure advantage on the map. This is, again, Vici are just making very small micro mistakes where they're losing 5 to 10 seconds on their map movements, and it's ballooned the gold lead by like 3,000.
And this was a bit of the question that we had for Vici Gaming by bringing in former world champion Bengi, with whom EasyHoon has played before. Will they see success? So far, seems like it could be.
But the question was never going to be about EasyHoon or Bengi. We know these players' reputations. We know how good they are. Vici's problem has always been the rest of the members on their map. Schwanshun P has a reputation. Caveman was looking up. They've now taken him off the roster, put in Hatong. Hatong has a lot of reservations about him. And now we have a brand new top laner. So, I mean, this isn't even a roster that EasyHoon has a whole split of experience working with. It's resetting Bengi, but also their star player.
Bengi, however, is having a pretty good performance so far. Despite being picked on, he's only about 20 CS down.
He's been...
excuse me, EasyHoon. Bengi is actually up in CS.
He's been in the right places. Again, you can see what Bengi wants to do. He's trying to use these small window openings and just get table scraps for Vici, but it's not enough.
EDG setting up a potential flank. They've still got teleport for Mouse, despite the 5 members of Vici there. Fire Lolly. Can he go for the steal? He can. That's Dragon secured. Bengi gets kicked into the back line. Bullet time is going to drop Scout before he gets a chance to use his ultimate. It's up to Zet now to do the damage as he's trying to kite it back. Mouse in the front tanking quite a bit. Stranglethorns gets a good knockup, but Mouse now has got to run.
Zet's not doing any damage while Mouse is tanking all of this up.
Ace in the hole on the side is going to find Hatong, but Mouse has fallen. Fire Lolly forced to flash away. Zet has got that blast cone if he can turn it around. Bengi goes back in over the tunnel. Ooh, that Frostbomb means a lot. Snare is going to find EasyHoon, but they disengage. Meanwhile, Schwan P already went mid.
But they lost a ton of health. Mako and Zet are both blinking right there, which means that they may have lost the Dragon, but Vici will take the team fight, and more importantly, will take down that pivotal mid-outer.
Yeah, finally going to clear that out after 23 minutes.
Small victory.
Yes.
I actually really disagree with EDG pulling the trigger there and committing to the teleport after they secure the Dragon. They could have disengaged from that fight, as we actually take a replay look at it. Like, Fire Lolly could have just kicked them and they could have walked away, but the Maokai is kind of the second wave of Maokai's gone in, okay, now we're actually going to try to fight this. And it almost looks like hesitation. Are we running away? Are we putting damage on top of what Maokai is tanking? Because Mouse pretty much trades his entire health bar, and you have a Piltover Peacemaker as well as an Ace in the hole as terms of the only damage that goes down.
Yeah, Zet not able to do too much. EDG not completely on the same page. Scout Gets his blue.
But if they had chosen to just disengage off of the Ocean Dragon, like A, it's an ocean. It's not super important, especially 25 minutes in. You could have at least bounced this wave into the tower or gotten more chip damage on an inner, which I find much more valuable to your map control.
Instead, now that we've passed the 20-minute mark, the game changes. No longer about turrets, now that most of those tier 1s have been taken for EDG and 1. For Vici, the game changes to Baron. And you can already see EDG prepping on that side of the map.
Nice thing about them is that Bengi does have that Rek'Sai, so even if EDG do get control over this Baron pit like they have with the control ward, Rek'Sai will be able to clue in on what's happening, except she gets distracted with the ward.
Yeah, there goes the
Bengi,
sweeper.
get in your hole!
He's finally there. So down to 2,600. Teleport coming in. Bengi's over the wall. EDG are too far in to leave, but Scout is going to get a kill, and the Baron is secured. And EDG, they've dropped 2 already. Now Onion is in the front. EasyHoon on the side, trying to clean up as best he can, but EDG are slaughtering Vici here.
That is left, right, good night for EDG as they take the Baron, the team fight, and a massive gold swing in their favor. And when I say massive, it's really only 5k, but that really adds up when all of that gold is on Syndra.
Yeah, they've got the Baron buff as well, and there are a few turrets that are not long for the Rift here. As Zet, Fire Lolly, and Mouse find that tier 2 undefended and drop it down. P gets a late recall. They're going to look for the inhibitor, and they're going to take it.
And our faith was not necessarily in EDG's roster, but in EDG's infrastructure to make something of this roster. And it's been through their macro decision-making and not their individual mechanics that have dominated this game so far against Vici. Let's take a replay at this. Now, the thing is Scout completely deletes the left side of this map, and the problem with Vici is they're fighting from 3 different points. You got 2 members that come over the back of the pit. You have 1 member, poor little EasyHoon, trying to lay down poke from the right side, and then you have Hatong and P running from the top side. So come from the same side, be as a unit. They completely look disorganized. Like, Vici had slightly gotten better at team fighting the last time we saw them in 2016. This is just a disaster.
Yeah. Well, they still have a lot of time. This is a best of 3, of course, so they're going to have at least 1 more chance.
The correct statement there is they still have a lot of time. This is week 1.
Yes. You don't think they can take it back in game 2?
It's not necessarily that. It's just trying to fix the communication problems that seem so obvious when you look at how disorganized their 5v5 is.
Yes.
Like, even the dragon fight that they won in the 5v5, you could say that was more so thrown by EDG having their communication problems rather than engineered and orchestrated well by VG. At least as a unit. Their individual pieces like EasyHoon and Bengi are doing well. As well as I'm decently impressed with Onion.
230 CS, so far the best we've seen of him has been split pushing with Mouse all game and teleporting when the opportunity presents itself. But so far, with Scout there holding on to the Direwolf, for a second I thought it was an orb. He was just going to toss it in and try to delete P.
He has to chase him because Mouse has teleport.
And Onion has to stop it in case he does.
Exactly.
I mean, he could just walk mid to the undefended inhibitor now.
He'll get there in time.
Yeah, as that's trying to drop some traps.
He's moving. Give him time.
Takes a lot to move that big old Nautilus.
But EDG have a wealth of options right here.
Yeah.
Obviously, you want to take the inhibitor when it's up and open, but they could throw bottom, they could throw top. They've got waves pushing every single direction, so Vici just trying to hang on as now they finally kick Mouse up. This isn't work. Go top.
Yeah. EasyHoon has the package, however. He's been able to stall out most of the Baron. There's only about 30 seconds left. EasyHoon is tanking the turret here. Oh, good reset. That is clever. I like that. Resetting aggro by snaring a minion.
This is Mouse's meta.
Yes. He's having a grand old time
He's
in
like,
the
the tanks are back.
However, EDG, 15 seconds left on the Baron, and they have taken 1 top tier 2 and now are getting some damage on the mid inhibitor. Mouse in the front, very tanky, but not if he can't fight back. Manages to get the courage of the Colossus,
still alive?
and bullet time doesn't do enough. Scout kills P in the back. Fire Lolly forced to flash away. Stranglethorns knocks up only Onion, but EasyHoon is able to kite it off to the side. He recalled and is teleporting back in. Full health Maokai, the cavalry has arrived.
Surprise, I'm back.
You thought I was dead?
Why is this champion getting through? Maokai's broken.
Maokai is very strong right now.
Courage of the Colossus with Maokai, it's just absurd.
So that's the first inhibitor down. Mouse in the front now. Says round 2, try again. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. We've caught Fire Lolly, and they managed to bring him down.
We got Zet.
Flash onto Zet. He's trying to get over the wall. He gets over the wall. Bengi, is going to walk away with his life, but Mouse is still there and might die here. That's exhaust.
I can't kill him.
He's so tanky, though. There they go. Finally, almost kills a Tong on that.
Thank God for pots.
Wow.
That was cute. In the end, though, they only take 1 inhibitor. So
Yes.
I'm actually going to say that's a win for Vici. No, they lost an inhibitor. Obviously, it's a loss. But the nice thing is that it is the top inhibitor. So they didn't lose the Baron inhib, so they have a window to contest if this game goes to second Baron. So all things considered, not the worst situation that Vici could be in, but
Yes.
definitely an uphill climb.
They are now taking that Cloud Drake just past the 29-minute mark, which means that the next Drake is going to be Elder at 36 minutes in.
The nice thing about Vici's composition is that they have so much wave clear built up onto it. So they actually are in a decent spot that if it comes to a 50-50 fight for an Elder Drake, if they're able to stall long enough, and I say that as it's 30 minutes, like we're talking like 15 minutes projected into the future, they have the tools that they could hang on. The problem is that Vici have been getting caught out at every corner because EDG are doing such a great job manipulating the waves, forcing Vici to respond through their vision and then getting picked.
You have to imagine that's how Vici are thinking right now. They're not going to win the game in the next 5 minutes. They're probably not going to win the game in the next 10 minutes. So they have to start looking at those late game projections.
This is definitely a 15 to 20 minute miracle, but hey, we saw NewBee do it today against Team WE.
We
so
did. Frosco, the night is young.
I saw this lineup. I was like, W and Vici playing on the same night. I'm going to be here for 3 hours
Only 3? That's a bit optimistic.
for a single series.
Alrighty, without Baron buff, they're looking for the final tier 2. Will they be able to drop it down? Vici have responded. Super minions are still pressuring the opposite side of the map. Stun finds Onion, but still tanky.
And that's the important thing that you brought up, the fact that the super creeps are prepping up to the top side. So EDG, they just need to be patient here. Don't pull the trigger, don't send Mouse underneath the tower. Just be patient, siege up with Caitlyn, chip away at it, wait for the super creep wave to do the dirty work for you.
They've got plenty of time, and they know it. EDG, they've set the trap wave.
Now the window opens up where they could dive because they see that Nautilus is up on the top side. So eyes on Mouse. What's he going to do? He's got Flash. I think they're just going to, Vici are just going to let it go. They're like, the next wave, I don't know if we can hold on long enough.
Onion trying to pull those super minions back to the turret that can actually do some damage to them. Actually, he's clearing them rather well.
EDG are moving towards Baron.
Okay. Big recalls now out of Zet. Finishes off that big Lord Dominix after the Infinity Edge. Scout finishing off his Void Staff as well. Hasn't even gone for the Abyssal Scepter. Just going for damage here and now. But as you said, the Baron is going to be has actually respawned. And already Vici are trying to get some emergency wards. Ooh, and the control ward catches both of them.
This time around, Bengi's already ready. He's in his burrowed form. Last time they lost Baron, I feel like it was because he was, distracted clearing a ward. He wasn't quite ready in time to make sure that Vici were organized, that they fought from the same side.
EDG go in once again. Bengi's still waiting over the wall, just fighting those wards.
And again, kind of lackluster preparation from another LPL team in terms of their objective setup. You need to take care of your side lanes before you start committing into the Baron like that, because against a composition with Misfortune, with Varus, with Corki, if they don't have side waves to tend to, they're just going to sit on the back of the pit, throw wards in there, and just drop their poke on you, and no one wants to be in that situation.
Yeah, and you can see Vici have prepped their side lanes. Onion already prepped the very large wave that Mouse is now dealing with. And currently hiding just outside of vision.
And there they go. They finally sent Mouse bottom to deal with the fact that Nautilus has pushed it far forward, but Vici have bought themselves about 3 to 4 minutes, where EDG were looking, okay, we want the Baron right this second. They were a little bit delayed to the spawn timer. Vici got there in time, and now have kind of wasted a lot of EDG's momentum. And again, the longer this game goes on, the better it looks for Vici. Not necessarily in their comp, but because they want to get to that 50-50 coin flip, single team fight, single death timers, and try to win from there. That's
70-second death timers.
That
That's
is
all
their
they need.
projected win condition.
Yeah. The inhibitors have now both respawned. Ace in the hole just tickles Bengi. And now EDG find themselves at a bit of a loss here as they're trying to set up for this Baron.
They've run out of control wards. So because they screwed up prepping the Baron the first time around because they didn't also prep their waves. They had 6 control wards, and now you can see Fire Lily right now on your screen. He had to back and pick up 3 more. So it actually just wasted a ton of gold and a ton of time in that simple error of not prepping your side waves. This is why objective preparation is so important.
They're looking for a pick, but Scout is able to escape with his life. Mouse teleports in, looking to follow up, but Onion is going to chase as well. Stun catches Onion before he can auto, but Mouse is now snared. It's 2 versus 3, but here comes the rest of the team. Satong drops the slow on the far side. There's a skirmish over the Tri-Vision. Zet doesn't get hit by the arrow.
In the end, it fizzles out. Good news for EDG, a different objective has spawned, and they can finally move away from this purple worm that has them hypnotized. And it's the mid inhibitor and the top inhibitor. Hopefully, they pull out of this trap.
Still taking their time as they have got vision control for now. Xuan P building up as best he can.
This gold lead is meaning less and less.
Yeah, only 5,000 difference between them. And Zet takes a very fast red buff. Elder Dragon's now 30 seconds to spawn, so these picks are going to be vital as time goes on.
I was looking at Scout's build. There he goes. I was like, he didn't have an hourglass. I found it. It's like, there's really sketchy not to have an hourglass against triple 80 carry.
Bengi races back out now. Hope potentially looking for Scout, knowing that those summoners are down. The hourglass is certainly going to help if they manage to find a pick once again.
They're trying to right now. Will they find Hatong? Doesn't want to flash for it. So EDG are trying to play with Fog of War between the 2 big monster objectives on the map, so the Elder Dragon and the Baron. And again, we're so late in the game and we've eaten up so many spots for control vision that it starts to get very scary that you're walking into a dark side of the map if you've laid down all of your vision on one side of the map or one of the big epic monsters versus the other one.
There is an enormous CS discrepancy that I am amazed avoided our attention for so long. Xuan P, 160 CS ahead of Zet right now.
But that's the difference in the responsibilities about where these 80 carries have been. The fact is that Caitlyn has been with her team, although as I say that, we finally pulled the trigger.
Mouse follows EasyHoon. Bengi's in the front, tanking as he should be, but gets deleted. Scout is going to be snared. There goes the bullet time, but it's not enough. Mouse is so tanky. He's almost single-handedly keeping Vici distracted. Flash follows up onto EasyHoon, who buffers, but gets kicked back by Fire Lolly right back in, and he's able to trade 1-for-1. Scout gets the Zhonya's and still alive. Oh my god, Zet body blocks the hook, and Xuan P again is the sole survivor. But EDG, they're not going to take any chances this time. 50-50 coin flip. This time goes in favor of EDG. Ace in the hole, ace in the game.
And they do have an incoming creep wave as well as a ton of death timers there, so this will surely be the game for EDG. It came down to a single team fight, and yes, Varus has a ton of CS, but it means nothing in the end because he cannot kill that Maokai.
Yeah, Mouse absolutely enormous as EDG, 38 minutes in, take their first win of 2017.
And it looked really clinical for, I'm going to say, about 80% of the game. A big blunder again from an LPL team when they're setting up around the Baron. EDG didn't look towards their side waves to make sure that they had the time that they were able to use their control wards. It stalled out the game a little bit. Vici started to come back. Valiant effort, but in the end, EDG do walk away.
And now joining us to help break down this match is Rusty. Welcome back.
Hey.
Oh, hi.
That was an interesting one.
It certainly was. So to follow up on your point a little bit more, EDG, this seems like, despite the fact that this is an age-old organization, one of the biggest in China, this seems like a young team with some of the mistakes that they're making.
Yeah, there's definitely some inconsistencies and some growing pains that we'll see come out of this side. For a week 1 performance, you couldn't actually ask for much more from EDG, especially in game number 1. So right out of the gate, that's a pretty impressive showing against the roster that they're against.
Yeah, they made some really smart, really clean calls. Again, we give a lot of respect and kind of benefit of the doubt to EDG support staff and their infrastructure, and you can clearly see that in kind of how they're moving around the map and how they're engineering these wins. It's not through mechanical superstar brute force, it's through actually thinking around the map.
And by using that tactical play, they were able to open up advantages, albeit very patiently. And sometimes they didn't fully think the plans through, such as prepping those side waves.
Yeah, but I mean, before we go that deep into the game and, you know, the general strategy they were going, I actually want to bring it back to the start of the game. Because there's something you might not know or appreciate about Fire Lolly, and it's that he didn't suck. And this is a really big deal.
I'm following you.
I was so excited for like a deep, insightful. Oh, did he like? Was it a jungle pad?
I mean, obviously there's more to it. The TLDR is that he didn't suck. He was good, and like the reasons he was good is that he didn't die to his jungle camps. He actually pathed well. He worked with his team and communicated, and they got a first blood off with Scout. Like that is so much more than I'm used to seeing.
Was
from
it
him.
really that much of a question?
You
from
have
him?
to understand, the first time that we saw Fire Lolly start for EDG, he legitimately died to jungle camps and went 0-7 on Graves. It was an atrocious start. So I'm going to agree with Rusty here. It was actually a very solid performance. And again, like, it wasn't just Fire Lolly getting the first blood set up for Scout. It was also when they went to contest the blue buff and things like that.
Yeah, and let's be clear. I'm saying for an EDG performance, there's actually so many nerves that Fire Lolly will have to contend with. The Chinese viewers and fans are very aggressive for an EDG performer. Clearlove's publicly said it many times. He cops a lot for being the underperformer in the team. Even if he isn't, he still gets credited as the underperformer. Fire Lolly comes in and goes 0-7 in his first game, but then actually turns it around for this performance when he comes back. You have to give him credit.
Yeah, and he's even got a slick little easy hoon kick in this actual highlight here. He's going to hop onto this Corki, and then he's going to kick him right back into Scout.
Yeah, it doesn't even go for the Sonic Wave, just gets right behind him. Trades his life for another.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the goal in mind, right? They acknowledged from the start of the game to the end they needed to kill Easy Hoon. They wanted Scout to be ahead so they could push that Corki behind. And the Syndra was just way too strong pretty much from the get-go.
Yeah, and that was a beautiful game plan, orchestrating, making sure that Syndra got the first blood, that she had the kill pressure on the ultimate, and then any time that they had that cooldown available, trying to abuse it by picking it up from the mid lane, moving it into the jungle, moving it into the bottom lane, and transferring it into towers.
So, quick update. Vici has selected blue side for their next match. So, we'll take a look at their pick and ban in a little bit. But let's continue to break down this game a little bit more. Vici Gaming, death by 1,000 paper cuts. Well, they finally got to experience it themselves.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned this throughout the game as well, because Vici actually got Vici'd by EDG. Yeah. And again, this could be considerate of the growing pains that EDG will be seeing. It's a young side. They'll be slower, more methodical, and take less risks. But we also have to acknowledge that they took the Baron Smite off against Bengi, which is risky. Yeah. So they get advantages, they push themselves into an advantageous position, and then decide, you know what, let's just put it all on the line in one moment.
I just swear, like, they just lose their mind. They look, it's like the crocodile from Peter Pan. You know, with like the ticking
clock. You hear
the
ticking and then you just go crazy.
That's Baron to them. They cannot help themselves. They just lose their mind over it.
I think the best example of that was the fact they just did it. Like most teams will bait, they'll get vision control, they might like poke their head in, force some blue trinkets to come out. EDG legitimately committed to the one Baron, and the blue trinket comes out and they're like, well, it's at 4k health. We kind of cooked this one a little bit, didn't we? Let's just continue and see what happens.
And Fire Lolly got his smite.
He did, yeah, he actually did. There's another thing that we'll give him credit for. So Fire Lolly, again,
didn't die to jungle camps, nailed the smite, got first blood.
This is all easier when you've got a Maokai that large on your team.
Yeah.
Let's be clear.
And again, Mouse had a huge performance. We've been seeing Maokais go huge pretty much the entire day, if not the entire week so far. Is this something we can continue to expect?
I mean, I think that's pretty
or
solid
will
analysis there.
Will we start to see bans?
Yes, please.
Adaptations?
I hope so.
I'm offering alternatives here.
Oh.
I would actually say in terms of the tanks in the top lane, in a tier list sense, that Maokai is the greatest of all of them at the moment. Nautilus does a very similar thing, but my basis behind the two champions when comparing them is that Maokai's W is Nautilus's R. And so he's better because he literally has it more often.
Yeah.
And that is the most game-changing thing. You can't get out of that spell. They can lock you down.
Speaking of MVP, that Maokai player on your screen is Mouse. 1-2-9 overall, 315 creeps, 71% KPA.
I mean, it's nice to see Mouse kind of step up and return to his domestic form. Obviously, on the international stage, he was quite lackluster. Of course, there were some surrounding issues that, that may have impacted his performance. I know it certainly would have impacted mine. So no shade thrown there, but to kind of step back up, come into his first game, get that MVP, it's nice to see him return to form.
I feel like that's been the big question for most of these teams coming back into the LPL. This is the showcase. We haven't seen you in a month or two. How have things been, and what are you planning on bringing? And so far, EDG looks like they're bringing the heat.
Yeah, they're bringing enough to potentially 2-0 Vici, who have just brought Bengi into the side. They've got a new coach. They look like they could be a reinvigorated team on paper. And then there was just a random onion thrown in there. It's a bit weird.
Doesn't quite fit in the beef stew, but we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be right back with game number 2 in just a few. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to what could be the final game in this match between EDG and Vici, taking a very strong win in game number 1. Joining me once again are Froskuren and Rusty. So let's start moving forward then. We broke down what happened in the last one. Vici obviously want to bring it back to a game 3. What do they need to do different?
I think we can start with what went wrong for Vici in the last one and bring that to the next game. First and foremost, I think Maokai needs to hit the bench in some capacity.
100% agree.
Because Vici are on blue side and have chosen this, they pick it for themselves. So this is where the draft has to come into consideration between EDG and Vici. Does EDG ban it, knowing that Vici might want it? Or do they say there's a higher priority champion that they actually want?
And also adjustments in draft phase that I'd like to see from Vici. I'd like to see them bring a bit more early kill pressure towards their bottom lane, or at least some sort of hard CC in the lanes, because you pretty much had Nautilus and that was about it. You were then waiting on Varus ultimate, Corki's not bringing you anything, and you have a Misfortune support. So there was limited options of what Bengi had to work with on the map to get any sort of snowball going.
Yeah, and it was super reliant on that Nautilus, and once again, Maokai feels to be a little bit more efficient if they're going to go that direction. And in saying that, Nautilus had to be with the Rek'Sai to actually make those plays. So something a little bit more reliable in the support position firstly might be something that stands out to me. Even a champion like Tahm Kench to enable every single aspect of the game in, out, any way you want with your ultimate. Like, I feel like that champion's a little bit underrated today.
Mm-hmm. Do you think we could see any sort of big change out of Easy Hoon instead of going for the later Corki, maybe bring it back to the classic Azir?
I would almost err more so on like the Syndra, the Rises, the Lissandra. Like, yeah.
Actually following the tier list instead of your heart?
Well, You want him on a comfort champion. That's what you're
Okay,
trying to
yeah.
get back to. You want him on a comfort champion that's going to do a lot of damage, that can be that carry tool for Easy Hoon. I want to see him move away from the Corki. And again, the reason why I like Lissandra is not just because I think Lissandra's a good champion, but it's what it opens up and allows Easy Hoon to do. She's got a hard CC, she has great pushing potential, and she has great roaming potential. I want roam, CC, and carry potential on Easy Hoon's champion, and I want to see him leave mid lane.
It's kind of like what Corki does in the first place, right? You get the package, you're able to leave lane, but the problem point there was the
Used it
Syndra
mid.
was consistently forcing him to use his W.
Yeah.
So perhaps coming into this next one, the Syndra is the first thing that hits the ban list, and Corki to follow the same train.
It could very well be, as we have entered into picks and bans for this next match. Once again, we're going to say goodbye to Rusty. Thank you so much. Hopefully we'll see you at the analyst desk at the end of show. But this is going to be Camille banned away, and Rengar going to follow it up for the next one.
Hopefully we see him 100% knowing that he'll come back.
I'm trying to be polite here.
I will bring him back if it's worth our time. No, thank you, Rusty. As it's going to be
You
Jace.
can hear him laughing as he's walking away. Okay, Jace is the next ban once again. Actually, no, this is Vici banning Jay, so apparently EDG and Vici know something that we don't. EDG are going to ban Syndra here.
I mean, anytime you ban Camille from blue side, it just tells me that, again, if Easy Hoon's kind of their big carry member or their star, that they're not going to prioritize a top or jungle flex pick. It's also concerning that maybe Onion and Bengi don't feel comfortable looking towards that Camille, but obviously it's valuing something else, and now the question is, what is that?
Big question indeed. Cassiopeia
Rise.
is in fact the ban. And yeah, as you said, Rise still open. Is that going to be a priority pick for Easy Hoon, or could this be an elaborate ruse?
But that seems very obvious, so obviously EDG have something in their pocket that if the Rise was the priority, that they would have an answer for it. They now get an opportunity to take both the Maokai and the Rise.
Yeah, tier list. Varus is going to be the answer from Vici, but as you predicted, Maokai and Rise.
And that's a bit of a head scratcher there. I personally wouldn't weight Varus over the likes of Rise or Maokai in this current situation, especially because a wealth of AD carry options are still up and available. That said, maybe it is a flex pick. Maybe they feel comfortable, you know, leaving the Rise open, knowing that EDG will take it, and it's kind of like the reverse mind games where Easy Hoon takes the Varus and outranges him.
Very well could be. Zyra is the follow-up for Hatong, taking it away from Mako. And don't think we're going to see that Varus in the mid lane, as Orianna is now locked in.
But they're going to reveal their bottom lane in their first initial ban stage, so Vici making a huge emphasis by saying that we want to get the pushing lane, which means that their next bans should be at like the Karmas, at the Misfortunes. If they're going to throw and commit and reveal their hand so early in the draft phase, they need to make these bans count, and they need to win the bottom side of the map.
And already we can see EDG responding by taking that strong bottom lane pick in Misfortune before it gets to be banned away.
So at least they have the shoving potential there. There's a lot of options for Zet. Maybe he does look towards the Ziggs this time around, and I actually really like the priority pick of taking the support versus the ADC here. So again, it limits what Vici now have available to ban. Do you ban out the AD carries by trying to get the winning side of the map, or do you just let it go now and try to squeeze somewhere else?
We're about to find out. As Vici, yeah, they do squeeze the AD carry pool. So far it's Ashe.
I think this is a mistake. I mean, is it going to be Ashe, Caitlyn, and then Zet just pulls out the Ziggs and you've got the pushing lane anyway?
Yeah. Tough to say. EDG on the other side, pressuring Bengi's pool, as Elise is going to be the first one. Rengar, of course, already banned away. Let's see if they decide to go for another jungle ban, or yeah, they do decide to commit to it. Rek'Sai taken away.
I like that. Bengi, again, was pretty influential in the small table scraps that Vici did manage to cobble together there with that Rek'Sai pick, and it's exactly what we were saying.
Yep.
The Ashe Caitlyn ban. I mean, there's still a wealth of options. You could look towards the Ziggs. You could look towards the Twitch, the Ezreal, you know, whatever you're feeling comfortable.
Malzahar and Misfortune AD carry.
No.
Okay. Is she really that bad on AD carry?
No, she's not.
but just doesn't work in that. Okay, anyways, Kha'Zix is going to be the answer instead for Fire Lolly.
The problem with Misfortune, I'll actually explain this to you.
Sure.
So the problem with picking Misfortune into the AD carry position is she's still such short range, and you're already against both a Varus, an Orianna, and a Zyra, who are incredibly long range with long range zoning tools, and both the Zyra ultimate, the root, as well as the Orianna ult.
Okay.
So Misfortune just would never, theoretically, in a top tier professional game, would never get close enough to do any damage to those targets
That makes
outside
sense.
of bullet time.
Especially now that you've got your top and jungle locked in Lee Sin and Nautilus. Point and click, and skill shot and click.
Now, again, they're prioritizing the Nautilus. I think Rusty said it best, the fact that the Maokai W is pretty much a mini Nautilus ultimate except on a lower cooldown. Theoretically, Nautilus does win this lane matchup, but they need to exploit that, and unfortunately, Onion really didn't against Mouse. Mouse had the superior CS, was managing to get the earlier teleport timing, so they keep picking into this, thinking that the Nautilus should win, but they're unable to execute on it.
Yeah, and the answer from EDG is Jhin, the AD carry for Zet.
And this is why I had problems with the targeting of the AD carry champion pool. Like, they didn't even choose a consistent direction. They banned Ashe and Caitlyn, taking away the two long-range, like, really heavy pushing champions. But the thing is usually you would ban Ashe and Jhin because you're trying to take away the ability to start fights. Not that EDG need it when they have a Maokai, but now they have another tool to do that. They have the Realm Warp from Ryze, they have the Curtain Call from Jhin, and they have the point-and-click W from Maokai.
Yeah, lots of ways for EDG to engage, but these are our final compositions for EDG versus Vici. This is game number 2, and right now, EDG lead. Hopefully, we'll get to see some very important adaptations, or I guess I should say slight adjustments from NoFe in pointing out some of the decisiveness for EDG.
They've got a ton of tools, which means that, again, if we're going back to how EDG won the first game, which was through very methodical kind of macro play, really moving around the different structure objectives, now they have so many tools to do that even easier. I mean, Jhin ult opens, and they pretty much get the tower for free because he's just going to chunk you off of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, in addition, they've got plenty of ways to try to close up some of those mistakes, or I guess openings that they gave to Vici in those paper cuts and not being able to control those side waves.
It's now kind of, for EDG, if I'm looking at them this game, I want to see them kind of refine their communication a little bit. Their 5v5 didn't look super impressive, especially because they're facing one of the weaker 5v5 teams in Vici. So now it's a matter of, if they maintain this roster further into the split, you know, how is that communication going to even out? Are they going to get crisper? Because Vici look frankly, they kind of look like a mess.
Mm-hmm.
And EDG, yes, they look good, but will they be able to retain this winning streak against the other LPL teams?
We're certainly about to find out. As you've said, EDG have not dropped a game domestically in almost, well, now over a split.
A series.
Yes, a series. Game series. I believe that's the standard acceptance now.
Okay.
And yes, you can hear the crowd chanting in the background for EDG, and
Hello.
immediately
Good
Vici.
night. Did he maintain his flash?
I can't see quite yet
My
on this
monitor?
monitor. Yeah. But he did make it out with his life.
So already out of the gate, we have an adaptation from Vici. They decide for a cheeky level 1, and Mako did retain his flash.
Wow. Whew. Holding his breath, and he's able to walk away.
This is the thing, though. So you know that they saw you invade level 1 by trying to find an early blood kill. So here's the talent. We actually saw this in H2K versus Origin, where
earlier.
Origin attempted an early level 1. You know that the junglers are going to start topside, so you try to 5-man bottom lane, trying to catch the bottom lane out of position, but then you automatically know that you're going to give up vision in your starting position. And I'm actually surprised that EDG don't choose to contest that harder. They actually just lay down their vision and leave. I'm disappointed.
Instead, they are taking the safe approach as both junglers start off on that top side of the map.
But this kind of goes back to what Rusty was saying. You know, EDG, they're not here to kind of redefine the wheel. They're just playing really safe, very clinical League of Legends. Whereas H2K, you know, that same thing happens to them, and Yanko sits in that bush and he waits for someone to face check him. You know, he waits for Origin to make a mistake to abuse it. EDG, instead, they just lay down their vision, get the free information, and say, okay, standard start.
Might be that EDG didn't get the opportunity to watch the EU LCS this morning. We'll be sure to send them a memo.
I think it speaks more again to this identity that minimize chance, minimize risk, don't test limits, just play standard, clean league.
Perhaps they borrowed a page from WE's playbook, and they're just following a checklist.
Hold on.
As, ooh, Ward is going to spot out Banky.
So both junglers knowing that they started top side of the map, usually this is kind of a race for Scuttle Crab. Bengi choosing not to go toe-to-toe with the Kazakhs, knowing that he'll have double buff, and actually just ran down bottom. Good catch from Firelily. He's going to secure himself complete vision control of the bottom side, so actually tempo advantage to EDG, especially for opening up Mako and Zet to continue to abuse Hatong and Xuan.
So far, the waves are relatively even. No minions missed for either just yet.
I believe Zet's actually missed a creep.
Just one.
Yep.
So close. But other than that, the rest of the map is fairly standard. Bangi going for a much faster start at 20 to the 7 creep.
Although again, still that slight tempo advantage to Firelily. He actually had a slight edge to being on the top side of the map. We'll see if he's able to transfer that edge into the Scuttle creep, or if Banky's going to get it before him.
He's racing out there right now, and it looks like instead Firelolly is leaping over to hard clear his jungle, favoring the experience more than the early vision.
Makes sense. A lot of Kazakh skill pressure can come with that level 6, although there's also the opportunity that you try to kill the Nautilus before he gets really tanky. The Kazakh's isolation damage with the W, but it actually looks like Mouse would prefer to use the neutral wave to back, and as I say that, he's like, nope, canceling back, placing ward.
He knows he's got Mouse there, so he might be feeling safe from a little bit of pressure.
And the problem is where the wave's placement is. Firelily has an option now where he can kind of sneak into the back of the brush and kind of wait for the wave to perhaps bounce back, or he's looking for the counter gank from Bengi. So this is a 2v2, but Vici don't know it yet.
Yeah, Mouse has been found. There goes the leap in. Does Kazakhs have the damage? Onion leaps away. Firelily doesn't get the kill. And Vici are able to walk away. Scout roaming very quickly. Xuan P and Hatong are pushed up. Snare catches Xuan P. Scout ghosts. That's an early flash. Ignite burns it down, but Exhaust isn't going to stop it. First blood goes to Zet. Snare onto Hatong. He doesn't have his flash. He does, but he will still die to Scout. 2-0 EDG.
Excellent roam from Scout right there to disappear in between the wave and get a head start on EasyHoon. You can finally see the Orianna roaming down, but it's too little too late.
Yeah, exactly one minion wave behind in CS, but the recalls?
Oh, Mako
Ooh,
canceled
Mako
it.
shows himself. Snare actually finds EasyHoon. Now they're recalling on top of a ward, but they're still just fine.
Didn't want to risk it. EasyHoon did have flash. Maybe they also thought that with the incoming creep wave that they could get a bit cheeky. Mako is known for trying to be very aggressive and try to outplay people.
Instead, they will complete their recalls as Firelolly continues to farm it up, going for the raw damage early on instead of the completed jungle item.
But that's 2 big wins across map for EDG. So great gank top lane that now has a snowballed Firelolly perhaps in the fact that he can try to punish Onion with that lack of flash. Although instead of punishing the top side of the map, they're going to continue to abuse bottom.
Yeah, Firelolly just being as annoying as he can. He's going to take the, blast cone over the wall. Found Bangy, gets the isolation damage, but doesn't land the follow-up.
That is the second time that an enemy has walked out with like less than 25%.
Certainly has quite a bit of presence, however. They are going to be able to clear out this control ward as Scout finds his way back towards the mid lane. Zet looking very comfortable with that very early BF sword.
Xuan P has to be careful here. I know they don't have a ton of CC, but Mako can proc Jin's lockdown with his E.
Instead, Mako eats a lot of damage. Firelolly canceled his back, so he's waiting in the tri-bush.
I guess setup's more the correct word, not proc.
He's still waiting for it.
Well, he knows that Varus doesn't have flash, neither does Hatong. If they catch either one of them.
Might be looking for a dive here. Now they see Firelolly,
Here
and
comes
there
Scout.
goes Scout as well. Realm Warp to get himself over the wall. It's now 4 versus 2, and the minion wave has mostly been cleared out. Xuan P is the target. Hatong goes down first, and so too does Xuan P. Even Mouse got in there, but he might not want to be as he's turned onto EasyHoon.
Oh, he definitely wants to be right now. Scout still has both his summoners, so he could very easily gap close, but EasyHoon retains his cleanse and his flash, and it's just going to be the tower exchange for EDG. EasyHoon, come on, don't push your luck.
He was thinking about it.
Nah, that's not a good idea.
Instead, they will focus the tower, as you said, get it down to half. Onion with Bangy going to try to answer back, but this is first turret
And
going to EDG.
It may also transition to first dragon. Again, Mouse used his teleport very late to get down here to try to catch the roam from EasyHoon, so they almost have to kind of exchange this more. They don't want to trade even in a play where they also picked up the kill, so they smartly move to the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, that Mountain is going to be very helpful later on as the Drake is traded back over, but it's 4-0, 2,200 gold in favor of EDG.
And this is one of the unfortunate things about the tank tops, you know, versus those carry-oriented tops like the likes of the Fiora and the Aurelia that we used to see all the time, is that the jungler to trade evenly on that play bottom side has to appear top side to help his tank jungler push down the tower. He can't be there to also bogard against the possible dragon snowball.
Fire Lolly trying to gift over a blue buff. Very low health, though. 2 more hits. Oh! Playing it close to the chest, but Fire Lolly trusts.
Am I the only one who had complete faith in him?
I mean, clearly you don't play enough solo queue.
I mean, I know it's Fire Lolly, but he played really well last game.
I mean, it's not even a Fire Lolly call out. It's more of a, do you trust your mid laner enough? And these guys have been playing together long enough to have that trust, I suppose.
I 100% trust Scout.
There you go. Mako, ooh, eats
Hello.
a Sonic Wave. Ooh, flashes
flash.
back from Bangy, who eats some more damage.
Excellent flash.
Curtain
And now,
call opened up. Bangy, he's got his bodyguards.
here comes Fire Lolly.
Get down, Mr. President.
They're just buying time for Kha'Zix.
The slow finds Xuan P, but Fire Lollies. He's got tier 1 boots. Xuan P sidesteps the snare. Tries to clear the minion wave, but here comes Fire Lolly.
Good night, sweet prince.
Active camouflage is going to find Xuan P.
Good
He flashes
flash.
out, but bullet time finishes him off.
There's just too many giant abilities to dodge.
Yeah.
I believe it was the Rocks Tigers who ran this composition in the World Championship. The Jin Misfortune. The curtain call opens, the bullet time goes down. You're
Yeah.
like, where do I stand?
Nowhere. Onion looking like he might want to roam mid, flash, knock up onto Scout. He makes it under the turret, though, and Onion can't follow up.
I misspoke. It was that I am. And Samsung
Yes,
ran
but
it.
EDG continue pressuring. That's the top tier 1 now being knocked down by EDG, bringing their gold lead to a comfortable 3,000 gold 10 minutes in.
This is auspicious.
Oh, Fire Lolly. He's got no ult, but he does have flash and uses it immediately.
There was an opportunity that EasyHoon could have tried to cancel those gap closers by using his ultimate, but knowing that Fire Lolly had flash, he just lets it go, doesn't burn the cooldown. This is now going to be rinse and repeat for EDG, though. So again, we've talked about this before. This composition is so good at sieging because they have so many tools to just approach a tower and force you off of it, as well as so many threats of dive potential with that Maokai. So they're just going to wait for Curtain Call to be back up and then just run this down mid lane, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, the backs were staggered. Mouse now going to be the last one to finally cycle back to base, so every member of EDG has gotten the opportunity to spend their gold. It's Zet in the mid lane, Scout going to the bottom now, and Mouse heading back to the top lane because he's the only one who can survive without that tier 1 if more members show up.
He's also going to just pick up the free farm that's going to be pushed into him, and he also has an opportunity that he could get a freeze here.
Ooh, let's see if he's actually going to do that. Bengi's clearing out red buff. I'm trying to watch on the mini-map.
I mean, he's got his teleport. I figure he'll just push it back because you more so at this point of the game want your Maokai traveling with you.
Scout, meanwhile, going to clear out this minion wave. Bengi actually is already spotted out, so EDG still playing ahead. They've got vision, they've got control, they know what they want to do.
They can also slip behind Vici here.
Mako and Zet find EasyHoon in the mid lane, but Bengi's waiting just along the wings with the Tong.
EasyHoon needs to be very careful. He's out in the open, and again, that curtain call is up and available. But EDG
Looks
are
like
looking
target
bottom.
is Onion, doesn't have any flash available. Hook pulls him away, but Fire Lolly follows up. 6-0 EDG.
Just absurd damage, and unfortunately the Nautilus, sitting only on Mercury's treads, doesn't have the armor or the survivability up, so the kill pressure is still very possible. Bengi now.
Fire Lolly. Ooh! That was painful.
Deleted.
Yeah. the Thunderlord's proc on an almost completed Morello's plus Sork boots. Not to mention Bangi has completed his own jungle item. So now Fire Lolly finally gets shut down, gets an opportunity to buy for himself, and EDG take the moment to reset themselves. Mouse continuing to shove in the top lane, and Scout still being a nuisance in the bottom.
I'm going to be a bit finicky over language here about the use of like reset, because I feel like that, hold on though.
He just walked in.
He's Rise.
Okay, yeah, good point.
Because I feel like that implies that what EDG did was good. And yeah, they're technically going to reset their map, but it's a lot of momentum loss. You know, they had that gold lead, they had the tempo advantage, they were setting up the possible plays, and Fire Lolly being out of position and getting caught wastes a lot of EDG's time, where they had the potential to make plays, where they had the potential to snowball, and pump the brakes. They just hit a wall. And that seems really minor, but when you're playing a game like this where you're tiny little micro advantages, where you're creating, you know, the 5-second, the 10-second window where you're beating them around the map, that starts to add up.
It's kind of like riding a bike. The gear slipped.
Exactly.
They haven't lost any momentum, but the gear slipped.
They got tripped up and they lost that slight lead that they had.
Still, this is EDG's game for the time being. They have got a lot of pressure on the map. Looks like Ocean Drake is the next, spawning in 30 seconds. And that's a recall now from Zet to top himself off before that spawn.
Yeah, and it adds up. You know, Zet's recall wouldn't have, again, diffused another moment where they have all their members on the field. Oh, never mind, Fire Lolly got picked up, and now, okay, all 5 are back on the field. Oh, never mind, Zet hit an item advantage, okay? Now we finally have all 5, and instead of fighting for the mid-tier tower, we're instead fighting over the Ocean Drake, which is worth significantly less. And this is the thing that I'm really trying to underline, is that is the difference between the good teams and the great teams.
Still a lot of opportunity for EDG to grow into a great team. They've got the form there, they just need to fill it. That Ocean Drake now has spawned. Both top laners have teleport, but it looks like Vici are going to try to make a play happen top. As Xuantran P hops the wall along with Hitong immediately, the rest of EDG start out that Ocean.
Should be able to burn this quickly after see Kha'Zix there, although we'll see if Bengi's getting frisky.
Ooh,
He's
maximum range, but
no.
Fire Lolly gets it. The curtain call opens up. Looks like Onion might be the target. Eats 3 bullets before the 4th is called back.
Best case scenario, though, is that Zet using the ultimate to try to make a pick there. Vici maintain majority of their health as well as their mana, which means that they can support and save this mid tower. So they may have lost the Ocean Drake, but they protect everything else. And we're back to the drawing board, waiting for that cooldown.
Once again, waiting for the cooldowns is the name of the game. Looking for those big objectives on the map. The final one remaining for EDG to take for now is that mid-tier 1. But Easy Hoon has been so good about keeping the wave balanced and keeping himself safe this time. Doesn't have to worry about using that package. Can just sit under the tier 1 and catch waves as they're fed into him.
Yeah, and he's buying a lot of time for the rest of his team to catch waves as well. You can see the CS disparity again opening up between Xuantran P and Zet. That was massive last game, although they didn't manage to win it.
Vici try to make a rotation to the top lane, but EDG almost as if they have a 6th sense spotted out.
They also have a ton of wards all up and down that river.
Afterwards now, but did they have the wards beforehand? That one was placed after they rotated. The Scuttle Crab was already theirs. They didn't see the Rift Herald attempt.
But the question then becomes, you always have to constantly think, you know, what is the best play or the only play available for the enemy team on the map?
Looking ahead, yeah.
Exactly. And they can't siege into any of the towers because they can't afford to overextend because they know that they don't have the vision. Might as well check Rift Herald.
Whoa, Fire Lolly does a lot. Ooh, the snare narrowly misses Bangi. But that's a very low health Bangi on the map right now.
And Orianna had to quickly try to cheat in a back here, so she's not here just in time. Will arrive, and it forces Hitong to use his ultimate simply to keep the tower standing and to clear the wave. So Vici are throwing everything that they have just to buy themselves time.
That means that right now EDG have got a window of opportunity with Bangi recalling.
What they need to do is they need to, they're trying to abuse their side lane matchup by sending Scout and Maokai consistently over here, but instead of what they're doing is they're just feeding free waves into Vici. I think you need to pull Mouse, you need to pull Scout, and you need to start threatening dives. You have a great dive comp, especially now that the Zyra ultimate is down, because that would be kind of the big red flag of, we probably don't want to dive the Zyra ultimate as well as the Orianna ultimate, but without that cooldown, I think you pulled the trigger there.
Instead, it looks like EDG are going to take the slightly lesser objective of that Rift Herald. Bengi is there just in time to watch it go down. So 17 minutes, Fire Lolly gets the Rift Herald buff. At 37, it'll expire.
Always a nice buff to have on Kha'Zix. He likes fighting alone due to the isolation. We've seen some of the huge numbers that Fire Lolly has already been putting up this game, despite the fact that he's only sitting 1, 1, and 3. His burst damage has been pretty crazy.
Anytime he finds a target, just leaps on it. Mouse continuing to farm up, even in CS. Taking a look at CS across the board. Minor discrepancy between Xuan P and Zet. No enormous 160 difference this time around. And still pretty close to even in the mid lane as well. So Vici are sitting back and waiting and attempting to slow EDG down.
Again, to be fair to Zet, he had a very different responsibility than Xuan P, who could just consistently or continuously bounce out to the side waves and pick up that free farm. Zet was the Caitlyn. He was there to siege with his team. Hello.
Oh, Mako face checks a brush and sacrifices his life for it. EasyHoon even gets to finish off that ward before it starts regenerating.
But he did burn his flash. And EasyHoon is pretty much the core of this team right now in terms of keeping these structures up because he has the primary wave clear. So if they can kill the Orianna now that she's a bit less mobile.
Yeah. It certainly is going to be a challenge as Zet is still continuing to hold that mid tier 1 turret. And seems like EDG are content to continue waiting out this mid game on their composition.
I feel like they're just not utilizing the power of Maokai well enough. And again, we talked about it earlier. I understand you don't necessarily want to dive a Zyra or Orianna. But Vici can be caught clearing out these waves and not being prepared on the tower. Zyra's doing a decent job kind of sticking with Orianna. You can see her shadowing her in the mid lane right now. But if these two champions are ever apart, just gang up on the other one.
Brings us sort of back to game number 1, the exact same situation we saw from EDG. The longer this game drags out, the better that Vici look for getting that 50-50 coin toss.
But it's a bit scarier this time around just because of how well EDG's compositions scale into the late game. So, I mean, even from their perspective, again, if we're thinking that they don't want to chance it, they don't want to kind of force plays, they just want to play super clean League of Legends, as we do see Fire Lolly dodge the Orianna ultimate, then you're still looking at this comp and saying, I have the Ryze, I have the Jhin, I have the Maokai. You know, if Vici want to play this nice and slow, I'm totally fine because I know late game I'm still going to be just as relevant. So I don't necessarily want to hammer and punish them for not making use of their gold lead and kind of tempo lead that they had.
Time definitely on their side as they are continuing to push. Just wait it out. Mouse has now been swapped toward the top side of the map as we've crested the 20-minute mark. Baron now a potential objective. And immediately we see the supports recall, refill their warding items.
Vici are doing a really good job making sure that they're taking safe routes into the pushing farm from EDG, because their option is they can continue to kind of push these side lanes, deep ward on Vici's jungle, and try to catch them cheating through their own jungle to pick up the farm. But continuously you see them, they reset their backs into the base, and they walk from base all the way down the lane to grab the farm, making sure that there's never a scenario where they're getting caught out and letting a single pick kind of snowball into something bigger.
Yeah, no surprise Kha'Zix. Leaping out of the bush as the third Drake is now picked up for EDG. Second Ocean.
As I say that.
He was looking for wards on the Baron. He found a big tree instead. Snare is going to find Hatong.
Oh, caster curse.
The bullet. Ooh, fourth bullet. Oh, he tried to look for the hitbox, but didn't quite find it.
But they chunked out the Zyra, and that was the thing that we were talking about. Zyra needed to be there because Orianna needed to cheat a back end and quickly get to the tower. Because they found the Zyra warding Baron and Orianna wasn't in position, it leads to more chip damage and possibly the tower. Are they going to push it over?
Oh, there they go.
They got
Finally, the final tier 1 drops, and EDG have now opened up so much more of the map.
And Vici were playing such a great defensive game, you know, always taking the safe path, never being caught out, making sure that Zyra and Orianna are continuously kind of holding down the fort mid lane and stalling this game out for them. But just a single mistake from Hatong. He didn't even die, just got chunked off the tower when he needed to be present because EasyHoon needed to back.
As it is, we hit the 22-minute mark, and EDG find themselves with a 4,000 gold lead. Taking a look at the gold difference, 700 between the top laners, only 400 between the jungles. and 500 between the mid laners.
And
Really, it's very easy, even.
In terms of the gold, it is, but in terms of the control, it's not. And
Yeah.
that's kind of been the story of not just this game, but also this series. I mean, it's super easy to say, you know, obviously the tower's not there. It's not there to stop the creep wave.
Yeah.
The creeps can get further down. With creeps going further down the map, they also carry passive information with them because they bring the vision. But more importantly, it then translates into EDG placing their deep vision. Vici have done their best in trying to minimize the damage that deep vision can do to them because they're being so cautious. But as this game goes later and later, the viability of a Baron call from EDG, especially with the Kha'Zix, becomes so much more threatening. So Vici's strategy of how they're playing cautious and defensive has a timer on it.
Not to mention at least one Mountain Drake to further accelerate that Baron pressure. Next one is going to be an Infernal, and perhaps might be another Mountain after that. But with EDG controlling everything else, you've got to wonder for Vici, how do they stop this?
They can only staunch the bleeding for so long. They need to finally pull the trigger, and they have perfect weapons to do that. Again, if this comes to a 5v5, the Wombo combo from Vici, they've got a great ball delivery service in Lee Sin. Orianna is going to be doing massive damage right now. She's very well farmed. She's got her 2 core items. You have the Zyra ultimate, Varus. He's not going utility build. He's actually going more of an AoE damage build. I would have maybe chose something different. But that's fine. Schwann is the Twitch player. He can play the carry AD carry.
Yep. Instead, they've got time. They've got the opportunity to wait. Lots of traps stacked up. Oh! I feel like we were about to watch a YouTube highlight reel.
Of Hatong.
2 traps and a snare on top of them, and then open up the curtain.
Oh.
That was the classic when Jhin first came out, putting like 5 or 6 traps at the base gate, and the moment somebody walks through, activate the snare.
There was a hand motion there.
He tried to lead it there with the snare, but unfortunately he gave it away, and EasyHoon, still playing very sharp, dodged it on reaction. As Vici continue to clear out the wards being pressed in,
no.
EasyHoon has been found. The Sombrero doesn't even go off. Oh, they're realm warping into the back now.
Because the Orion is gone, they can now dive the tower that much safer.
Bengi is the target. Ignite burns him down. He will drop. Fire Lolly continues to chase. Flash over the wall. Scout separated from his team. Little overzealous dies, and Fire Lolly has to flash the wall. He makes it over.
These are the growing pains that we were mentioning on the desk there. You know, you can see exactly what EDG want to do. I agree with the call. Again, the Oriana was down.
Ooh, bullet time along with the snare, and Hatong dies to the ambient damage from Mako. 9-3, 25 minutes in. 4 and 2 still alive. Are they going to go for it?
Yeah, and unfortunately, because Bengi is dead, the only option that Vici has is they can try to stall this out with Varus poke. They definitely have a great front line for Onion to face check this.
Ooh, the hook actually catches Zet. Schwann P on the far side pulls it back. Fire Lolly, very low health, has to back away, and
Good
EDG
job.
can't commit. Mouse still has his flash.
This could now actually turn in Vici's favor.
Ooh,
If they
the arrow.
chunk off EDG and force them all to back, they can actually just turn on the Baron.
As they're doing right now, clearing out that vision.
Are they going to be
are
brave
still
enough?
there.
No, they're going to go for mid.
EDG do stagger the backs. Zet is still there. He's got 2 Ocean Drakes.
And the more important thing is that he also has the curtain call. So smart call from Vici. They didn't see 100% that EDG committed to the back. Instead of looking for a 50-50 Baron and a curtain call, they try to siege mid, but here it comes anyway.
Yeah, Bengi's right down the middle. He's going to be taking a lot of damage. What a big ultimate. That finds 2. Scout forced to flash away as the depth charge chases. Onion is going to
Oh, he
secure that
flashed.
one, but Zet is doing so much. EasyHoon over the wall. Fire Lolly's back, and he's at full health. Unfortunately, it's not going to do enough against a chain of corruption. Snare finds Onion, who will drop to Zet, still at the same point as when he left the Baron fight earlier, and Mouse chases EasyHoon and Hatong away.
Messy team fights, but overall, it's actually quite an even trade. Unfortunately, Vici also don't transition into the tower, but as we take a look at the replay, it looks good for EDG right up until this point. When Onion comes in, he grabs Scout. You're actually going to see EasyHoon flash over the wall and immediately delete the Rise. The big problem for Vici here is that Schwann P and Hatong are fighting a split fight, and they're not behind their carries. They do manage to kill Firelolly. He overextends incorrectly, but messy team fight from both sides. I'm going to call it a wash.
Infernal Drake has spawned at the 27-minute mark, and EDG with their fresh respawns have got some pretty big items now completed. As the hand cannon is finished up for Zet for some really big hits. Black Cleaver topped off for Fire Lolly. And double defensive items for Mouse also finished as well. They are now securing vision around that side of the map with teleport available for Mouse, so they've got some split map pressure.
They need to start prepping their waves, however.
Just playing very silently. Neither of the teams want to show too much to each other. Onion finally shows himself in the bottom, looking to pull Scout down to that tier 1.
But if EDG can just be patient and buy time for Mouse.
Bengi takes a hit and just walks it off.
I feel like we're in an unfortunate situation for Vici where the onus is on them to make the play, and EDG actually just gain more from being patient, because you either get a situation like this where Vici clear the area because they have to deal with Mouse at the top lane that they get the free dragon, or Vici try to move in to contest the dragon and they get a free tower.
Now they're
Although
pulling the trigger. That's Smite from Bengi securing that Infernal Drake. Teleport completes for Mouse. He's spotted in the back. The ball is going to zone him away, and EDG just walk away.
Again, another teleport that I don't quite agree with, but you can understand where the team is coming from. They feel strong, they feel confident in their ability to take the fight. Communicating with Mouse, polling him. Obviously, if they didn't use the summoner, they would still have teleport as well as trade the talent.
Yeah.
I would take that any day.
I feel like LPL has a whole bunch of gangly teenagers right now. Lots of growing pains, but the potential to become a whole bunch of superheroes.
I mean...
they're Peter Parkers.
The Spider-Mans.
Yeah.
I'm more about Batman, though.
Look.
More of a DC fan.
That backstory is a little dark for League of Legends.
No, it's like you lose your parents. You lost Clear Love. You lost Aaron. Or Def, there we go. He can be the mom.
And Mako is Alfred?
Sure.
Of course. Okay.
Heart advance me, please.
Okay. Scout clearing out the wave in the top lane. EDG getting a little sneaky here. Realm Warp in the back is going to deny Haton's escape. Curtain Call even going to catch Easy Hoon on the far side.
Oh,
Shockwave goes down, and EDG pick 2 by playing the vision of Vici, and now they're looking for the Baron.
They still have Bengi alive. It is 12-13. Fire Lily actually just got the stronger smite. I'll see what Bengi can do, or if the Baron's going to go down.
Hook finds Mouse. Bengi's outside of the far side, denied by Scout. He gets some good damage, but the Baron was picked up in the meanwhile. Bullet time is going to do some penetration to Onion.
Good
Gets a blast cone to separate them, but it's still 5 versus 3 right now. Schwantron P is recalling.
I mean, he can't defend that tower, so it's a reason. It's not like Varus can do anything. If Varus approaches that, Maokai's just going to jump on him.
But with that, they don't even recall, rushing right down mid to take down the tier 2 turret before finally getting the 5-man back to top off their items.
So they want to top off their items, and they also want to fix their side waves before they start collectively pushing and really using the Baron. And it's cool because this game has really been decided on kind of 3 picks. It was just Vici were playing such a cautious defensive game, not getting caught out, but just these slight mispositions, not even just always pulling kills, but just chunking them out, have snowballed the game very heavily in EDG's favor.
And those small, slight mispositions have resulted now in 4 minutes of pressure, as EDG will use the Baron buff they acquired from those picks to try breaking down some inhibitors. 2 tier 2s still remain, but Mouse is already on top of 1 in the top lane, and the rest of EDG find themselves in the mid lane. Don't have a minion wave prepped quite yet towards the bottom.
Still going to be quite challenging to siege into the Hurricane Varus as well as the Orianna. So it's not going to be a complete walk in the park for EDG. They still have to play this well, and they've fumbled quite a few of their team fights, and they've been very hesitant to dive into this composition.
Yeah, there they go. Scout going to roam down, catches the minion wave first to get some damage on the turret. Not quite too much just yet.
Oh,
Chain
no.
of... Oof.
No one saw it. It's fine. It's fine.
I mean, like that. He wasn't even in range. Okay, all right, okay. Moving on. Looks like EDG are gonna roam towards the top.
I mean, it's right next to E. He's trying to clear the wave.
Fat finger. Maybe it's stage pressure. That's what it is. Stage pressure. He's down. 8 kills. Baron buff.
He's facing Batman.
Never. Anyways, they're continuing to play the map right now. EDG pressuring both tier 2s at once. They're both very low with that Baron buff. Still haven't committed to one direction or the other as the bottom tier 2 finally going to go down as Vici are getting Vici'd. Death by 1,000 paper cuts.
Yeah, EDG just go back to what they've been trying to do this entire game, which is manipulate side lanes, try to make picks as people move into the side lanes, but this time around it's working much quicker because they have the added bonus of the Baron buff, so the towers are actually in threat. Bengi now looking for the Hail Mary. He's set up for the flank.
Ooh.
And he's flushed out.
Yeah. And the top tier 2 falls.
But now the hard part, can they actually break the base?
That's Varus and Orianna, as you said earlier, not to mention the disengage of Zyra.
Yeah, which is why they're not, this is smart from EDG, they're not going to collectively stand into one lane just because you're trying to feed into all of that wave clear. Instead, they're like, okay, diving them, that's a no-go. We can't just sit into one lane and try to poke them to death, so let's just try to split push them, just slowly chip away.
Yeah, Scout has pulled Chuan P and now Bengi towards that bottom lane.
But this is really great lane assignments from Vici. Again, keeping your Zyra and your Orianna together. Varus standing way back, getting a lot of respect as he tries to clear out side lanes.
Fire Lolly leaps the wall as EDG group up in the mid lane. Snare finds
no onion.
They got a lot of layers to peel through if they want to bring that onion down.
EasyHoon's very low health as well as low mana, more importantly.
Luckily, his base is just a short walk away.
But they did it. They weathered the storm.
Baron buff falls off, and EDG find themselves unsuccessful. The final Drake for them, the final elemental Drake, is a third Ocean. That is a lot of sustain.
Yeah, it means that they can continue to kind of play the strategy. I mean, the Ocean Dragon really benefits the strategy that they're playing because they're just sitting in these lanes and just repeatedly, with their patience, just trying to catch Vici on rotations.
Very controlled game, but Vici have not fallen just yet. Blue buff going to be refreshed on Scout. You got to finish off the buff there.
I get it.
Oh, he's just
he got his friend to help
optimizing them. He's not finishing it. No! He didn't finish it. Oh. Okay, so that's the third Ocean Drake now taken. 35 minutes in. Vici have got everything in their, excuse me, EDG have got everything in their hands. They've secured the first Baron. They're up 4 Drakes to none.
I'm just impressed with that blue buff dance.
And then he left it. Where do they go from here?
Down mid.
Oh,
as you can see the clear ping.
Yeah. The one single ping. Oh, they might be looking for a pick, however.
They need to clear out their waves. I feel like Hope's actually still alive from Vici.
It's getting pretty late. Death timers are up there now.
But it's all on EasyHoon. Like that's the scary thing, is he has to play perfectly, and it's really unfortunate that he's put in a circumstance where he can't really rely on anyone else to kind of carry his weight.
Ooh, Scout's on the side. EasyHoon
no.
doesn't have flash. There he goes. Gets out from the far side. Scout goes
gone.
down, but Mouse is in the back. That's both mid laners dead. Fire Lolly gets knocked up from a kick from Bengi, but Zet is going to chase Onion down. His layers have been shredded. It's now 3 versus 4.
And the problem is that EDG's composition has so many tools to chase them down when Vici are so far extended. You can run them down with the Gen Ultimate. It opens up your options for flanking with the Maokai or the Kha'Zix. So eventually, Vici, I mean, to play this type of game, to constantly be so defensive to Turtle, it's a very frustrating, tiring play style to live by. And when you're 36 minutes in, just these slight errors.
Constant vigilance.
That's a good way to put it.
The curtain call is opened up, and Bengi is going to take bullet number 4. Actually, Chuan P takes the hit. As the musical notes hit a crescendo, they do not yield a kill, but the inhibitor has long since fallen, and Baron is up in 15 seconds. Mako trying to get a recall is protected by Mouse, and Zet is still there in lane. Scouts back up, and heading right down.
Staggering their backs from EDG to make sure that they don't just have the Baron burnt on them. Again, Vici would finish that off very quickly with the Zyra, Varus, and Orianna. EasyHoon is now back in position. Should be noted that he doesn't have his flash, he doesn't have his cleanse. And again, he's the guy for them right now.
Bangi's looking for a solo kill onto Fire Lolly, gets him low, and misses the Sonic Wave, but Mouse immediately forces the fight. That's Realm Orb into the back. Very optimistic. It's actually not taken by anyone. Oh, actually, Scout positions himself on the edge of it. I didn't see him there. EasyHoon gets cleaned up by Fire Lolly as Zet is just doing work. That is 4 members dead.
And this is a perfect example of why you can't extend against this comp, and why, when we were talking at Champions Select, that it's so threatening that EDG got so many tools to do this.
Why are they chasing him? EDG are having a little bit of fun with this match. That's a very tanky Nautilus. But finally, there is the ace, and EDG run it right down mid, looking to end this up, waiting for Zet to get there because he doesn't have any minions.
So it took a while. A bit of a few attempts there. EDG lost a bit of their momentum, but you can see everything that they're wanting to do. You can see how these pieces are fitting together, and the undefeated domestic LPL team retain that identity by 2-0ing Vici Gaming.
Absolutely, EDG, some very big smiles out of them. A big slap on the shoulder for Fire Lolly after that performance as they do complete the 2-0. Now joining us back on the desk, we have returned, no longer hopefully, but actually, with both Rusty and Raz.
You didn't need hope, man. It was a certainty that I was going to be back.
The 2-for-1 special now.
Yeah.
I was ready for the Rusty, but am I ready for the Raz?
Didn't expect me.
Yeah.
I didn't even expect me.
What I
Welcome
didn't
back,
expect
guys.
was a 2-0 win from EDG as well.
Well, so let's talk about that. EDG 2-0, obviously not in top form, but still looking fairly strong.
I don't know. I think they looked great. Again, you can see where the errors are being made, but the judgment and the thinking is correct. And that's what I'm really behind, and what I'm excited about, kind of this new iteration of EDG. You know, we talked about how the best upgrade to their roster wasn't pictured on most of their rosters, and it's Coach NoFade. It looks like he's doing great work with the team.
The biggest one surprise for me was honestly the AD carry of Zet as we take a look at this graphic.
Yeah, this is the breakdown from that match. A whopping 15,000 gold difference between the two teams. 7 turrets advantage for EDG. 6 kills to 20.
Yeah, and 45 minutes is the big thing that I actually want to highlight. That's the youth of the team again, showing its horns. And it could be done a lot quicker. They had a lot of advantages from the very beginning of the game, but the certainty of being able to close it out, there was less 50-50s in this one. And overall, it was a pretty impressive series.
It certainly was. Here's the damage breakdown. Zet really coming up with some big numbers.
Big point for me is I think Zet's decently aggressive. We saw that when he was on, while he was known as Cry, when he was playing that quirky mid. I was like, all right, I feel like this is the only game we're going to get a gauge of his AD carry play. And he was decently aggressive in this game and specifically in the Caitlyn game as well. I actually appreciated it.
Yeah, doing quite a lot of damage. On the other side, though, Vici, they seem to have a much tougher time in this matchup. Death by 1,000 cuts, it's not so great when it's inflicted upon you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's really hard to actually push advantages slowly against a team that is actually outclassing you in slow play. Vici needed to try and do something a little bit differently. And I mean, EasyHoon did try his best. I'll give him a bit of credit. EasyHoon played a pretty good Orianna game. He was matched into a draft where it was actually entirely possible to kill them as Orianna, but he needed to have a team with him. He needed the stars to align. And I mean, the bottom lane was the opposite of stars, really.
Yeah.
Like, I 100% agree with you, Resty, but I just feel like this wasn't what I wanted from EasyHoon. Like, was it a great Orianna performance? Was he pretty much like the only barricade that was keeping that team afloat? Totally. Was that EasyHoon's fault? Not at all. But he needs to step up, and eventually he needs to say, like, I need to leave mid lane, and I need to do something to help the sinking ship that is bot lane.
Speaking of leaving mid lane, Hatong comes out of nowhere as a support. Now, I'm the player. I kind of put Vici up as second place in this group.
Yeah,
I
you
said
did.
so already. I'm kind of regretting that, especially when they put Onion in the top lane and Hatong as support. So I just felt like that was kind of crazy. Caveman as a support really started coming to his own. That was my major, I guess, backing for putting Vici in the second place was the fact that their bottom lane meant something at the end of the split. You can't even look at me like that.
You can't.
They did.
Your logic and reasoning is Caveman is their support, so Vici will come second?
No, that their bottom lane was actually playing well going into playoffs last split, and it was true. The problem was the fact that their bottom lane would weigh them down, And here we go. Look at Zet, speaking of bottom lane.
Yeah, the MVP for this match is going to Zet. 27.9% damage share, 75% kill participation, and not a single death.
I'm going to break in here before we get into an all-in brawl about
All right.
Vici. Zet very much deserving of an MVP. For his first ever game competitively as AD carry, let's be clear as well, transitioning from mid lane sub of the Rocks Tigers, only bringing the coach over with him. Obviously, you'd expect communication issues, but it doesn't seem to matter because mechanically, Zet was just super sound.
Yeah, opening the curtains at the right time, landing plenty of snares, and just looking for a few highlight plays. He still's got a bit of that mid laner presence in
There was
there.
some big kahunas hiding down the way. He was a
Yeah.
very aggressive man.
He was certainly hoping for them. But let's talk a little bit about how that match ended up going that way. I mean, Vici, it seemed like they had the right ideas. Do we chalk this up to communication or, like you said, the youth of this sort of new roster?
They were just frankly outclassed. I think Rusty said it earlier. Unfortunately for Vici, like, they have a great top side of the map, although I would have preferred long over onion. Experience alone, you can get into other arguments there, but the bottom side of their map is still a mess. And even though this should have been an easier route for them because they are facing a mid laner that transitioned to AD carry with possibly some communication issues because he's brand new to a mixed language roster, they fell apart again.
Yeah, it felt like a throwaway for me when it came to Vici. The fact that they are trialing a lot, they do have a 10-man roster, so this is one of a million games. Not a million games, a little bit too many right there. But they have a long split, and it seems like they're going to make use of it. Game 1 showed quite a bit.
So far, they've got an onion split.
What do you got to say?
They put Pumandu in, you know? Like,
Yeah.
Great coach, 3 SKT former players, and then they come in, they give Mouse Maokai twice.
Yeah.
On
seems
what
to be a
planet
theme.
was that a good idea?
Yeah.
So why is that ever going to work?
Speaking of Maokai, let's bring it all the way back. We saw WE get Maokai 3 times in a row. Let's talk a little bit about the WE matchup with NewBee overall then, and really talk about the course of the day. I mean, WE were still able to show commanding performance.
But the thing about Maokai is I 100% agree with you. Like, either ban it, take it away, or look, instead of like just taking a neutral lane, like try to abuse it. Like, the thing about Maokai is when they pick it, you can look towards the things like the Singe, or you can even go like super off the wall and look towards an even stronger split pusher. I mean, we've seen kind of Trundle as an answer, but they're not doing anything. They're just like repeatedly picking Nautilus into it and losing.
And the thing with this, right, is they come into game number 2, Vici, they're on the blue side of the map. You know, they've got the first pick. They can ban out whatever they want.
Varus.
And then pick it. Yeah, and they decide that they're going to go for Varus and then ban out AD carries as like a countermeasure and still just leave Jhin open anyway, as if they were, in a way, trying to attack a new player's champion pool. But it doesn't matter because you've given Ryze Maokai to prioritize that Varus. Like, it just doesn't work out.
And at the same time, it's not like they're trying to protect Xuan P's champion pool. Like, we know that he plays more than just Varus, so it's not like, oh, we have to pick Varus because our AD carry only plays this single champion. Like,
So I'm going to preface this by saying, banning Maokai, I like that idea. But overall, you got to be able to play against it. So, for instance, if you have a Trundle into Maokai, I'm fine with that. There are so many times that we're seeing counter matchups into that. But as you said, abuse it. It was frankly kind of disgusting, the fact that NewBee had never decided to send their mid lane topside. If you have the numbers at lead, I feel like out of all of the games we've seen this weekend, it was only IMA as a team that they decided to actually play a numbers game.
play to the top side of the map.
Exactly. And if you're going to be playing against a Maokai, now they picked Maokai, so they can't even say that they were playing up against a Maokai. But if you have the ability to and you have the wave clear, abuse it and move across the map instead of staying in your own lane.
Certainly a very challenging prospect. Of course, tomorrow we're going to have a lot more games coming up, and I want to get your opinions. Now that we've seen a whole bunch of 10 picks and bans and how these have changed, I want to get your opinions on the sort of what we're going to be expecting about the other teams. Obviously, coaching staff has been huge in shaping these picks and bans, letting Maokai get through, letting Ryze get through, letting LeBlanc get through. Do we expect that to change?
I mean, we saw the heavy priority of Tom Kench yesterday, and he completely disappeared here as we actually take a look at the standings on your screen right now. But otherwise, the LPL seems to have a very defined meta, and they're very rigid in it.
seems a little bit unexpected considering what's going on with the rest of the regions.
I guess there's a couple of small differences between yesterday and today as well. The obsession with Tom Kench seems to reside a little bit. EDG playing a really good Misfortune. Zyra definitely cropping up and not banning the Misfortune, being happy with the Zyra Misfortune matchup seems to be the name of the game. So poke supports are working their way in, and now these teams are starting to see a very defined style between them all.
Yeah, you can see our matches for tomorrow. We've got IMA taking on LGD at 4 p.m. Australian, that's 9 p.m. Pacific, and 6 a.m. Central European time. Following that, we've got Snake taking on IG, and RNG taking back to the Rift against OMG, playing their second match as well.
So the big thing to underline here is that we are actually starting earlier in the LPL
Yes.
than we do today.
4 p.m. Australian, that is, I believe, 9 p.m. Pacific, and 6 a.m. Eastern, depending on all those time zones.
Hype up those matches to finally see LGD show their face, especially after the form that IMA displayed. That's going to be a good gut check of, did LGD finally come to play?
I'm ready for it.
You're ready for a lot, right?
I'm ready for it. Am I? I mean, I say I am, but I just don't know anymore.
Well,
I
don't know anymore.
I think I'm ready for a break. Thank you so much for joining me on the Analyst Desk, everyone. We're going to be back tomorrow. Again, that's 4 p.m. Australian, 9 p.m. Pacific, 6 a.m. East European, if you're interested in catching those games. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.